You're so much stronger.
Hey.
They like hearing a good one too.
Oh yeah, that'd be good. Oh,
We're going to Worlds!
Cool, baby.
Oh wait, this music's probably copyrighted.
Oh yeah.
We are submitted.
Almost. Still working it out.
Mr. Sleepy.
Everybody was Mr. Sleepy. Cross taper cut.
Mask of COVID.
Denmark.
USA!
Ladies and gentlemen, these are the countries represented at the World Championships. Let's get one more applause, please.
All right, Sam. How we doing? How you feeling? Game-wise, I feel like I'm ready to play a good game. Okay. Everything's up in the air, though. Like,
Yeah.
I just have no idea what to expect.
Heading into our first, what is this, the Daily Double Classic Constructed. We were outside the convention center. I did pretty good today. And then I lost 3 in a row, but I got the last one.
Sam? Yes.
We need cash for more cards!
We do need some cash for more cards.
Wait, it's this one. Sam cheated. He said he won when he didn't, and he stole tickets from from a beautiful young woman.
All right, that's not what happened. I don't really know how I ended up with 300 tickets, but I'm gonna find her and give her
The tickets back.
Sam is
It's one of the few cold pools we can sell as a token as well.
Oh, nice.
One of the few, because it's not.
My name's Jacob Bertrand. You probably know me from a show called Bubble Guppies. No, I'm kidding. I'm on a show called Cobra Kai.
Support you opening one of the first Dynasty boxes.
I'm so stoked. This is so cool. Hell yeah.
Good luck.
Oh my god. I love the paper packs. That's sweet. Hey.
They like hearing a good one.
Awesome.
First one in the world.
Does Prism want to open a booster of Dynasty?
Whatever you guys want.
Marble Rock.
Marble Rock.
It's in there.
Okay.
The world map with the map, which is like the number one.
The best one.
Well, it's just the number one thing that I really wanted. It sold out, and no one told us how to get them. But there's this Pandora's box hope of people who tried to get multiples.
Or only getting one.
It
Or
gives
back
me
up.
a chance to get one. Let's see it. Let's see it. Yeah, let's see it. Wow. Woo! A little slip too.
Aiden made us wait a cup early so we could get the world's play mat. There's no one else here. We thought there's gonna be a bunch of people.
I'm not desperate. I'm not desperate.
How do you feel?
I feel so excited, ecstatic. Maybe.
Show me your smile. Yeah. Sir, what is your name?
It's Matthew.
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 Show me your smile. Yeah.
My name's John.
John.
Yeah.
Yes, we met.
Yeah.
This is really great.
Where's the smile?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at him.
Oh, what'd she say? She's like, oh, cool, thanks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh great.
She's like, thank you for being so honest, and I really appreciate your integrity. And I was like, I don't like this joke.
Game on! ask you one question? Okay, there you go. World champion, first ever. What's the one word you're feeling right now? It can be any word. Great. Great. Awesome. Congratulations. That's a wrap from Worlds and on Jacob. Flesh and blood. Flesh and blood. Hello and welcome everyone to the Calling Indianapolis. My name is Sam O'Byrne. This is Pankaj Bhojwani. We are so excited to be here with you, bringing you an incredible weekend of flesh and blood. Thank you guys for watching that little video from Worlds that we did from my channel, 3 Floating. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Just as a good way to set the mood a little bit. But Pankaj, how you doing? Tell me about your weekend so far.
It's been good. I actually came from Miami. I was visiting my brother there. He was there on a bit of a business trip. So I flew straight here from Miami, and it's been a good time so far.
Yeah, it's been, I mean, the energy here is, as always, absolutely electric. Yesterday we were checking out the Armory event and seeing what's at the top tables. There's a lot of Briar. There's a lot of Briar out there.
Yep.
But some Dromai, of course. We're seeing a lot of fire. I'm gonna give you just, before we're gonna get into it, of course, but just a little bit of the sauce I saw. There was a 4-0 deck at the Super Armory event. Crown of Seeds Briar, Ironhide Legs, or Ironhide Boots. I'm just letting you know now. So we're gonna be seeing some interesting decks out there this weekend. How many players are we working with?
491, which means that we will have 7 rounds of Plastic Constructed today, followed by 5 rounds tomorrow and a cut to top 8.
Sweet. Oh, yeah. So we are moving into a somewhat new meta, are we not? Something happened last week. What happened?
Let me think. I think the Ice Heroes got the legs cut off under them.
Yeah, everything, they're doing so much better. So we're going to be in kind of a little bit of a Wild West, a little bit of a frontier out here. And there's not we're not moving into months and months of this competitive season, you know what I mean? Like we have this Calling, we have the Calling in Auckland as the 2 kind of main events that are going to be in this meta before Outsiders. So it's a really interesting time to see what players bring to their tables today, what they bring to their armories. And this event is kind of like the first time we're going to see what players are iterating on, you know what I mean?
For sure. Critically, the players have only had 1 week to work with this new meta. Fies have lost 6, 7 deck slots from Belittle and Minuzum being gone. Icelanders have lost 6 deck slots from Hypothermia and Amulets of Ice, and Oldhim's obviously lost their signature weapon. So it's going to be really exciting to see what the players do. And from the Super Armory yesterday, we did still see a fair amount of Icelanders and Oldhims. Now, a lot of people were quick to write those heroes off after the bans, but I think after the news sort of settled down and people
but from what the players I was talking to recently, nobody was ready for the full suite that we saw. Even the players that were looking at, potentially like a Belittle and a Minnowism ban or something along those lines. I don't think that even, those teams weren't testing for a world without Winter's Wail, a world without Hypothermia, a world without Amulet of Ice in totality.
Exactly. And if they were maybe testing, Hypothermia might be gone, so let's test without Hypothermia. But they weren't also testing Hypothermia being gone and Belittle being gone.
Yeah. Keep going. Cool. Okay, cool. It looks as though the
minor technical difficulties.
Looks like we're immediately back. Hopefully, checking into stream.
So one question that is on everyone's minds today: is Briar going to LL at this event?
Yeah, she has the opportunity. It's right in front of her for the taking. With the ban to Hypothermia, people have been talking about the potential for those embodiments of lightning to get a little more of the value that they expect without having to deal with that instant speed Hypothermia. But the reports of Icelander's death potentially have been greatly exaggerated. There are a lot of players here who are still very confident in the hero and what they are bringing to the table.
Very notably, our world champion, who won the world's championship on Icelander, still brought Icelander to this event. So, we can tell how confident he is that this hero still does have legs.
Indeed. And yeah, we're working on getting this video back for you guys, but should we start to speak about what they can expect?
For this round 1 match?
Yeah, let's talk about some key cards. first round of this matchup. So who are we looking at here, Pankaj?
So we are looking at Levi Raj, one of the best Azalea players in the scene right now, going up against a Bravo being piloted by Jonathan Parker. So let's go right into what we can expect from this matchup. So now Azalea, remember, critically rangers don't have a weapon, which means that there's always the option for the opponent to sort of fatigue the ranger out by just making them run out of arrows. You block their arrows and then suddenly they're out of damage, and then the Guardian opponent can just come in with a weapon again and again and just bonk the Azalea down. So looking at the key cards for Azalea, the first one I want to talk about is Now, Azalea does need to rely on go again from several buffing cards to put an arrow out that is difficult for the Bravo to deal with, and Spinal Crush will stop that plan completely. And finally, we also have CNC. Now, that is just a key card if you're against a Ranger at all. Rangers very critically need that Arsenal slot to do their thing. Azalea needs it to opt, needs it to load an arrow in from the top of the deck. So CNC going to be very difficult for the Azalea to deal with.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We have a couple of heroes that are working off of the dominate keyword, and it's going to be exciting to see which of these heroes can utilize it most effectively to make sure that that opponent can block.
For sure.
Yeah, 100%. We are aware that, as always, when we begin these type of endeavors, there are some just kinks that get ironed out. They're never there when we test everything multiple times, but as soon as we get people in the audience, everything likes to go a little haywire. So we're definitely working on that to get the stream back for you guys as quickly as possible.
Exactly. Doing anything live just causes a whole bunch of issues suddenly.
But so in looking at this specific potential metagame that we're going to be seeing here at the event, what do you think? Do you think this is a time for Azalea to maybe grab some of those elusive living legend points that have been hard for her to come by?
I do think so, and I think that's particularly just because of the narrative that has been surrounding this event. Ever since those ice-cold bans, shall we say, a lot of people are expecting this meta to be very aggressive. We're expecting lots of Briars to come out, lots of Fires, obviously. And so because of the narrative, I do think that both Rangers do have a place to be in this meta, and as well as Bravo, to be honest. Just these heroes that like to prey on these aggressive decks that don't want to block and just fire these massive hit effects at them and really stop what those aggro decks are trying to do.
Yeah, and especially when in the hands of a very skilled pilot like Levi, who these specialized pilots who are going to be able to bring the most out of their hero. Hopefully that is what we're going to see here. And we are hoping, looking like we're back. So the players have jumped into the opening minutes of the game to make sure that they make it and don't have to go to time. So Pankaj, why don't you walk me through kind of what we're looking at in these first couple turns of the game?
Okay, so it looks like Levi has managed to gain some sort of advantage over the Bravo here in these early turns. We look at his life total. He's already at 42, so he does run Sigil of Solace in the deck, so that's where I imagine he got this life lead from. Also, we can see that he did manage to land a red in the ledger against a Bravo on the previous turn. Now, that effect obviously not as critical against Bravo, but you know, it did limit the Bravo to just playing a showtime on their turn.
Yeah.
And the Bravo is now down at a 9 life deficit compared to the Azalea player.
And with that red in the ledger, it did probably or potentially stop a activation of the Bravo hero ability that might allow Bravo to work down some of that initial life lead. But going here, it looks as though we're going to be activating the Skullbone cross wrap, opting one, showing that sink below. At this point, you know, it's Levi's turn. He's on the gas pedal, so he's not worried about having a defensive reaction in his arsenal for that Bravo hero ability at this point, we have to imagine.
Definitely, and he also knows what to expect. That Showtime did tutor up a Crippling Crush that we saw Jonathan Parker take. So we can expect, if Levi can find a Fatigue Shot, I think he would love to try and fire that at this Bravo opponent right now. Fatigue Shot cutting a Crippling Crush damage in half, that is 5 life right there.
Good. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I think Fatigue Shot against Guardians is one of the ones you're looking for most likely. And let's see what he's going to grab off the top with the Azalea activation. It's going to be a Remorseless. So again, against these aggro matchups where Remorseless can move through a bunch of life, you might find a little more kind of efficacy there. But let's see how he uses it against a Bravo that might not be activating that many actions on his turn.
This is wild. Levi is activating Purge Grapplers.
The first time I've ever seen this.
This happens so rarely. Now, sometimes we see this happen if they're stuck on too many arrows. Now, Azalea would prefer to play a bunch of buffs and then just play one tall arrow. But if your hand is on the unfortunate side where you just have too many attack action cards, we might see the Purge Grapplers being used here. Remember, Jonathan did not put any pressure on Levi the previous turn. All they did was tutor up a showtime. So Levi did have excess cards, and that's probably why we're seeing these Purge Grapplers being used here.
Now, what's critical about activating the Purge Grapplers here is those 2 armor that he's not going to have for a devastating Spinal Crush-like effect or a Crippling Crush, right? This is really showing some kind of indication that Levi really wants to get some use out of this hand, because that 2-block can be incredibly effective and important in a matchup like this where you have powerful on-hit effects that you need to respect, that sometimes your armor is the only thing that gets in the way of those effects landing. So it'll be interesting to see exactly what he gets out of this turn, and we can look back at this turn throughout the game to say, all right, if he had the Purge Grapplers here, would this be, would he be in a different position than maybe he is now?
For sure, and we see Jonathan block with all his armor. Now, that's a very, very aggressive stance to take this earlier. Now, that probably tells us the texture of his hand right now. We know he's got that Crippling Crush, and he's being aggressive blocking with armor. He's looking to swing back tempo on his turn. He wants to dominate that Crippling Crush. That is the read I'm getting.
That's true. Yeah, absolutely. And so we're going to see breaking the chain, activating the Death Dealer, and putting a headshot up into Arsenal, which is going
cards if they are lacking those buffs. So seeing this Rain Rage is pitched here, I wonder if that's just because that's the only yellow Levi had in hand, or whether he has some other buff that he's going to buff this headshot with.
Yeah, and we're going to be getting the video back for you just momentarily as we imagine how much this headshot could be coming in for. God, maybe it's 15.
Ooh, that would be spicy.
At this point. And it was brought in with the Azalea. Okay, so we're coming back here now. It did get the Dominate, so let's see what Jonathan Parker is going to end up at. Looks like he's at about 27 life.
Yes. So critically, Levi did not manage to get a disruptive piece off on his turn, so this Crippling Crush is going to be coming in, and he will need to cede tempo for this turn and try and come back on a later turn.
Absolutely. Let's see how Jonathan wants to move forward.
And we are working on the video, getting the video back for you guys.
Great. So we're going to be working at just a slight delay as we get the video back up on our end. Looks as though we're having a Bravo activation from Mr. Parker, pitching another 6 resources, and it is going to be the Crippling Crush.
Yep. The Crippling Crush that we knew was there, and no Dominate, and like you pointed out, no Purge Grapplers. So one thing that could save Levi here is a defense reaction in Arsenal. Now, we did manage to get a good look at his hand the previous turn, so we don't know whether there's a defense reaction prepared there. But if not, we're looking at him losing 2 cards from his hand, and he's going to need to hope to try and cobble something together later on. I'll just hope that a Bravo breaks for a while.
And we also know that there was a sink below in the Arsenal on the start of his last turn, so that it maybe points to him having 2, and he knew he could kind of get rid of 1 and still be able to get through a Crippling Crush. But it is looking like we are going to be blocking for 3 and then the 4 from the Arsenal.
Oh, he's still going to get hit by the Crush.
Yeah.
So this is exactly 7. He's going to leak exactly 4 damage, and he's going to get, well, Crippling Crushed here.
Precisely. Getting those couple cards out of the hand, it's going to make it tough for Levi to have any kind of clap back. And we have to look. So if the life totals are accurate, and we're not sure based on the way the stream had the kind of hiccup there, if the life totals are accurate, there wasn't much of a tempo gain by playing that headshot off of the Purge Grapplers. And now, as Ranger, you don't have the suite of equipment that other decks have to block out these type of dominated crush effects. So it'll be interesting to see how much that Perch Grapplers comes back that we keep. How much are we going to keep talking about it through the course of the game? Are we going to be broken records about the Perch Grapplers, or will we be able to move on?
For sure. And now on Levi's turn, we see him use his tunic counter to load a hamstring shot into his arsenal, and the card he drew from the Death Dealer allowed him to go ahead and play this hamstring shot. So we see him taking a slightly more aggressive stance here. He is opting to move into his next turn without an arsenal. Now that is a bit of a sacrifice that Azalea sometimes needs to make. And we see it pay off for him. He gets a Spinal Crush block out of the opponent. That's, as we talked about in the key cards section, that is a very relevant piece that Bravo has in this matchup. And since Levi got that from him, we might just be seeing the hammer swing here from, we see another showtime. So this is another turn where Jonathan just said, all right, I'm ceding tempo back to you for a little while. What can you do with this? Can you force cards out of my hand to stop this crippling crush that is going to be coming at you?
Absolutely. And perhaps Jonathan felt more empowered to make this play, seeing that Levi's going to be playing off a 4-card hand without the arsenal to clap back at. He felt like, okay, I might have the ability to set up for my next turn. And it does look like he's just going to go ahead and grab that crippling crush, looking to continue the onslaught against Mr. Rausch.
Definitely. And the reason the arsenal is very important for Azalea is that Skullbone Crosswrap opt. Now, without that, typically the Azalea will just need to blind Azalea and hope that they hit something good. So, of course, an alternative is reload effects, which Azalea does have a few of. Take Aim comes to mind. You can reload it face down, and that means you still get to Skullbone Crosswrap afterwards to try and hit some relevant arrow off the top.
Absolutely.
Knock the Death Whistle, another reload card, and one that lets him tutor exactly what he wants. Now, Sleep Dart, also pretty relevant against Bravo. You stop that Dominate on hit, allowing you to block out the Crippling Crush, so you know it's coming. But I think there's a good chance we see the Fatigue shot over here to force cards out of this Bravo's opponent. And yes, there we go. We see him tutor that out.
Yeah, and as we talked about before the game started, it seems good to block 5 life off a Crippling Crush. If Bravo is going to be able to let this hit. And let's look down at the equipment suite for Bravo. There's still the Crown of Providence, and there's still 1 block left each on the Tectonic Plating and the Crater Fist. That allows for 4 life on this block, but on our end exactly how this fatigue shot lands. And we're going to get this back up momentarily. Thank you guys for your patience. After this initial rough patch, we're hopefully going to be able to have it be smooth sailing moving forward.
Yep. Levi firing the fatigue shot at the stream, it seems like, a little bit.
The base power of our ability to cast this stream, it's certainly been halved.
Oh, yeah, for sure, the frames.
Yeah. Okay, so once we... Looks like it's going to be coming in.
Yes, and this will have Dominate because it did come off the top of the Azalea ability. So I think you're right. We're probably going to see some armor blocks here, but let's see if that's going to be enough. Because critically, the more cards Levi takes out of this Bravo opponent's hand, it's less likely that Bravo will be able to dominate it. And now that's critical because Levi is happy to block out while he has this life lead on a crippling crush effect.
Absolutely, and the Release the Tension there going to be buffing this up to 8. Another thing we haven't seen much of from Jonathan Parker, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't seen many Tectonic Plating activations for those Seismic Surge tokens. So he's not going to have the discount on this Crippling Crush to maybe allow him to use it, even through blocking with, looks like, a Pummel and the Crown of Providence.
Yeah, and very interestingly, this is actually a red in the ledger. So I wonder what happened to the Fatigue shot that Levi put on top. The stream fell for a bit, so we didn't unfortunately miss that.
We got faked out.
Yeah. But around the ledger here, as we talked about earlier, the on-hit not too relevant against Bravo, except, I mean, like what you talked about now, it's unlikely that Crippling Crush can be dominated. This red in the ledger did hit, so we might just see Levi block out, just preserve his life, and say, that's 2 Crippling Crushes out of your deck. How many more disruptive hit effects can you do?
Absolutely. And another consideration that Jonathan Parker might be making as we see the effect is online for red in the ledger. It did connect. Jonathan Parker knows that those Perch Grapplers have been used, so perhaps he's not as concerned with the Dominate effect. Absolutely. So we're going to see how this all shakes up just in a moment. And yeah, between the rounds, we're going to get our monitor that's given us some issue.
Yeah.
We're going to talk some sense into it.
Yeah.
You know, the monitor just needs to understand it's a big day for everybody in the Flesh and Blood community. They want to see the games. We want to see the games. So hopefully we'll be able to come to an agreement between the three of us.
The monitor's being slightly insubordinate, and we will bring it in line.
Well, yeah, we'll talk to it constructively. You know, we want to have a healthy working environment, Pankaj.
All right,
Yeah.
cool, all right.
Yeah, I mean, I understand you might, you know, I see you've got the sweater on, but that doesn't mean that we have to be, you know, being too harsh on our monitor, on our employees.
Oh, you're just calling me out on, like, you updressing me. All right, okay,
They
cool.
can't even see us yet. The stream's dead. All right. Let's see how we are coming back into the game, yeah. Alrighty, so we are seeing that crippling crush, and like we were talking about, it's going to require multiple cards out of this Azalea's hand. So that dominate effect, it's allowing Levi to keep a life lead, but it's not going to stop this crippling crush from needing to be respected.
True. And also, we keep talking about this. Now, we talked about how the Guardian can fatigue the Ranger out of threats, but we sort of see something similar happening to Bravo here. Now, this is the third and final crippling crush in the deck, and we already saw one Spinal being blocked with. So if Levi can get through this crippling crush, there won't be that many on-hits left for him to need to care about.
And he's built up the life lead to be okay to take some damage if the crush and on-hit effect is not going to, like, cripple his turn or crush his turn. All right, I'm sorry. The puns we got to get them out of our system. But for now, it is true. Once Levi can get through these effects and not have it destroy his tempo entirely, he's not going to have to respect as many of these cards because of the life lead that he has gained so far.
Definitely. And in addition to the life lead, he's also managed to strip most of his Bravo's armor.
True.
Bravo only has 2 block left on his armor, and he's 10 life behind. Oh, I guess now it's 6 life behind after the sink below from Arsenal.
Yeah. And those fatigue shots that we were talking about earlier, when it's just damage, in some ways they become even more effective. Because if what you're really worried about is your life, and the crush effects are less relevant, if it's a crush the weak or if it's a debilitate, you're going to be able to take some damage, and the fatigue shots might allow you to move through more of those attacks because those fatigue shots are presenting damage, potentially stripping cards, but also saving you damage on the backswing.
And I really like what Levi's doing here. Into these crippling crush turns, he is still following up with some sort of attack against Jonathan. Now we see him go into another tunic turn. We saw this happen on the previous crippling crush. He just tunicked an arrow in and then fired that off with the card he drew up the deck. And we see the same thing happening here now. This time using the tunic to fire the sleep dart, which means that he will be able to go into next turn with an arsenal.
Yeah. And having that arsenal is going to turn on his Skullbone Crosswrap. It's going to allow him to Azalea, get that attack dominated. So if you're Levi, you have to wonder if you are feeling like this is where you want to be at this point in the game.
Definitely. And Sleep Dart, as we talked about, does have some relevance against Bravo, because now Levi knows he can't be dominated, or if he's getting these many cards from Jonathan, still, he can't be dominated, because that costs 2 resources to activate.
For sure. For sure. Looking like we have some consistency with the stream. I'm going to knock some wood. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything, but hopefully we're...
Don't jinx it.
Yeah, that's my bad. All right, let's see how Jonathan Parker wants to respond here.
Looks like he's making a seismic surge, I believe. Yes, and so typically this is just followed up with a hammer.
And that is going to be the Anothos coming in. 2
Or
resources floating, card and arsenal. There's no cards that come to mind that might be relevant here, right?
None at all.
Yeah.
I can't think of a single one.
Yeah. But if it was the card that will not be named, and it looks like it will be, it's going to buff this attack up to potentially more damage that Levi will be forced to take unless he has that D-React and Arsenal. It looks like it is going to be that all you got, which is an interesting card in this matchup.
Yeah, I think it is just a block and additional defense reaction
Yeah.
for him to park an Arsenal to
Definitely.
try and get around some of those dominates. Now, critically, the pummel being used here does not put on the discard effect, so this is just vanilla damage, and we see Jonathan give up his Arsenal just to push through a little bit more of that damage.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see, Tunic going up. So the damage, it was a blue pummel, so it pumped the Anothos up. some, but not to the 10 that it can be when it's the red pummel. Looks like Levi only going down to 27 here. And it is interesting bringing in those that all you got as just an additional D-React. You're not getting the text on the card. You're getting the block 3 out of it, but because it can come from Arsenal, it allows you to hopefully move through some more of those dominated crush effects or just crush effects in general. These Rangers need so many cards out of their hand to do what they want to do. You know, they don't like blocking, right?
Definitely. And I think that pummel being blue could possibly be why Jonathan chose to use it there. It's not the most effective when you use it on just your weapon swing because it doesn't have the discard effect. But maybe you just wanted to clear it to try and get something better in there.
Sure.
And we see Levi's turn a little bit on the weaker side. It was just a blue headshot. Definitely not where he wants to be. He did pitch the Rain Razors to fire that headshot off. And I almost wonder whether he regrets doing that. And maybe he could have just kept that Rain Razors to leak a little bit more damage through.
Absolutely. All right, let's see how Bravo wants to come back at the Ranger. Big hammers smashing.
So Jonathan didn't block with any cards from hand, I believe. So I'm not sure whether these live totals are updated. I think Jonathan might be at 19 over here.
All right, he's going to do another little quick shuffle of them cards. No, I don't like that card. This is the one I want.
Also, these hand cams are amazing. We do see Jonathan with an unmovable in hand, which can help get around Azalea's dominate effects on the following turn. And on the previous turn, I believe I saw Levi put a sink below in his arsenal.
So pitching the imposing visage to create the seismic surge token. While we have a moment here, just appreciate the art on headshot. That is a crazy looking card.
It's pretty gory, to be honest, as far as fab
Homie
cards
is
go.
having a bad day. My goodness.
Just some bad luck.
Yeah.
What's that line? I used to be something, but I took an arrow to the head.
I used to be an adventurer like you.
Ah, yes, that
And
line.
I took an arrow in the knee.
What's that from Skyrim? Something? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we see Zealous Belting being pitched as Anathos here, which I believe makes his Anathos just come in for 4.
I was going to say,
instead of
right?
6, yeah.
Which is going to allow it to get completely covered up by the sink below from Arsenal. 2 cards in hand here. This could represent the pummel, moving this up to a 10 power attack on the Anathos. But it looks as though Bravo is going to be content to Arsenal the card, put those cards to the bottom, and allow Levi to come back with a 3-card hand, or 4-card hand because that came from Arsenal.
Yep. So 2 back-to-back weak turns that we saw there. Levi coming with a 4 damage headshot, and then Jonathan answering with a 4 damage Anathos.
Yeah.
So a bit of a wash on that turn cycle there. Let's see whether we get a little more excitement coming in. So critically, Levi did give up that Arsenal to play that sink below. So, you know, he's going a little bit blind on this turn.
Yeah. Putting a drill shot in the Arsenal. And a drill shot, when you have 2 pieces of equipment at the 1 counter already, does make it a relevant effect. You basically say, give me that armor, or I'm going to take it from you, even if you don't block with it. So I'm assuming we're going to see some blocks here from either that Crater Fist or that Tectonic Plating, or perhaps both, because if you block with one and the attack still hits, you're going to lose the counter anyway. And it looks, go for
we
it.
see a whole host of buffs here from the Azalea. About time, to be honest.
Yeah.
Levi trying to find the extra die, because just 1 die is not good enough to represent how much this is coming in for.
It's for 112. But we got, let's see, a Read the Glide Path, a Seek and Destroy, and a Take Aim. And there's some text on Seek and Destroy, is there not?
Ooh, yes, that's a very relevant on-hit here. Now, Bravo does like to operate on bigger hands to be able to use the Dominate effect. Now, that typically is a full extra card from the Bravo to do it. So a lot of times we will see Bravo try and get something good in their arsenal. Now, Seek and Destroy says, you will not be able to arsenal next turn if this hits you. And this is coming in for 13.
Absolutely.
Although, remember, we did talk about the unmovable in Jonathan's arsenal, so he's probably a little happy to see this tall of an attack coming from Levi here.
Definitely.
Like, he has the answer for it. He might not even need to put the equipment on the chain, as we talked about.
Yeah. We're going to see a block with the Cranial Crush for 3. If we're moving to reactions, we have to assume that unmovable is going to be coming out.
Yeah. Although I believe that does not block this completely. Also, is that a blue unmovable?
It is.
That is a blue unmovable.
Blue unmovable pitch for a blue unmovable. It's Spider-Man looking at himself.
Mm-hmm.
We just need a third one to create the meme.
So only blocking 9 here, I believe, which means this drill shot will hit. So this goes to show, like, maybe Jonathan missed that, because you would expect to see the armor being blocked there, because as you talked about, you might as well get the value of it.
Yeah,
if the drill shot's going to take it away anyway.
Yeah. And to be fair to Mr. Jonathan Parker, perhaps we haven't seen a lot of Azalea in his local meta, and that's fair.
That is
We
very
don't
fair.
want to. We don't want to.
It's a very niche hero.
Yeah, we don't want to harp on it is a niche hero. We potentially an outsider is going to be seeing some more of the old girl coming out. From what I hear, there's some kind of an organization, a sect, a cult of some kind for this hero. I've heard
diseases. Oh, sorry.
No, not
yes,
diseases.
okay. Yes.
There's a cult for Azalea.
I thought it was an Azalea disease. Never
No,
mind.
no, I'm assuming all these people are cleanly and well.
Yeah. In the pits, I'm not so sure about that.
That's true. That's true.
Those blood rot pox cards and what was the other? Frailty and there's another disease in the pits. Those cards
Frailty, inertia, blood rot pox.
So we see Remembrance coming up from Jonathan. Now this, we might see him pivot to a bit more of a fatigue plan. Like when I see the card, that is what I'm thinking he might be up to.
Absolutely.
All right, so that Seek and Destroy coming in effect. Jonathan did not get to Arsenal that turn, as we talked about, of course. And now we go back to Levi. He also does not have the Arsenal, but Tempo is firmly in his grasp right now.
Yeah. We're going to see if Levi is going to be able... you have to assume that Levi here is going to be looking to leverage that Azalea effect to try to close and finish this game. We've only gotten through half of the... not even half of the Bravo's life. So we want to wonder, with all of these cards that Bravo's happy to block with, if he's able to still come with the hammer for 6 or more with that Bravo effect, that Dominate, especially without a card in the arsenal, is a way that perhaps Levi's going to be able to try to close through the remaining life deficit here.
Exactly, without the card in Arsenal and without much armor.
It's true.
There's one more block left on that Critter Fist, and I do believe the life totals haven't actually been completely updated. I do believe the Bravo should be a little lower. We did see the arrow buffed by the Seek and Destroy leak some damage, and we also saw the headshot that was unblocked.
True, indeed. So that will update our understanding of the
I do believe we have
story of the game. And this is looking a little more accurate now, 27 to 15.
Yes, so Levi has managed to build up a very big life lead here. So let's see if we can keep it and close this one out.
Yeah. So let's see how this is going to shake up. We have got a Seek and Destroy and a Take Aim on this Bolt and Shot. Now, not only not the effect of the Take Aim because there's no aim counter, but the Seek and Destroy text now applies to this Bolt and Shot. But when Bolt and Shot gets buffed, it gets Go again. And it also allows for a reload on hit. So Bolt and Shot, if you're able to get those buffs that Azalea likes to play, this Bolt and Shot is going to allow for more to happen on this turn. And it looks as though the Bolt and Shot did hit. The reload is on effect. Skullbone Cross Wrap showing the opt, Levi giving us all, giving us all the information. But critically, it is not an arrow, so we are not going to be able to continue this turn. So Jonathan taking a bit of a gamble and getting rewarded for his mentality here.
At the same time, Levi is representing a D-react right in the Arsenal. Yeah. And Jonathan took that hit completely, presumably to do a big dominate, but now it's a D-react in Arsenal. He's like, God damn it.
Is a man of the people, or person of the people. I don't want to assume pronouns, but a person of the people, you know, showing us the D-react, showing us the Enlightened Strike, showing his opponent the Enlightened Strike, just making sure we're all on the same page.
Yeah, very, very helpful for sure.
Yeah, we're all here to have fun.
So Jonathan taking a very aggressive stance there, not blocking a Bolt and Shot at all, and then the Seek and Destroy again. Back-to-back Seek and Destroys can be extremely debilitating against an opponent.
Indeed. And that Seek and Destroy is, of course, active here, so if Bravo does not use all the cards in his hand, he's once again not going to be able to have an arsenal. So we'll see how he wants to mitigate that and utilize everything he can. Pitching a Pulverize and a Thunderquake to come in with the Anothos here.
And keeping 2 cards in hand. So we might see that Pummel we've been talking about to buff this up to 10.
Yeah, but with Levi at 27, I mean, again, this is a free, happy sync below that I'm sure Levi's happy to use here. But Levi at 27, there is a total world where we can say, yeah, sure, you have that red Pummel, I'll take 10, I'll go to 17. I've got enough of a life lead here. You're at 6. My hero says Dominate 2. I might be able to push another 112 at you with Dominate.
And sometimes Azalea does struggle with using too many cards in hand, as we saw earlier when you don't have the buff, sometimes it's difficult for you to use too many cards. But Levi, helpful gentleman that he is, did show us the E-Strike, so we know he definitely can use all those cards in hand, even if it's just an E-Strike into load with Death Dealer and Fire and Arrow.
Yeah, definitely. So, I feel like it's only fair to say those Perch Grapplers, we haven't needed them that much. I feel like we talked about it at the beginning. We said we were going to come back and see how many times we were going to look at that Perch Grappler block. Levi's firmly in the driver's seat. Levi is firmly in the driver's seat here without those Perch Grapplers.
Yeah,
so
we did see 2
gotta
Crippling Crushes get through as well. And, he still said, nah, my Perch Grapplers are for go again. Who needs 2 life?
Yeah.
In this day and age.
Yeah, absolutely. So looking at a Go Again on the Enlightened Strike here, and we know that Go Again is at a premium for this Azalea deck. We know the Bolton shots allow for it, but these arrows with the Death Dealer, unlike Voltaire giving the draw card effect instead of the Go Again effect. I mean, E-Strike is such a versatile card. It does so much in so many matchups, but allowing Azalea to actually get, the equivalent of a chain. I know that there, potentially will be actions taken to break the chain, but the equivalent of a chain for these Rangers that don't otherwise get that effect can be really effective, especially when their opponent is sitting at a low life total.
Yeah, and especially when you use E-Strike for the Go Again effect, you're actually a little underrate using 2 cards for just 5 damage Go Again, whereas you could have used those 2 cards to block 6. But we see Levi...
Or throw 7.
Yeah, or 7. But we see Levi choose to fire it off anyway because Jonathan is at such a low life total. He wants to force cards off Jonathan's hand and finally end his game off on a dominate, probably.
Yeah. And this looks like a battering bolt as the attack from Azalea here, representing that I'm still going to have a card in Arsenal and forcing another full 6 block out of his opponent.
Yeah, Battering Bolt, a bit of tech brought in Azalea decks recently because of Dromai's relevance, actually.
Yeah.
It is a popper. It is also an arrow. You get to load it, and you sometimes get to fire it and do something good. Also against Dorinthia, actually. Very, very effective card against Dorinthia. The deck is full of attack reactions.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, activating the Skullbone Cross Wrap here and showing off the Sleep Dart. We're going to opt one. He's going to keep it to himself this time. He's not going to show it to us or show it to Jonathan, which I guess is fine.
Yeah, it's okay.
You don't have to fault him for that.
Yeah. Oh, he is showing it.
There he is.
Hey.
I spoke too soon. Man of the people, Levi. I did it again. Person of the people. But let's see. We've got 4 and Go Again coming in.
Yep.
And at this point, Jonathan's at 4. This is a must block. Everything above 3 is a must block. So this is feeling like Azalea's game to lose, unless we draw no arrows here.
Which could happen. She is a ranger.
But we are seeing that Levi has, these Azalea decks have teched against that. They have the Ravenous Rappels, they have the E-Strikes, they have the insurance for when they don't hit all the arrows, and it's looking like this might even just right here be enough to potentially get through the Bravo's defenses, because this is going to take 2 more cards out of the hand, blocking for 5.
Yep, very, very aggressive turn coming from the Azalea here. This is what, 4, 5, 14 damage off of 4 cards and still representing an arsenal?
Yeah.
Very strong turn.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, and Jonathan going down to 1? Ooh, that's a rough place to be against a deck that has Dominate on its hero ability.
Absolutely. And, this is the first game of the Calling. Sometimes there are nerves. We were talking about the block on the drill shot and some, potential sequencing just decisions. And you have to give major props for these players to just jumping on the stream round 1, saying, yeah, I'm game. So it's been really impressive to see them both pilot these heroes, even though it looks like Levi is going to be taking this, showing looks like a red or yellow Bolton shot off of the Skullbone Cross Wrap.
For sure, playing at a Calling already is enough for the nerves. Playing at a Calling on stream? Oh, that's another level.
Yeah. And interesting enough here, Levi opting to Azalea away the arrow, read the glide path on the stack, resolve it, and allow him to opt a card away and continue his turn.
Yeah, so this tells us he has the arrow he needs in his hand, and so this way he gets to leverage the Death Dealer draw effect.
Indeed.
And that's probably the card he's going to Arsenal at the end of his turn. Or at least ensures that he will have a card to Arsenal at the end of the turn. If this turn doesn't just end the game, that is.
Absolutely. Thank you, Darth Prentice in chat, comrade of the people. That's what that's how we'll be moving forward. And if I don't get pronouns, I'll just be everybody will be comrade. We're all on the battlefield of Wraith.
So at this point with Jonathan at 1, he does need to worry about Rain Razors and
This is why.
The third Rain Razors in the deck. Levi had it, and unless Jonathan has a direct, which he doesn't, we see the fist bump come out.
You know what we call that in the business? We call that a called shot.
Called shot.
I mean, you didn't do the shot, but you called the Rain Razors. Right when it came out. Taking a look, major congrats to Levi here on Azalea. Look, Azalea kind of giving the side eye a little bit. The hero portrait, which is interesting. I mean, I feel
had this in the bag.
Yeah, she's like, why did it take that long, bro? Like we were rocking and rolling. But what an interesting and exciting game. We're going to be seeing, but potentially we're going to be seeing some more meta-focused decks as the tournament goes on. So really cool to get a deck that is definitely considered off the meta, at least at the beginning, but will be, we got outsiders coming. And with somebody like Levi, who is such a incredible pilot of that hero, you have to know that he's just getting ready for whatever's coming in the pits.
For sure. And I'm sure he's glad about this meta, actually. With the narrative around this calling being very aggro-focused, he was just rubbing his hands evilly, being like, I'm going to bring Azalea here and just take down these aggro decks.
Yeah, rubbing his hands perhaps excitedly, perhaps not evilly.
All right.
We got to give him a little more credit.
I know the guy.
Yeah, okay. Oh, he's
slightly.
Understood.
He's an Icelander player, so all Icelander players tend to be slightly in the...
Aren't we both Icelander players?
Don't tell them that. Okay.
Yeah, Icelander players.
Got blue cover. Yeah. Instant speed channel Lake Frigid. Now that's just evil.
Yeah, but as Yuki Lee Bender called it on Twitter, Channel Lake Friendship.
Channel Lake Friendship.
I want to get that on a shirt.
Yeah.
If you instant speed a Channel Lake Frigid with Channel Lake Friendship on your shirt, I feel like your opponent should be allowed to ask for concession. Like that should be the time where it's okay. No man, it's okay. And they'll just be like,
just being friendly here. Yep.
Get this guy out of my tournament.
Pay your taxes friendlily.
Yeah. So that was our first game of. Yeah, absolutely. That was our first game of the calling. I want to say thank you to everybody who's tuning in. It looks like we've got 609.
That is wild.
That's insane. Thank you guys so much for tuning in.
And please go ahead and give the video a like to reach this out to more people.
A huge shout out. You're going to see him momentarily to Man Sant for putting this all together and making this all happen. We are aware that there were some, chunky little technical issues, but we're going to be working through those. We're going to take a bit of a longer break momentarily to get that all worked out. So hopefully for the rest of the calling, we'll be able to get you some interviews and utilize a little more of the time between rounds. I also want to shout out TCG Talk. I want you to know, man, that's how I look when I watch your streams. I'm just happy to be there. Just big fans. Cool. So we're going to be cutting to some B-roll momentarily just to give you guys a look at some events here, some events prior as we work through some of these just like little issues. And we'll be seeing you all very shortly. At the Calling Indianapolis, thank you so much for returning and joining us. Hope you all had a nice break. Did you do anything special over your break, Pankaj?
Yeah, put on a mask.
Put on a mask. Yeah, we got some word. We'll see what we can do. We're very far from everybody.
Yeah.
It's a little more muffled.
Yeah, and it's slightly nasally, but yes, they have requested that we put on the masks, and we'll see if we can do something about it.
We'll see what happens. You know, we like to, make it a little more personable for everybody at home. But
For sure.
round one has completed over here. They're working through the extra turns and the extra time on
Some
that.
Oldhims out there, you know what I'm saying? They have
Still,
the extra time.
No matter what, they're not going anywhere. Even if it's just Titan's Fist. If they got Rampart in the Ram's Head and they got Stalagmite, the bastion of extra time, like it's gonna be a lot. Let's go ahead and talk a little bit about. I was just looking here. We got a fancy little software that lets us look at the pairings, how we're gonna pick our feature matches and stuff.
And the results from round one. We have some
we're able
interesting narratives already.
Yeah, we're able to look at some of the players who have already taken that first win. Some notable names we see Ryan Rich, top 4 of I think U.S. nationals on Icelander.
I think so.
Sure. A bunch of other people that Michael Fang got round 1 win, Joe Cologne, Alex Sneed of the Card Guys.
And
Please.
And we got 2 really prominent. That's like a top 8 match right there.
100%. Should we spoil who won that game?
I think we should. Let's not leave chat hanging for too long.
Yeah, that's fair.
So Isaac Crew did manage to get that over Yuanji Lee. Yuanji on Briar. And do we know what Isaac was on?
I don't. I've never met the man. I've just kind of seen the legend. Like D-Rude on Twitter is just he's like his biggest fan and constantly just peddling the story of Mr. Crute. I feel like he's just on top tier S deck, Yeah. I feel like without any bans, that man's on Oldhim 100%.
The vibe I have is Oldhim. I believe he is a Guardian player. I think we saw him at Pro Tour 1. He was on the Guardian. I just don't remember. I mean, it was probably, the one we don't talk about.
Probably was.
Yeah.
We don't talk about Starvo.
Something in the wind.
Just a mysterious voice. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't know you could sing like that.
Oh yeah, and
You've got a nice falsetto.
very hidden talent actually.
Let's look at some other names. SoCal local legend, second place at the World Championship, Chris Iali. We're hoping to get him on stream on one of these time. He's been playing a new hero recently. If you checked out the AGE Open, Arcane Games and Events over in SoCal, he got second place there, rocking a different hero than people have associated him with. He's playing that today. He also picked up his round 1 win. Hopefully we can get him on the stream.
I'm sure we'll see him at a later round for sure. I mean, that man's a top tier player. Second at Worlds. Yeah, he was against Michael Hamilton.
Indeed. I was first round for that match. See if these pairings are up and I can see who we're going to get. I don't know.
Yes, we will be doing a bit of the feature match setup on stream, unfortunately. We don't really have that many runners, trying to help. So
we will be doing this,
yes.
As somebody
seeing the magic happen.
Oh, yeah. Let's see who else got a round 1 win. Matt Rogers from Diananda. Matt McInnes out of Team Magnolia picked up his round 1 win. Pat Eshi, hope I'm saying that right, my friend. Tarek Patel, Dan Rakowski, Aaron Shantz, another Canadian.
I believe Brody Spolok is also at this event. Do we know how he did?
I can look.
Oh, yeah.
I can do
got a software.
I can scroll.
He's got a magic right here. Yep.
Let's see.
Scroll, find the Brody Spolok.
Absolutely. Matt DeMarco, Flake coming out with that win. Caster still got it, baby.
Nice. Got to support the content creators.
100%. Peter Budensik. I looked that up. He posted on Twitter. Budensik. How you pronounce it? He got that round 1 win. He's very much talking. He says he's got the spice. He says he's got the Phi list of Phi lists. Yeah, he told me he's playing some tech cards. I'm hearing from rumblings. A lot of these Phi players, even if they're running a bunch of blues, are running Ravenous Rabble. That has, I think, made a resurgence. I know George Roger out in the UK, when I was playing his Kodachi Phi list that he won UK Nats with, that was a big part of his deck because those Kodachi lists, they run 9 to 11 blues a lot of the time. And Ravenous Rabble suddenly becomes even better in that regard.
Also, Mask of Momentum, you get to threaten that twice every turn, pretty much, and Take the Temple. I love that card. Take the Temple is such an amazing card, especially when paired with Mask of Momentum.
Yeah, 100%. Looks though Fino Black took his game down as well. I can see that here. Looking for Brody.
Perfect.
Looking for Brody.
So on top of the spicy Phi list, I have heard rumblings of spicy Dromai lists. Now,
yes,
kind of akin to the one DM Armada took to second place at the Goliath Gauntlet, a little more red hot type of style, a little more aggressive Dromais to combat the number of Phis and Briars we expect to see today. So we might be able to get one of those on stream for you at some point today.
Yeah. Now, I haven't seen his name. Maybe Brody's here, and I just missed him, but we'll try to get him.
Maybe Brody's here. This guy travels all over the world.
What am I saying?
Maybe
What am I saying?
Ooh.
I'm here in round 2. Parents are on the clock, which means I'm going to look and see if we can get that feature match.
Ooh.
Cool. We're going to set up our next feature match. So I think we're going to be trying to get a Dorinthia on, so look for that. And we'll be cutting back to you guys momentarily. Stick around. Welcome back, everybody, to the Calling Indianapolis. We've got our feature match set up. It is Arya Howe versus Colin Ross. Let's take a look, or walk me through, Pankaj, the heroes that we're looking at.
So we have a bit of a classic battle here. We've got Dorinthia versus Rhinar. Yes, going straight into the lore here. So let's start with the key cards in either side here. Now, this matchup is very dynamic, is the term that comes to mind. The tempo is going to shift from one end to the other. So on the Dorinthia side, the cards she's looking at to establish the tempo is Steelblade Supremacy, which threatens a lot on the turn that it is used, especially when pairs go against stuff like the Refraction Bolters or even, God forbid, a Glistening Steelblade. Alongside that, we have Ironsong Pride. Now, typically, the hardest counter for Dorinthia to get on the Dawnblade is that first counter. But once you get that first counter, now the Dawnblade is coming for a breakpoint every single time. So Ironsong Pride, Steelblade Supremacy are the cards we're looking at the Dorinthia side to establish that tempo and hopefully keep it for the rest of the game. Now, on the Rhinar side, Rhinar has Bloodrush Bellow. Now, their version of Art of War, effectively, instead of, draw 2 and +1 to everything, this is draw 2 and +2 to everything, along with an Intimidate trigger, usually. So we can see the Rhinar trying to use that to swing back the tempo. We might even see them potentially allow a Dawnblade to hit if they are confident that he can come back with a very strong Bloodrush Bellow turn. And finally, defense reactions. Now, this is just because they are against a warrior. Defense reaction is very good against Dorinthia, especially when parked in that arsenal to deny the Dorinthia that reprise effect.
Definitely. Yeah, and I see some people in the chat saying what's up to Arya. We've got a bit of another local SoCal legend here in Arya Howe. She top forward battle hard in Dallas, but most recently in literally the armories I go to, won 3 in a row. She won 3 Arachnes in a row in our local armories, so she is definitely a Dorinthia player through and through. I talked to her a little bit at our last armory. She was very excited for the potential metagame here at this event with Dori. She's feeling very confident. Both these players are 1-0 going into this game, so we'll see how this is going to set up here. Let's go ahead and get down to the match as we get into the game.
And Dorinthia honestly coming out pretty strong after these bans. The loss of hypothermia means that she has much more game to Icelander now. And as well as the meta being a little more aggro slanted, Dorinthia does thrive in metas like these. She loves punishing heroes that don't want to block her and just rack up those Dawnblade counters.
Absolutely. I mean, Flesh and Blood is a game about presenting problems. And when you can present a weapon that just consistently grows bigger, when it's a race and you have the persistent advantage and a fair amount of just damage in your own cards, it's hard for these decks that really don't like blocking to come through and do that. And it'll be interesting to see how many no blocks Colin Ross is running. I mean, we all know Smash with Big Tree. We know Rhinar legendary card specialization. I mean, yeah, because a lot of
almost wonder whether that was just a bit of a balancing act, because a lot of Rhinor's attacks will prevent the opponent from blocking, right? With Intimidate. They're like, you don't get to block, and as a balancing factor, you know what? I don't get to block with these cards either.
Absolutely. So we're going to be getting back into the game here. It'll be interesting to see how many of these counters we're going to get on this Dawnblade. Yeah, I'm seeing some Fs in the chat. It's coming back, y'all.
It's coming back. I think we're back.
Yeah, I think we're good. Players are waiting for the go-ahead.
Yep.
Hopefully they get that go-ahead momentarily.
Also, these players do get a bit of extra time, so because of all these, sometimes technical difficulties, and also just, being on stream and being very accommodating and allowing us to watch their match. So
yeah, absolutely.
Rest assured that they are getting the time back that they deserve.
All right, and it looks as though we are back up and rolling here. We're going to give the players the go-ahead to go again. Go down to battle, you know what I'm saying?
And we did miss the die roll, but it looks like the Rhinar with a tunic counter is going to be going first. Now, this is a bit tricky because Rhinar, might be able to intimidate up to 3 cards from this Dorinthia's hand and leak a bunch of damage turn 0, and definitely start the game with tempo. Let's see whether he's got that hand.
Yeah. No, it's when you're playing a hero that doesn't mind, or that can actually accrue significant value and advantage on that first turn of the game, it feels even better to win that die roll. You don't just get to set up your arsenal. You don't just get to maybe filter your hand. You get to potentially actually get some value out of the card. So it'll be interesting to see if Rhinar is able to get that Intimidate off.
For sure. But importantly, if Rhinar doesn't manage to get a bit of a life lead, I think this Dorinthia is going to be very happy going second, because typically when you go second, you get to start the game with tempo. You get to start asking the questions Are you going to give me blocks and sacrifice your potential aggressive output?
Yeah, 100%. So we've got a riled up coming in, looking like it'll most likely be coming in for 6 here.
Yep. So Colin allowing Arya to filter her land
a little bit.
filter her hand a little bit.
And, you know, on a deck like, say, Viscerai, where you might draw a hand of 4 non-attacks, and all of a sudden you're like, thank you so much for the filter, you are always happy most of the time to see that damage coming at you. The thing about Dorinthia is maybe she drew a hand with no go again. I didn't quite see those blocks went away rather quickly. But if you draw a hand with no go again, you're probably also happy to like, yeah, I'll take that attack. I'll block some cards. Let me see if I can get a way to get this Dawnblade to move forward. And it looks like we're going to see a Warrior's Valor, which is going to threaten the go again if it hits after the buff.
And I really loved that block from Arya. She was really making use of the advantage that Colin gave her to filter. She blocked with 3. She overblocked. She blocked a total of 10 on an attack of 6 just to see more cards. Now, unfortunately, she does seem to have drawn 2 defense reactions. There's 2 Fate Force scenes here, so a little bit of a dud going in second, but she does force blocks from the Rhinar. Now, Colin did block Exact and the Dawnblade, and typically when a player does that against Dori, we can expect a defense reaction somewhere, probably in Colin's arsenal at this point.
Yeah. So we're going to get our first Intimidate of the game here with this.
Smash Instinct. I believe that's a red? Looks like a red.
Yeah, so should be coming in for a good chunk of damage.
Yep, although Arya does have the D-React in Arsenal and the D-React hand, then, we did saw her draw 2 in the previous hand, so she has D-Reacts aplenty.
Yeah.
And having a D-React in Arsenal against Rhinar is very, very effective, especially against barraging beatdown turns.
Absolutely.
Because, yes, it has the text where if you block with 2 non-equipment cards, you deny the buff from an opponent, and as long as you just keep one of your blocking cards in your arsenal, it's very easy to deny that buff from the barraging beatdown.
Definitely.
So we see Arya opting to keep the direct in her arsenal and use the one in her hand over here.
It's, if she plays it out of her arsenal and then she is able to use it from her, or put the one in her hand back in her arsenal, it's virtually the same thing. This allows her to just keep it in there, keep some more information hidden from her opponent. Perhaps he thinks it's one of her power cards, a Steelblade Supremacy, a Glistening Steelblade, and even an Iron Song Determination. So it gives her opponent a little more thinking to do while allowing her to continue on with her turn as normal. With the CNC here, this is going to threaten the arsenal. It's most likely going to take 2 cards out of Rhinar's hand and allow kind of the game to continue. Both players are
Thing 2 nuts right now, and I think just as you said, either player is just waiting for their first power turn.
Yeah, absolutely. So once we very shortly get the video feed back, we'll be able to see what happens after that CNC.
Thank you for bearing with us. Just some small technical difficulties early in the day today.
Yeah, we got a lot of rounds of Flesh and Blood coming up today and tomorrow. These things, as always, rear their ugly head only once we're live, so we'll be able to continue to massage the situation. And
it's funny how that happens. We did test this yesterday, and it was perfectly fine.
12 hours of testing, just making sure it all worked. Got here as soon as the hall opened, making sure everything's running smoothly. But we got so many lovely, friendly faces in chat. Maybe that's too much for our old monitor. We did have a nice calm talk. All right, it's looking like we are back. We're going to be just at a little bit of a delay because I can see here on the live stream we've got footage, just our monitor that's coming up.
So we see Rhinar follow back with this, another 6 attack of his own. So once again, they're just going back and forth, sending 6 attacks at each other. No hero has leaked any damage at this point.
Yeah, so we've got, just move this closer for us. Got an attack coming in for 6. Looks like Arya's looking like how she wants to block.
And it did get 1 card intimidated from her, but she still has a D-React in her arsenal.
Indeed.
Oh, and we see her use it this time. Okay, so maybe this is telling that she has something better she wants to put in there. Maybe one of those power cards you were talking about earlier.
Definitely, yeah.
Singing Steelblade Supremacy, maybe even Iron Song Pride.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we're hopeful to have made a more permanent fix. So this should be smooth sailing for the rest of this.
So we do see a Steelblade Supremacy in hand. Is that signed?
Oh, I know from Arya, she's got a fair amount of signed. She's using the Calling playmat, but her beautiful Dorinthia playmat is also signed by the artist.
Oh, and the Dorinthia itself as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. She's been playing this hero for quite some time.
Mm-hmm. And you can tell. Okay, so we see Steel Supremacy starting here, and just one card remaining in hand, so not entirely sure how much you'll be able to threaten with this. Dorinthia, when she has fewer cards in hand, definitely is a lot easier to block than when she has multiple. Of course, if that hand is something like a Singing Steelblade, then this could get out of hand pretty quickly. Remember, Steelblade Supremacy does allow the Dori to draw a card every time the Dawnblade hits this turn.
Mm-hmm. So let's see, we're going to be blocking with the Scabskins and with the 3-block to cover it up entirely. The Out for Blood coming in, which is going to buff this attack by 3, bring it up to 8, and then we'll buff the next attack this turn. Now, so a lot of these Dori lists have been running. We saw the CNC already from Arya. She's not going to have to pitch for it if she does draw it, but it looks like the second D-React is going to stuff that, turn off the draw card effect off of the Supremacy, and bring us back to 40-40. Both players still looking for that first point of advantage.
Yep, and we talked about this earlier. Based on Colin's exact blocking the Dawnblade that came in from 6 earlier, we kind of expected him to have a D-React parked in the arsenal, and we do see that finally come out here. Now, one thing that Arya also needs to do is sort of get this D-Reacts out of the Rhinar's deck before she can actually try and start punishing and pushing Dawnblade counters.
Definitely. And the other thing that Dorinthia has to do, as we're going to see an Intimidate come off here, is work through that armor. We already got that first block off the Scabskin Leathers, got the block off of the Crown of Providence forthcoming after this Intimidate. And if I know Arya, she's pitch stacking for endgame. She really pitch stacks to make sure she has powerful ways to close this game out. So she's probably okay with some of this beginning stages of the game without being able to kind of find that first point of advantage. Knowing her, she's making sure that she's going to have something strong for when she really needs it.
Yep, and let's zoom into a hand over here with these beautiful hand cams that production has set up for us. When I say production, I mean Mansant.
Momentarily, but
yep.
For now, it looks like she's potentially going to be blocking with the Twinning Blade.
Yeah, so Twinning Blade, one of those cards that's really more powerful when there's already counters on the Dawnblade, because typically you Twinning Blade to go around an opponent's overblock, but if you didn't hit the first time, that second attack isn't going to threaten the counter anyway. So typically we see that happen when there's already a counter on Dawnblade to try and preserve that counter with that second attack after the opponent has overblocked on the first one.
Indeed. Sometimes you want to set up for that 3-attack hand with the Twinning Blade, and sometimes you can use it to blow your opponent out when they've already committed the 12 block from their hand.
So Arya taking a think on this hand, and I think she does have some power cards which she is hesitant to block with. Like what you talked about, she does want to set up for a good second cycle, and she wants to be seeing these cards like Twinning Blade and Steelblade Supremacy later on. So let's see how she maneuvers her way out of drawing these power cards early, when she'd rather see it later when the Rhinor's D-Reacts are out of the deck, when the armor is a little more chipped over.
It's funny, every time these players just like pause and take a second to think, I'm like, did it freeze? But they're just like thinking and making their plays. I'm like, oh no.
Yep. Very measured decisions from both players, yeah.
Yeah, is this Mandible Claw just going to be coming in for 3, it looks like?
Yep, it was off the Scabskins roll, they had the extra action point.
Yep. So Arya dropping down to 34 here. First blood has been struck. A red Warrior's Valor with that Glint the Quicksilver being pitched. Is that a glint? No. The die is covering it. Just the one floating is confusing. Oh, because of that. Yeah, it's a glint.
Yeah. And I think there's a Steelblade Supremacy in hand as well. So we're going to see that being parked in Arsenal, and maybe she's setting up for a bigger 5-card hand to come to use it this time instead of the 3-card hand that we saw use it earlier.
Because with the one floating here, and Rhinar has shown a propensity to be able to, or to be willing to just block with 2 cards, and it looks like he's going to go for it and do that there. Just force Arya to have the multiple card hands, take some damage to do some damage, right? He seems to be saying, like, if you want to come at me with 4 or 5 cards, you got to take some cards, or take some damage from me here, because he's not allowing her to get any advantage off these Warrior Valors, get in with that second attack. He's saying, no, I'm good to just stop the turn here.
Yep. So again, blocking exact on that Dawnblade attack makes me wonder whether Colin has the D-React in hand. Yeah. Because typically if you block exact and you don't have the D-React, you're very susceptible to being blown out just by any sort of attack reaction over the top, and then a Dawnblade gets to come in again.
For sure. And now Crown of Providence, a lot of players, I think, sometimes can play too much towards the filter effect, but when CNC is, when you are worried about a CNC, the effect of Crown of Providence basically turning off that first CNC, allowing it to just get that arsenal out of the way and draw a card, making the CNC much, much less threatening. Colin is going to set up a 5-card hand for his next turn by arsenaling whatever was last in his hand. But now Arya doesn't have to worry about blocking with 2 cards. Arya gets to completely just throw everything she's got at this Rhinar and see if she's going to be able to set up that counter for the first time. And with the first block on the Scabskins, he doesn't have the same fridge to just throw at the first Dawnblade and potentially turn off the reprise.
And very importantly, I think Arya has run into a third Steelblade Supremacy, which is definitely not something she wants to see this early. But remember, the second one was an Arsenal and did get tucked away by the Crown of Providence, so she is still maintaining some threat density in her deck. So using that, the Crown of Providence on the CNC that actually had 2 effects there. One, you get to dodge the CNC on hit, and you're keeping the threat of Steelblade Supremacy blocked from the Crown of Providence there. And now we see, wow, just naturally... Oh, we're live? Okay, cool. So let's just chat up on what happened there. So Arya did come into the second Dawnblade swing for 7 because it still had the buff from Steelblade Supremacy and Ironsong Determination. And she also used Brave Forge Braces on it. And Colin just said no blocks and allowed the Dawnblade to get the counter, which I think is a very intelligent decision. I think if you don't have the D-React to stop the Dawnblade from hitting, you might as well just let it hit and come back with a very strong turn of your own, which we do see Colin doing. He has started this turn with the Blood Rush Bellow, discarding that Beast Within, which basically nullifies it on the claws on the chain, so she didn't have 2 cards remaining to stop that barraging beatdown buff from happening. So now it's back to Arya. I think she had a bit of a brick hand. She drew 4 reds, which is why I think she was more inclined to try and block that Blood Rush turn, but of course, Rhinar with an Intimidate mechanic not allowing her to do so.
Yeah, absolutely, and it looks as though...
And so, not the greatest, but at the same time, that's 2 cards out of Colin's hand. Now, Rhinar on few cards typically is just going to be sending an attack for 6, maybe 8 if it's a swing big.
Indeed.
Oh, we see a Reckless Swing come out from Colin. There was 3 defense reactions in his hand.
Wow.
Just a perfect answer for Dori. Pretty unfortunate for Arya over here. Although that Reckless Swing did not discard a 6 attack, which means it did not deal damage to Arya. So at least she's got that going for her. But she did lose that Dawnblade counter.
Yep. So we are going to see, even though this did take that counter off from Arya here and Dorinthia, Colin's turn is going to be Arsenal Pass. So she now has the potential with the 4-card hand to see if she can come back and threaten another counter and perhaps put herself in the position to close this life gap and find a way back into this game.
Yep, that was 3 defense reactions in hand, but Reckless Swing does cost an additional card to play. It does have the text that as an additional cost to play, you need to discard a card. So that was all 4 cards out of Colin's hand to stop the Downblade counter. Dawnblade counter.
Yeah, absolutely.
Downblade counter.
Downblade counter. Downblade counter, Downblade counter, Downblade counter. 3 times fast.
That is a tongue twister for you.
Dominated Downblade counter.
So you do see a CNC in Arya's hand. I really like the inclusion in Dori list because a lot of times you can give your Dawnblade go again, but it may not hit, and you can't attack with it again because your Dorinthia ability didn't trigger. But having a card like CNC allows you to follow up and actually use that go again.
Absolutely, and cards like Out for Blood that buff the next attack on the turn, you can get that in on the CNC. A CNC for 7 can be significantly more threatening than a CNC for 6 because you can't just block out with your 2-3 blocks from hand.
Yep, reminds me of Ira in those old Blitz days, if you remember that. Kadachi into CNC for 7. Those were brutal. So remember, run through buffs the next attack here, not the one that it's actually targeting. It gives go again to the current attack and then +2 to the next Dawnblade swing.
So we'll see. It looks like that first one was taken from Colin, going down to 21.
So now she did get the Dorinthia trigger, and she does have the CNC in hand. So interesting. This will be interesting to see whether she chooses to opt to go for the CNC or threaten a second counter. Now remember, Colin didn't block this Dawnblade at all. So maybe she'll take that as a sign of, I need to take cards out of my opponent's hand to not get hit by another huge Blood Rush turn.
Yeah, indeed. Dawnblade's going to come in, and now with the effect from the run-through coming in for 5, we have the Crown of Providence available if you want to block with your Crown plus another 3 block to cover this up. But how threatening is Colin's hand? If he's thinking he can close this game out, intimidate some cards away, again, that last Dawnblade counter didn't end up too bad for him. He's put himself in a position to stare it down and be able to clap back with huge turns of his own. So it all depends on the cards he's drawn here.
That's true. When the opponent's at sub 20, it can actually get very scary. One good Blood Rush turn can just put them in lethal range. We have seen that happen in Blitz tournaments before.
Haven't we? I think a certain Australian man.
Yes. Turn 1 Rhinar dealt
Something like
I don't know,
that.
15 damage or something like that. So, and Ara is exactly a 15 here. So, well, we do see a card come out from Colin here.
What is the lore on Hayden Dale? Does he just live in Australia? Or is he Australian? Is he a true New Zealander?
Oh, I have no idea. Also, was that a bit of an accent you just put on there?
No, nothing like that.
What are you, an actor or something?
No, nothing like that. Please don't reveal. not like this.
Ooh, we see Iron Song Determination and singing Steelblade drawn from Arya over here. So
And the natural glint, so.
Yep.
The roll of the Scabskins is going to go ahead and just make the one action point. He's not breaking the Gambler's Gloves, not risking to roll that one and just turn the turn off.
That'll be a surefire way to lose all the tempo
Yeah.
that you've gained over the course of this game.
All right. Intimidating a card away with this High Roller, which is going to just intimidate.
Into a
And because
smash.
he's rolled a die for Scabskins, he's intimidating twice. So as we were saying, intimidating cards out of the hand is going to go ahead and potentially put him in a position to really leak some damage here.
So I believe the second Intimidate came from the Smash Instinct over here. The High Rollers, I think, specifies that if they rolled a 6, then it gets intimidated twice. Yeah, it is the blue one. I believe the red one, it says if you rolled 4, 5, or 6, you get to intimidate twice. So Smash Instinct coming in for 7, and this is, man, blocking against Rhinar can just be so awkward sometimes. You might have that extra blue you don't need, or just that extra buff that you don't need, and, oh, but that's an Intimidator away. Now you can't block with that.
Absolutely. All right, let's see how Arya wants to respond to this. She's checking her Intimidate cards in the tank a little bit.
Yep, when it gets to this low, you know she doesn't want to go down to sub 10. Now, going to sub 10 against Rhinar is kind of just asking for it. If you're not going to be threatening lethal after going to sub 10, you could very well just be dead. It's similar to, Storm Striders on a Wizard side. If you go to sub 10 against a Wizard, you're like, oh no, death is looming around the corner.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like she's going to go ahead and block with her Brave Forge there and block with the Warrior's Valor. Covering up some of the damage, going down to 12. Keeping some cards in her hand, card in her arsenal.
Something we haven't talked about, actually, is Arya's choice of the chest piece. She opted for Tunic instead of Courage of Bladehold. Remember, Courage of Bladehold does have 2-block tempo on it, which can be critical when a lot of your cards are being intimidated away to still manage to preserve your life. So maybe she was expecting this game to go a little longer, and that's why she chose to bring in the Tunic instead of something like the Courage, which lends itself more towards a fast game where you kind of want to burst some damage through on the turn you pop that Courage.
Absolutely. And Colin, showing an understanding of Dorinthia here by, in case that Glint the Quicksilver is in hand, by not turning on the Reprise, that Glint giving the go again, but it's so much different when the Glint doesn't also give you a card to continue your turn, continue the power. So even though that Dawnblade is hit once, he's basically saying, show me what you got with these 2 cards. One floating. And it looks like Arya is trying to figure out exactly how to proceed. She's got the one if she wants to put it into her Brave Forge and a card in hand to pitch. But with her at 12 and Colin at 18, when you're facing down a Rhinar, you can be dead real quick.
Yep. Definitely, Glint without the draw effect definitely feels like you just played half a card. We saw her play the run-through earlier, which is go again and +2. But Glint, when you don't do the Reprise, it is just go again. You use the entire card just to give your sword go again. That does not feel very good. So very, very well played by Colin over there, not giving Arya that window.
All right, yeah, and it does look like she's going to put the resource into the Brave Forge, allow this attack to come into 4. Colin says, no blocks, send me the bill. Gonna go ahead and get that counter. It's gonna set herself up nicely to draw 4 cards, have a Tunic counter online for that Dawnblade turn, but this is the Blood Rush Bella. This is what you have to expect when you see a Rhinar saying, you got it, I'll take this damage.
Yep,
you have to expect a Blood Rush Bellow.
And we did talk about this early on at the start of the game. We might see Rhinar just allow the Dawnblade to hit if they can come back with a very strong turn of their own, which Blood Rush Bellow is a very good start for them.
Yeah, and here's the Intimidate. I think Colin is at least 14, if not lower. See if we can get them to
update that, yeah.
Just their life totals.
Definitely got very excited about going to this Blood Rush, and he's saying, you know what, I'm going to end the game right here. It doesn't matter what my life's at. I'm alive. That's all that matters.
Yeah. All right, so that Rhinar Intimidate taking the card away.
Yep, and we do see a CNC in hand. Remember, CNC does not get buffed by this Blood Rush Bellow because it is not a brute attack. So
CNC is brutish, but it is not a brute attack. Now I'll see myself out. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so that's maybe a bit of a brick from the Rhinar there. You definitely do want to draw enough blues on a turn where you do the Blood Rush, so you can go claw into claw, and each of those claws coming in for 5. But
Perhaps Claw into CNC it's not what you want to see out of a Blood Rush turn, but certainly threatening. It's 5 damage plus 6 damage, and the on-hit effect of the 6 takes at least, definitively takes a card away from your opponent here. So if that is his only recourse, that could be the direction he goes in.
Definitely, and also the tricky thing about blocking against Rhinar is that you kind of want to block the early attacks because you're not sure whether your remaining cards are going to be intimidated away. So if he can bait blocks out from the Claw and then go into the CNC after Aria has already used cards to block and may not be able to block out the CNC completely, that is a lot of value to gain even when you CNC on a Blood Rush turn.
Yeah, and this is going to be a barraging beatdown coming in from the Rhinar here. This is going to represent a lot of damage. It's going to represent and intimidate.
Yep, but it is leaving Aria with 2 cards remaining, so unless we see another Intimidate, that barraging beatdown buff can be removed out, but we do see another Intimidate, so...
This is going to be a big ol' attack.
This is a big bonk.
This is a big bonk.
I believe that's a technical term for it.
Yeah, I was told actually by the judging staff here that anything larger than 6 or 7, we have to refer to as a big bonk.
Big bonk.
Yeah, so big bonk coming in for 13.
Yes, 13, unless it is blocked with 2 non-equipment cards. So let's see if that Arsenal card is a D-React. I believe it isn't. We have been seeing her hands. I don't think it's a G-React there, so there's a lot of damage to come through.
So this Glint is going to block 3.
Yep, so that's leaking...
10.
11?
13 minus 3.
14? 13, yes, you're right. Yes, no, I can't math.
Yeah, I actually went to Carnegie Mellon for computer science and physics.
Oh,
so,
did you?
Yeah.
Oh, I actually went for drama.
Did you?
Yeah.
That's really interesting. Yeah, we have such accurate stories from our time there.
Definitely not flipped at all.
Them. All right, let's see. So Arya taking 10 damage, and you have to wonder if that... She has her bolters up. So if that was her only source of go again, she's going to be able to get it here on this turn, even though Glint the Quicksilver is an incredibly versatile card. We're going to see the Glistening Steel Blade. Now, how threatening are Dawn Blade counters when you're Colin Ross here and you're at 14 staring down a opponent at 2? That Glistening Steel Blade can be one of the scarier cards in the matchup along with the Siren Song's Determination. But again, when you're looking down an opponent at 2, how much do you think you're afraid of these cards?
That is one of the sort of drawbacks of playing a hero that is reliant on snowballing. When your snowball comes too late, you don't really get the benefit of these Dawnblade counters. Like, she might end this turn with 3 or 4 Dawnblade counters, but if she's just gonna die the next turn, it doesn't matter. She got all those Dawnblade counters. So she's definitely hoping to see a hand like this earlier to match the Blood Rush turns we saw from Colin. So to answer your question in short, succinctly, I don't think it is that threatening when your opponent's at 2, and you can intimidate cards out of the hand.
Indeed. Happens at the end of the game here. Hopefully we can get it back up.
Yep.
Make sure no reckless swings happened in our absence.
Yeah, we might just see the players packing up as we tune back in.
All right, well, we're going to hope it's not Arya's AirPods, as I see in chat. I'm going to go ahead and assume it's not the case.
Yeah.
She's very far away. Unfortunately, this stream is so far away, which is part of why we are having...
That is true. We did need to, get 100 feet cables to have our cameras connect all the way from the feature match to our computers over here.
All right, so we'll see. Getting these things plugged back in, or replugged.
Plugging back into the matrix there. None of them.
Yeah, we're trying to get it all worked out. F's in the chat.
Yep.
For the stream here.
They can still hear us, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
All right. We didn't see the reckless.
Yeah, we don't know.
We're afraid of the reckless for
Yeah,
the Dori player.
definitely.
Really?
But yeah, but the Dori is at 2 though. You know, it's just a matter of time until a Rhinar finds that
I know,
reckless. So
it is an unfortunate timing.
yeah, I mean, double blood rush is hard to beat, especially when the first blood rush was so critical. Exactly, it was a 5/5 into 14 swing big.
Yeah, so these 100-foot cables proven to be our challenge here.
So Jake Warburton in chat, that is a no from us.
Yeah, looking like the reckless was in the hand there. So can we just imagine it?
Just imagine it.
It's like, oh, he played. Oh, and the reckless swing is gonna close the game out. Oh my goodness, it's amazing when it always seems to be there when they're at 2.
Exactly. So RM potentially maybe regretting not blocking with the tunic there, but then again, I think the writing was on the wall, and I think she was trying to play for her outs and just say, you know what, I'm just gonna hope you don't have it, which is sometimes a call you have to make.
Yeah,
when
absolutely.
When the game gets that slow.
And it's you know, and Arya was in a position there where she was only able to block with that one card out of her hand. I don't think there was any way with the barraging beatdown buff to keep herself out of that 2-kill range on the reckless swing. So
Definitely.
that's just sometimes the way it works out with these Rhinar decks. They intimidate a lot of cards away. They present these huge big bonks, and it's hard to come back from that.
Big bonks indeed. So this classic battle, at least in today's episode, went to the Rhinar. Do we know what happens in the lore actually between Dorinthia and Rhinar in that classic battle they had, like on that hill or wherever it
Oh
was?
man, I mean, I got one to teach my family. I did read some of the lore of the book. That they have their own little. It's not like, you know, the one of fabled legend.
Yeah.
I learned a bit more about the 2 people in the back of young Dorinthia's art. They are some important people. I'm pretty sure the young man meets a grisly end, and that provides some pretty significant character growth for Dorinthia. I think the classic battle. I think they run. I think they have to run from the brutes. And it's,
As in the warriors, as Dorinthia needs to run away from the brutes?
there's like in the battle, they eventually like, you just gotta go, just go.
Okay, so leaving it vague and ambiguous.
Yeah. So we are working on getting our monitors back together.
So tell me, when you taught your family about this Rhinar versus Dorinthia classic battle, did you perform the parts?
I performed no parts.
Okay. If you had to put a voice to Rhinar.
To Rhinar?
Rhinar, yes. How is it? I imagine like a little more like guttural, like a little, you
totally.
know, like brutish,
It would
like
probably be like, hold on, let me just clear my throat.
me swing big.
Yeah, it'd probably be like, hello, good sir. I've come to battle you, and I wish to destroy you with my romping club. And then Dorinthia is probably something along the lines of like, I want to kill you. You must die before I can acquire a counter. And then Rhinar goes something like, well, that's disagreeable, unfortunately. I do wish that we could come to an agreement that did not require such reckless swings of verbiage, as it were. And then Dorinthia says something like, smash! And then I think that's probably how it would go down.
Very, very accurate. Now I'm imagining Rhinar with a monocle and a top hat, maybe even a cane instead of a romping club.
Julian O'Byrne in the chat saying, look, he did perform all the parts. That is a lie. It's a bold-faced lie. I think he's just commenting on me performing them now.
That last name sounds familiar. Is he related to you by any chance?
He may or may not be my younger brother. But I can neither confirm nor deny any parts performing. I did it for you because you're my friend.
Oh, thank you.
I didn't do it for my brother because I give him a lot of my time and attention. You know, he didn't need that as well.
Yeah, younger brothers.
Yeah. Taylor Moore saying Sam be in the D&D group. Taylor, that is actually part of what I do for work. It's mostly what I do for work is I run games of Dungeons and Dragons for children. And when they didn't have some players show up recently to one of their sessions in place, I taught them Flesh and Blood.
Howling Mount says, are they allowed to cosplay Top Hat Monocle British Rhinar?
100%.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, that was the entire intention of that. If everybody shows up to the next cosplay challenge as Monocle Rhinar, that's the new talent. Monocle Rhinar.
Yeah. And Howling Minds actually has a natural British accent. So actually, just,
Oh my gosh! Was learning this game recently, or not recently, like 2 years ago. That podcast was the first one I found and the first one I listened to.
Oh. Attack for 20, good podcast.
Yeah, a great podcast. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I see DT in the chat, local legend, Anthony Zacella. Thanks for tuning in. Techlo Foundry tuning in. Thanks for joining us. One of my, I would say teammates, but we mostly hang out and make YouTube videos and play the game. But Aiden Kwasniewski is a huge Dash fan, and I'm pretty sure your videos were highly informative for him.
Techlo Foundry, one of my locals actually, out in the Seattle area.
Oh, wow.
A lot at armories and stuff.
Look at that. Getting some waves. No one is talking about surgical extraction short print. Let's talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
It was short printed.
It was short
It was
printed.
an accident.
Yep. What are you going to do about it?
That was fun.
I was really hoping they would, maybe make some armory promos or something that's surgical extraction, just to help with that short printing.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go ahead and look. I'm seeing it. How did Levi Azalea do round 2? I can go ahead and check the standings. See how that shook out. Let's see if I can find it. So Joe Colon took the victory over James Silver. Roger Bodie with the win. I believe it's going 2-0. Peter Budensick taking the win there. Let's see. Levi. Matt Rogers getting the win.
Every time I search for surgical extraction on TCG Player, I get the magic card, and I'm like, no, this is not what I'm looking for.
No, I'm not looking to pay any Phyrexian mana for this one.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure if their game has concluded.
Oh, okay. Surgical extraction currently at $70 on TCG Player.
I found Brody Spurlock. He is, in fact, here. Brody Spurlock is here. Yep. We're restarting the whole thing? All right.
Cool.
We'll be restarting the whole system. We are doing our very best to make this work for you guys. Thanks for hanging out. We'll be back shortly. Live now. Welcome back, everybody. We have made it back onto the internet. What happened? Oh,
Monitors are up.
Yeah, monitors are back up. Everything under the sun seems to be giving us some challenges right now. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to be working through as much as we can, trying to make it as smooth as possible, and then returning to gameplay, hopefully with round 3, but we want to make sure that we're like as locked and loaded as we can be. So,
sure. Just to give an update on timing, the 2-minute warning was just given for this round 2, so we shouldn't be too long before we get more gameplay in front of you guys.
So thank you guys for bearing with us. That was honestly very fun, hanging out in chat. I hope to do it again as the next rounds continue. So we're just going to try to get things settled on our end and bring you guys as much high-quality, fun, flesh and blood coverage as we can for this weekend. Thanks for bearing with us. And we think the Rhinar won. Let me see if I can get the results. We've been trying to make this all work. But they had the reckless swing, right? Like that was just the G's.
Should have been in the bag.
Yep. That's gonna be a round 2 win for Colin Ross on Rhinar, taking down Arya Howe on Dorinthia. The classic battle. I guess we've had the result.
Yeah, it's solved.
Sir
Rhinar won that meta.
Reckless Rampage was taking it down.
Yep, ending with a reckless swing that we definitely caught on stream.
Yeah, we both saw that,
Yeah,
and we didn't see it in the chat.
For sure.
To be fair, we were slightly distracted with everything going on. That's time in the round. We're going to see if we can get this down so we can make sure we get the coverage back for you guys as soon as possible. Thanks for bearing with us. We'll be back. everybody to the Calling Indianapolis. We are going to be jumping into our game pretty much right away here with Roger Bodie on Icelander and Austin Summers on Dromai. We got the R in the M&R podcast.
Mm-hmm. And we have unplugged a few things from our system this time, so hopefully we wouldn't have that many technical difficulties, and had some serious unplugging there.
Alrighty, so we are going to be heading back to the game screen momentarily.
Yep, and we will be skipping the key card section because the players have already started, and we don't want to miss any of this action.
I think this is the first turn of the game.
Yes.
So looks like Roger Bodie won the dice roll, so he's going to go ahead and put the counter on that tunic. And let's just go ahead and look at this equipment suite, because that Metacarpus node for Roger Bodie, you might wonder why they're going to that if they're going to be doing the combo line or not with it. But I know from experience, if a Tomotai comes down or if a Dominia comes down and you don't have a way to kill it, sometimes you just got to pop those Stratas. You got to pop the Metacarpus node and kill a dragon before it can come in and do an insane attack trigger or something against you. So interesting to see that Roger Bodie going for that plan here, as we have seen many players do before.
Definitely. And speaking of equipment, Austin out there with the AB2. Now, this is a little unique. A lot of Dromais tend to just stick with AB1 and rely on the Ash Rings for the additional AB. But Austin's saying, nope, I'm not going to wait until I find my first Rake the Embers or my first Uvia before I get to block your arcane damage. I'll just start the game with AB2 and start blocking out from turn 0.
Absolutely.
And we see Roger Bodie start pitching a Heart of Finals. Very fortunate for him, finding that so early, getting the 1 extra life, and going in with an Ice Eternal with X equals 3. So just creating 3 Frostbites, which can be difficult for Dromai, because remember, they do run a lot of red cards.
Yep.
Austin responding with a Sigil, amazing to find turn 0, just extra 3 life. So Roger says, I'm going to get 1 life from Heart of Findal. Austin says, I'm going to raise you 3 life.
I'll do you 1 better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see. We also have the silent stilettos from. Now that is going to allow you to, when an attacking ally you control dies, or a card is destroyed by Phantasm, you can pay 3 and gain another action point. Now, Phantasmal Footsteps, classically doesn't affect your dragons when they die. Those are only attack action cards with Phantasm. But those stilettos are going to allow. Maybe he plays a lot of blues in his deck. Maybe he brings blues in for this matchup, and that's why he brings those stilettos here to go ahead and get some value if those Wounded Bulls or those Findal's Fighting Spirits do pop a dragon or stop a Phantasm attack.
That's right, and critically they do have that extra AB text on it, so Austin coming in AB2 already. Now he comes in with the Snatch. He does look like he pitched a blue to be able to pay through all those Frostbites, but the Snatch does not have Go again, and we talked about him bringing Silent Stilettos and stuff that Snapdragons. There's no real threat of the extra card doing much.
Absolutely. Do you think there was any consideration with those Frostbites to break the Frostbites with the Sigil on the last turn?
Oh, on turn 0? Like pitching a blue? Yeah, that definitely could have been a play. Instead, he opted to Sigil and make an Ash. Like, maybe he didn't have the blue at the point. Maybe he drew into the blue after playing the Sigil and pitching into this Furnace.
Sure. So, yeah, we've got a Scar for a Scar coming in for 4. Roger doing the gentlemanly act of flipping the card around and showing. At this point, if we're playing Flesh and Blood and we don't know what Scar for Scar does, got to imagine, especially when with the Icelanders in the field and the Fies. But following that up with a Frost Hex, which, these Dromai players, without the hypothermia, Pankaj, talk to me a little bit about how you think Icelander is going to be changing their game plan to work around being able. They no longer can just stop 8 dragons on a turn by instant speeding their hypothermia. So how do you think, if any ways, Roger Bodie has looked to adjust his game plan?
So Icelander does have a lot of other tools to stop the Dromai's turn. So Poppers is one of them. Now we have heard, if you follow their podcast, that some of them have opted to run 3 more Poppers in the form of the CNC. So that's one thing that could happen. Also, killing the dragon on the layer.
So we'll be seeing momentarily how this Mirror Guy is dealt with by Mr. Bodie.
Yep, so Mirror Guy obviously putting a big dent in the Poppers plan that we just talked about. Now, Roger Bodie, we know he's definitely on 3 Wounded Bulls and 3 Fighting Spirits. Might be up to 3 CNCs now as a bit of a concession to losing hypothermia.
Yeah, with the Lexis that have been showing up in more popularity as well, they could be a good way to do that. So it looks as though
Ooh, a Dominia followed up after a Miragai. Now that Dominia does not have Phantasm, and of course Dominia hitting and takes away the one popper from Roger Bodhi's hand anyway.
Yeah. So we're going to see now. You got to deal with this Dominia on your turn, or it's going to try to do the same thing. He's going to go ahead and bring the crown out to filter the hand, hopefully try to find an attack, a scar for a scar, any of his 2-card attacks that are going to allow him to take this Dominia out, because if he doesn't, that affects coming right back at him next turn.
Yep, so I really like the usage of the Crown of Providence over here to just dig deeper to the thing, because we do need to deal with a Dominia immediately. And this might be what you were talking about earlier, using the Metacarpus to make sure his Dominia is gone. Now, I do see an Aether Ice Vein in his hand. We don't know what color it is, but if it's a blue, we might just see him use the Metacarpus here to pump that up to 4 just to cleanly kill this Dominia.
And we did hear on their podcast, I believe, of this, the one that just came out on Friday, that they were moving away from yellow Aethers. So this is going to be for 3, and it looks like it's potentially just going at Austin here. He didn't seem to specify that it's going at the Dominia.
He also has not put the Metacarpus on the stack, so yeah. Very, very interesting play from Roger. We have to wonder whether he has some other way of dealing with Austin's turn.
Yep.
Now, we know Hypothermia is obviously no longer a thing, and Poppers as well, not so good when there's a Miragai on the opposite side of the board, so could be a channel like Frigid, and he's just hoping to tax Austin out.
See, Austin wants to start this turn off.
Okay, and then we see him start with the Kylora. Now, this board state is starting to get quite out of hand. Roger Bodhi must be feeling quite uncomfortable. There was no response to the Kylora, and Austin has moved ahead to the attack on Dominia. Okay, now he's doing Emeritus Scolding. Now, I believe Emeritus Scolding says target hero. Oh, looks like Roger Bodhi misunderstood the card. Oh.
I actually had the same thought about, like, oh, could you Emeritus? I was like, what good blues can you use to get rid of this Dominion? So I went and looked up Emeritus Scolding.
It says target hero.
Said, oh, okay, it's target hero, so he can't play towards that.
Yeah, he's possibly regretting that Ice Vein not going against the Dominion in his turn now. Now this Dominion is going to, well, rip another pop out of Roger Bodhi's hand. Although he does have the Scar for a Scar here, which will cleanly deal with the Dominion. So,
yeah, and with the blue in hand, this Dominia is going to be taken care of. But even if he had kept, gotten rid of the Scar for Scar, he could have, of course, just used the 2-card hand to find all spirit into it.
For sure.
We have to remember, there's 2 other dragons on this field.
Yeah.
Austin Summers had just about as aggressive and threatening a start as you can have as a Dromai, and when you're the Icelander in this matchup, you need to be answering threats as they come. You need to be answering each dragon pretty consistently, hopefully with your Arsenal card in the layer step to take away the go again, take away any arcane damage that an Azalea might be throwing at you. But when you've got all these dragons just already resolved and such a huge threat in the Dominia that needs to be taken care of on your next turn, and we already know what this card in Arsenal is, we know it's not going to be able to take care of another dragon. That's going to give the Dromai the opportunity to continue to move forward and establish more of a board presence. It's looking like it's going to be a challenge for Roger Bodhi to come back from this one.
Definitely. And Austin feeling free to just attack, even with the Miragai, because he saw the hand from the Dominia. He knows there's no popper left in Roger Bodhi's hand. Whereas typically you'd be holding the Miragai back to, to make sure that it's safe. And Austin following up with a Necria. This board state's getting incredibly bad.
Critically, that was only possible because of the draw off of the Kylora.
Mm-hmm.
And he's opting to go ahead and take care of the Miragai, potentially. And then, the Red Aether Ice Vein is an any target, so it is going to go ahead and take care of the Dominia there. So we're still staring down 2 dragons, 4 power. Flipping that Marvel around. Austin's doing a good job of making sure he doesn't just play the dragons forthright.
I was going to point that out. Austin does seem to be flipping his Marvels. Now, I'm sure some people in chat being like, oh my god, he's actually flipping those cards. I know we see a Dromai come up. Now, that is the last thing Roger Bodhi wants to see. He just dealt with a Miragai, one of the things that lets Austin go around poppers, and is followed up with a Dromai, which is another card that lets Austin go around poppers.
Now, interestingly, you have to wonder if the pitch placement, the deck placement, and the graveyard placement from Austin Summers, was that just so disconcerting for Roger Bodhi? Is that part of the reason that the Emeritus Scolding had the missed text read there? Do you think it was just... Because look at that. Look at that. What are we doing over there?
I don't think so. I think a player of Roger Bodhi's caliber is not going to be...
Not phased?
Yeah, not phased by that. I think that was just
a
misread. Like when most of your cards say any target,
100%.
It's hard to remember some of them to just say target hero. Interestingly, Freezing Point as well, another card that does specify target hero. Now, of course, Freezing Point, a card that has sort of lost favor in lots of Icelander lists now, especially when they don't do frost hexes into most game plans anymore. But yeah, when it does come up, it does say target hero, not any target.
Yeah, so we'll see now. Looks like this is still that Kyloria attack.
Yep, followed up from so the Dromai did get popped from the Fighting Spirit. Now we do know, of course, these Icelander lists nowadays run tons of poppers. So that was dealt with, but asking Icelander to have 2 poppers in the same hand is a very big ask. And here we see Roger Bodhi using Striders to deal with his Kyloria on the layer step. Now that is something Austin's very happy to see, and something Roger Bodhi's not happy to be forced to do.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and take care of it, eliminating the go again on this turn.
And very importantly, we also know that's an Emeritus in Arsenal, which means he does not have a way to kill a dragon on the layer step in his arsenal. He needs to clear that and put something else in there, something like a Frosting, an Aether Hail, or an Ice Bolt, to be able to kill dragons on the layer step, because now the Striders are gone.
Yeah. Stream should be back momentarily for everybody. Alrighty, so we got the gameplay is what's important. We can see Roger's hands.
Yep. So it looks like he used.
We know he's still there.
It looks like he used the Emeritus from Arsenal on his own turn, and he only had 1 card remaining. So he moves to Austin's turn without having an Arsenal, without having Storm Striders. So Austin has free reign here. The only thing he needs to be scared of is poppers.
Yeah.
So the Storm Multi does get popped, but that is the Tunic gone from Roger Bodhi. This is not looking very good.
Tunic, it's the Striders, the Striders is so much of how you mitigate the disadvantage of starting at less life, is you get that closing power with your Striders. So I know, honestly, from listening to their podcast and listening to the way that they've talked about Icelander, that you have to throw some of your game plan out the window when facing Dromai. If you simply must respond to a dragon to stop the board state from getting uncontainable, sometimes you have to pop those Striders. But with Austin Summer still having 2 very relevant dragons and a dragon that has such high health in Necria, and it's hard to kill on your opponent's turn because you don't have a lot of ways to target it with arcane damage for a full 6 health. The thing about these Bulllander lists is they do have these attack actions that are going to be able to clear out some of these dragons if they wish. Looks as though this E-Strike
is going to face, I think?
Yeah.
This could cleanly kill the Necria. Remember, Necria has a text that when it is dealt damage, it gets a -1 health counter on it. So the Necria representing 6 life, but honestly effectively at 5. There could have been a 5 damage E-Strike going at it. But Roger Bodhi choosing to send 7 at the face instead, and allowing Austin the chance to use the block on his armor, which can be a rare thing against Icelander, especially when they're using a lot of the physical attacks to pop your dragons instead of sending it to your face. So Austin very wisely using the armor here when he knows he definitely can get value out of it.
Indeed. So we're going to see now how Roger, if he is going to try to claw his way back into this matchup. Now, he's managed to do a good job of keeping the board state from getting more out of control. There still remain only these 2 threatening dragons, but if the Dromai is able to keep resolving a threat and resolving a dragon every turn, as we see a Chromai coming down here,
ooh, yes,
it's going to be tough for the Icelander player to mitigate all of this damage and all of this board state.
So Roger did manage to change his arsenal at this point, so I'm curious to see what he has and then whether it's something that can help him just, stall the game out a little and clear a dragon. Okay, so we see the Dromai being popped. Now, yes, so we do see the CNC. So Roger Bodhi is running 9 poppers in this list, 3 Bulls, 3 Fighting Spirits, and 3 CNCs. So it's not very unlikely that he sees a popper in each hand, but seeing 2, that is a bit of a tall ask. So he really needs to rely on that arsenal to try and clear another dragon on the layer step, or he's going to take a bunch of damage.
Absolutely. And that is a result of these bans, is it not? Of losing the hypothermia and losing the amulet device. Suddenly you have these deck slots, and with the prevalence of Dromai and with the prevalence of Lexi, a lot of these Icelanders are looking for more ways to get some poppers. So we've got a Blizzard coming out of Arsenal. Now, the thing about Blizzard in your Arsenal is it's not a non-attack action. It doesn't turn on your Waning Moon, but perhaps here it might be enough to just kind of stop this turn with only the one card in hand. That Frostbite, if it's a blue, is going to allow him, though, to pay through this, use that Frostbite to get another dragon, use the final resource to clear the Frostbite, and continue on with this turn. But it looks like it's not, as he's appearing to let the Blizzard resolve and stop the go again on the Ender Eye.
Yep, so Roger Body's just full damage control mode right now. He's just wanting to stop the turns and hopefully find some space to clear these dragons. Now, we do see him block with Emeritus this time and not, put an arsenal to try and kill a dragon. So let's see if he's able to put something else in there that can deal with a dragon. So Frosting being used here to go to face. 1 damage now. When there's no Ash Wings on the field, those Frostings aren't going to be helping you stop the turn because all these dragons have more than 1 health. So he's sending it to face. When you don't have Coordinate Peak, sometimes your 1-card hands are just... This is the best you can do sometimes, just a blue Frosting.
And interestingly, we're going to see he has the option to pitch a red to beat that 1 arcane or to stop that 1 arcane and make another Ash. But when you look down at his Ash count, he's sitting at 4. That's a pretty healthy amount of Ash for a Dromai player.
That's typically what happens in a matchup because you have all these reds that are constantly pitching to arcane barriers. So honestly, Ash generation is kind of free for the Dromai in this matchup usually.
So let's see now how Austin Summers, the life totals have somewhat stabilized, but the tempo seems to be firmly in Dromai's position with 3 dragons on the board to start the turn. You have to find a way to get through the poppers, and you have to find a way to close the game out, but you have to wonder if, with having to deal with threats on every turn, how Roger is going to be able to put himself in a position to actually win the game.
True, because eventually you will run out of poppers. Now, we talk about 9, but it is only 9. He's not a Guardian where half the deck is poppers and he can constantly pop and come in with damage on his turn.
Now we see here, when a Dromai player just attacks you with a dragon and it doesn't have go again, maybe in June you'd be surprised by a Sigil and Solace, but these players of this caliber know there's going to be an instant speed red effect to give the dragon go again. So that Sigil of Solace makes a lot of sense when you're staring down that type of attack.
It is also very important when you're against a deck that is presenting arcane damage to you and your deck is full of reds. That Sigil of Solace effectively blocks like a blue. And we talked about a life deficit here, and it looks like the board state is starting to get cleaned up a little, but when you don't have Striders, being 10 life behind is definitely just not where you want to be.
And this Red of the Ice Vein, that's, I think, the 3rd one we've seen.
That is the 3rd one we've seen.
So this is going to represent 5 arcane damage, not fused, so there's no further tax effect. So Austin Summer says, yep, I can take that, go to 28. The life totals are getting more equal, but once again, when you look over at Roger Bodie's side, all he's got is that Metacarpus node. Maybe he just starts playing all the way towards Frost Hex and Ice Eternal. Is that the game plan at this point in the game?
I think it'll be tricky for him to survive to get to the point where those Frost Hexes deal enough damage. I think he's sort of priced into just trying to tempo this Dromai, but we have seen a lot of poppers come out of his deck already, and this Mirror guy has come down, which means his Necria is coming in without Phantasm. That's 4 damage that either needs to be blocked in a fair way, or it's just going to be eaten.
And I've seen a lot of Dromai players, and even when I play Dromai, often I try to keep my Necria from attacking into Phantasm if I can help it. I way prefer to have my opponents attack into it and get me the value of the Ash generation. So often you see these Dromai players save the attacks of this type of card of Necria until there is an effect like a Passing Mirage or a Mirror Guy on the field to keep it safe.
So Austin taking a bit of a risk there, attacking with that Mirror Guy, which did have Phantasm since the first dragon attack this time was a Necria. And Roger Bodie, again, having a popper in each hand, does manage to deal with it. But as we talked about, those poppers are running low in his deck. Eventually, Austin's just going to be able to punch through, and Roger Bodie won't have any poppers left.
And as we look at the end of that turn, Roger Bodie electing not to play whatever in his arsenal and not try to get in with the Waning Moon. And there's the Wounded Bull. So look at this. We got the dragons cleared.
Yes, but that is another popper out of his deck.
That is true.
Yeah, so he's looking for Blizzards and Channel Lake Fridges to stop Austin from snowballing further here.
And by keeping that card in his arsenal, perhaps it is, and we've been honestly focused on the stream and making sure it's all working, so do a better job. It's a little tough with where his hands are shuffling those cards, Mr. Bodie. But if that card in his arsenal that he has chosen to sit on now for at least a turn, if that is a Channel Lake Frigid, that would make sense as to why he didn't play it on that last turn, didn't want to just try to get in a chip of Waning Moon damage. He wants to save it to get as much value as possible and keep Austin Summers' life total slowly dwindling. We have to wonder what other damaging arcane effects other than Ice Eternals remain in the deck.
If Roger Bodie is able to do an arcane spell on his turn, followed by an arcane spell on Austin's turn, with just effectively 4 reds in hand, that AB2, doesn't look that impressive anymore. It's extra 4 block you have maybe, but when there's like 10 arcane coming at you, that's like 6 that will leak through. Now, Austin does manage to resolve a Necria, and this does not get popped. For the first time in a long time, it seems like Roger Bodhi did not have a popper in hand. That's what we talked about earlier. Those poppers are dwindling thin in his deck. He does not have an infinite number of poppers like a Guardian does.
Indeed. We'll see if Roger Bodhi elects to come in with the Waning Moon here, most likely putting that Ice Eternal on the bottom. Maybe he's trying to get to that point in the game. He is at 15, so it's going to be hard to get there, but maybe setting himself up to come in with the Frost Hexes if he can resolve them and try to close the game from there. But at 24, you're not... With only one Frost Hex at 24, it's probably not possible as of yet.
Definitely, and I'd be surprised to see him go for that game plan. I think it is too much of a tempo loss to set up those Frost Hexes when your opponent is setting up dragons in board state.
Absolutely.
So, it does look like his hand isn't amazing. Typically, as Ice Sender, you want to be able to send a red at your opponent every turn on your turn, but it looks like he's stuck with 2 energy potions and a Brothers in Arms. So he's sending the Brothers at the Necria, which shouldn't kill it. I believe it was at 6 life because an attack went through, and then now his Brothers is representing 5 total, so it should survive at 1, which does mean it only has 1 attack left in its lifespan because it will die after it deals damage.
7 life. Yeah, we'll see. It's hard to read the die. It looks like he's representing 3 life on the Necria. Brothers in Arm coming in for 4. So it should be at 2 life, right? Takes 4, put a -1 counter then.
But it did attack on Austin turn.
You're right.
So, yeah. Ooh, and Roger Bodhi basically telling Austin, this is all I have this turn. It's just an energy portion. I am not going to be able to deal with your Dragon Onslaught. And Austin saying, thanks for the opening. Here's a Thamai.
Now, this is going to allow him to still get the Waning Moon in.
In response to the Thamai, Thamai invocation for sure. So, of course, Austin not immune to any poppers that Roger might have. I think there are still a couple left in his deck. We have not been tracking exactly how many Fighting Spreads, Bulls, and CNCs he's used. But critically, Roger can't end this turn with something like a Blizzard because the Thamai is on the field. So Roger is limited to only having poppers to be able to deal with this Thamai. So, to be able to deal with this turn from Austin.
And there's a fair amount of damage coming in too. Roger Bodhi going down to 9. He's got to find a way to survive to the point where if he's going to attempt to close this game out.
Yep. And the moment you see the first dragon go through, Austin knows that the way is clear. He's got the green light. None of the dragons are going to be popped. He's even daring to attack with a Thamai at that point, which is typically a dragon you want to keep safe and not attack with it to risk it getting popped. But he's saying, nope, you're so low and you didn't pop my Azalea, I'm just going to go in.
And we're going to see what Roger on Icelander here is going to be able to do with this 3-card hand. He's going to Ice Bolt using the Metacarpus to take care of the Thamai, because when that Thamai is on the board, what are you doing out of your arsenal?
And he's pitching a Channel Lake Frigid, so I have to wonder whether he has another Channel Lake Frigid in his arsenal, because especially with the Energy Potion, you can actually play the Channel Lake Frigid out without pitching another card, because Energy Potion perfectly pays for the Channel Lake Frigid. So, very interesting decision by him to pitch a Channel Lake Frigid. Let's see what he's put there. Maybe he's put a card like an Ice Bolt to deal with Azalea when it attacks on the layer step.
Yeah, classically, you could pitch your blue and then use your Tunic counter on the Channel Lake Frigid turn, but as we know, Tunic counter got yum gobbled.
By the Tommel Dive. A hungry dragon.
Yeah, we've heard of hungry hippos. And we do see a popper in his hand. We see a Wounded Bull. So we'll see how Austin Summers wants to navigate this.
Yep, manages to resolve another Thamai, and Roger Bodhi is popping the energy portion. And yes, we do see the other Channel Lake Frigid, like we talked about.
Exactly what you described. Now,
with the energy portion. So, very efficient from Roger Bodhi here.
And we'll see the attacks that he wants to make.
Yep, he does have 2 cards remaining, so he can at least send 1 attack, even if they're both reds. Pitching 2 for Frostbite and Channel Lake Frigid attack to send just 1 attack. Maybe he'll choose not to risk it, but we'll see. Okay, it looks like he is going to be attacking with the Azalea. I believe he had 1 floating after resolving the Thamai, so he just needs to pitch 1 red here, and he's holding 1 card, and his Azalea is coming in. Let's see if Roger Bodhi uses the Wounded Bull that you pointed out to pop it. But if he does that, he will need to have some answer to the Thamai on his turn, or Austin's just going to have free reign over this
Yeah.
game.
And you have to expect that he wants to do something on his turn. He needs to put an ice card in his pitch for that Channel Lake Frigid.
Yep.
So we need to. He's hoping and expecting to try to resolve a card on his turn to keep the Channel Lake Frigid around, but he has to survive to get there. He's at 3. This is a lethal attack.
And that is one of the problems when you don't have Coronet Peak. Sometimes it can be difficult to keep the channel on your turn as Icelander. Okay, so we see him pop the Necrea here and Austin's turn. And this Frostbite is representing... Ooh, no, I think the Frostbite was paid for from the Azalea attack, so it's not there.
So they're getting the clarification on that.
Yeah. I think Austin's just walking through how much he paid for everything. Unless he forgot about the Frostbite tags. That could definitely have been the case. Okay, it looks like that resolved, and I think he gave Roger some life back. I think he was walking it back a little.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, the
Where's the
Frostbite
five?
did have to be paid for, so that is going to be the end of Austin Summers' turn, because it does look, now that he's moved, he has such a unique placement of his deck and pitch that it makes it a little challenging to see
Yeah.
what he's been pitching. But it looks as
Definitely.
though it's a red and 2 yellows.
Yep.
So that's not going to leave him with, or no, sorry, a yellow and 2 reds, excuse me.
We tried very hard to avoid a lot of glare spots on the field, but Austin has put his pitch zone exactly.
Yeah, the
One
banish
of-
zones.
one of
We were
few.
like, all right, well, the banish zone's going to be tough. Right now, the pitch is the banish.
Yep. Okay, so this is Roger's turn, and he's deciding what he wants to, how he wants to deal with this Thamai, because he definitely needs to. And Austin just there, honestly looking a little bored.
Looking down, he feels the blood in the water. He is
Yep.
the Dragon Master, as it were. All credit to who we all know who bears that name from another game. But at this moment, we have a new Dragon Master in this game right here.
Yes.
No disrespect to Mr. Dragon Master.
No, they were still walking that back. I think, Roger Buddy used that Ice Vein to block the Azalea damage.
Because once he knew
Yep.
that was going to be the end of the turn.
Yeah. Cool. And then, as you talked about, he does manage to get an ice card in the pitch zone, so he's bought himself a bit of space here. He's really hoping that the Dromai is drawn into 4 reds and can't really do much. Because remember, they do need to resolve a red card to give the Dragons go again. So doing that under Channel Lake Frigid, if all you have is 4 reds in hand, is pretty difficult to do.
So we can see, I think it's a red or a blue dust up. Sweeping blow.
Okay, and again, he's putting the he's putting his pitch in the few zones on this board that have a bit of glare, so we can't really see what color that is.
He's grabbing a die, it's a blue.
Yeah, but given there's 1 card to resolve a Yindarai, yep, definitely a blue. So I paid 2 for this Yindarai, so Roger not happy to see Austin have one of the few blues in his deck when he's worked so hard to get his channel in the field.
Indeed. So a 3 damage coming in. Roger grabs a card immediately. It's like he's got an Ice Bolt in his hand, maybe an Energy Potion poking out the back. Polar Blast is going to block it out for 3.
Yep, definitely no popper though, so he's really leaning very heavily on this Channel Lake Frigid to be able to, hopefully survive this turn and come back with something. Yeah, it looks like Emeritus Scolding, Aether Hail, and Ice Bolt in his hand, all of them blue. Necrea coming in for 5?
Shouldn't it be 4?
It should be...
Looks like he only took the 1.
Yeah,
they're fixing it now.
it should be 4, yeah.
I'm going to assume Austin's not angle shooting.
Oh, Austin had the 2nd blue in hand. Now that...
Yeah, that's going to make this tough.
Yeah, that means he gets a swing with all the dragons. Definitely not what Roger Bodie wanted. He really wanted to... the Channel Lake Frigid to go into a turn where Austin had 4 reds in hand, but unfortunately Austin did find this. He could be running a higher blue count. Some Dromais are doing that to tech for the Icelander matchup.
And critically, with no equipment over there for Roger Bodie, there is any burn them alls, any Asvalize, this arcane damage can go unopposed. There is no way, as I can see, for Roger Bodie to mitigate it.
Yeah, the only way would be to deal with a dragon on the layer step before it is considered attacking to stop the arcane damage even proccing. But it looks like that is not the case here, and Roger definitely just taking that ping of arcane from Asvali.
Definitely. Looks like it's just going to be a block.
Yep, and critically, this means that Roger around for another turn. So
yeah,
he's hoping that he might have a 2nd one in Arsenal, but again, as we've seen, this just seems to be slowing the game down, but not really progressing Roger Bodie's game plan. Okay, so Roger once again with one card in hand with no coronet peak, so... And I believe we didn't see any frosting in his hand, so unless he plays the card in Arsenal, he's just going to pass. Okay, so he's playing card in Arsenal. It's another Frost Text, and now no Striders, no card in Arsenal.
No Channeling Frigid.
No Channeling Frigid. Could Blizzard is something Roger Bodie could still have to disrupt from his hand, or of course another Popper.
Yeah, so we'll see how... Now, Roger Bodie, at this point, all he wants to do, he wants to just block 3 Dragons and pop a card in that arsenal.
Yep. Oh, and a Rake the Embers.
The Embers is going to make it tough.
Yeah. Roger definitely happy that, it's been quite a while into this game before he saw the first Rake from the opponent, but of course at this point, this just feels like the nail in the coffin, Sam.
I got to say, seeing those 3 Marvel Ashwings pop out, that was... I just rose up deep within my soul, just like
and that's the second Rake the Embers here. Let's see if oh, okay. These 3 are non-Marvel, though.
He's mortal. He's mortal, folks.
Yeah. I mean, 3 Marvels is typically all you need. You're unlikely to resolve 2 Rakes back-to-back a lot of the time, but...
Without a CLF, with that, you can see him kind of like... someone, aggressively putting those out there. He knows.
Roger going straight to -9 over here.
Roger going to 0-9 on the day, but we know that's not true.
Yeah, so some great sportsmanship from Roger there, honestly, giving us a bit of a laugh at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. So with that matchup, Icelander, it's possible. You can grind through those dragons, you can make it. Sorry, excuse my mask there. You can have game into this deck. It's not a all the time destruction. Today, in what we saw here, it was a bit of an all the time disruption.
It was a bit of a very fortunate snowball from the Dromai side with the early Mirror guy into a Necria, and then the Chromai. There were back-to-back turns where Austin asked Roger to have multiple poppers in hand, and that is just a very big ask for the Icelander, on top of a bit of that misreading on that Emeritus Scolding. I think Roger was very, very... He wanted to rely on that to kill the Dominia, but when that didn't happen, stuff did start going out of control for him.
Yeah, he played towards it for sure. He oriented his turn around being able to use it, and he was not able to, which critically allowed for a second Dominia trigger.
Exactly.
But if nothing out of this, my friends, we're definitely going to get a story on the podcast. You have to imagine.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
You have to imagine we'll hear about it. So if anything, we provided a little more content from the Manor cast to you all. and again, knocking on wood, we only had a couple drops there, so hopefully throughout the day, that it's going to be a little easier.
Looks like technical issues have started resolving themselves. Looks like our unplugging worked.
Yep. Yeah, internet remains tricky, but we're working through it.
Yeah, we're in a basement of some hall, so.
But we are glad for you all for being here. I was seeing in the chat some people looking for the hero breakdown. We're going to work to get that to you guys. I think they were crunching the numbers over there, and then we're going to get that to you on our end. So 3 rounds throughout the day.
Yep, and we have seen 6 different heroes in these 3 rounds. We started the day off with a Ranger into a Guardian, and then we went on with a Warrior into a Brute, and finally a Wizard into an Illusionist. So, people were concerned that this might not be an open meta, but from our first 3 rounds, we have been seeing a very wide range of heroes.
Yeah, and it's going to depend, as always, on what ends up at the top tables. What are we going to see on day 2? What are we going to see in top cut? Perhaps it homogenizes, but for now, we're seeing a lot of people still feel comfortable and wanting to bring their either favorite heroes or decks that they're interested in. I mean, when you bring a deck to a calling, most of the time, people are bringing decks that they think can succeed and bring them all the way to the end there. And so seeing that off the rip in these 3 rounds, perhaps the bannings did allow for people to feel that sense of comfort coming into the games.
Definitely, and Flesh and Blood is definitely a game that rewards you for really mastering your hero. And that's one of the things I really love about this game. Like, you see players like Josh Lau and what they can do when they're given a hero like Dorinthia, and which is considered maybe slightly off meta, but when you're that specialized in your hero, you can do some really intense things.
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you all for sticking with us. I'm glad that one was a little more effective than the others. So we're going to go ahead and get our next rounds set up, and we'll be back very shortly. Thanks so much. Calling Indianapolis. We are back. We are live. Getting into just some quick key cards in our next matchup, which is going to be a battle of the mats. We have Matt Rogers on the left. He is there. I know we just have a void, but he is there. We're working through, again, these big cables. We have Matt Rogers on the left, Matt W. from Team Magnolia on the right, and we've got Phi versus Dash coming out right here. Walk us through some key cards, Pankaj, as we're about to get into this game.
Right, so this matchup is basically a race. Both heroes are just trying to get the other hero down to 0 from 40 as soon as possible. So from the Dash side, key cards I'm expecting are Teklo Pounder, which is +6 damage, allows the Dash to just try and win the race, and Pulse Wave Harpoon, which very critically can pull some of Phi's key cards out of his hand, such as either their one starter that they have, or the one blue that they have, or maybe even their finisher. On the Phi side, the cards that let them win the race is Out of War, and of course Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, their version of starting the game with +6 damage on the board.
Definitely.
And it looks like our players are just about ready, so let's move into the game.
Alrighty, and if you take a look at that, I think Matt Rogers, I know he's not making it personal against you, Pankaj, against you, Mr. Ethnic Smoke, but it looks like that's going to be an induction chamber. So he's going with a different strategy instead of that pounder. What do you think that... you have to imagine that the Dash is not trying to truly take it too long against a Phi. But what do you think that points to when you see an induction chamber if you're sitting across from that as the Phi?
I think he's looking to play a bit more of a mid-rangey game, and I think his arms piece also tells us the same thing. I think if he just wanted to purely race, he would have gone for the Goliath Gauntlet. But instead, we see him opt for that extra one block on that Galvanic Bender. So it seems like he's opting for a little more, I'm going to block a little bit, and I'm just going to play more efficient than the Phi and hope to dodge the really terrible out-of-war turns.
And I don't know if you... For those of you watching at home, at the very end of the turn there, he pitched into his Teklo Plasma Pistol. You're allowed to continue to activate the action to put a steam counter on it if there's no steam counter. Even if there's a steam counter, you just says if there's no steam counter, or if there is a steam counter, you just pitch into it. So he's filtering his first hand to look for something a little more that he is interested in for this next point of the game. Taking that 3 right off the rip from the Brand with Cinderclaw, and then the Rising Resentment going to be following that right away.
Yep, and very importantly, him filtering like that doesn't allow the Phi to filter their head. So Matt Rogers getting to filter but denying the opponent the filter. Very, very strong advantage that Dash has going first.
Yeah.
So, of course, Matt Rogers did not manage to set up a second item going first, which is something that Dash really likes to do. There's many ways they can do that. Either you draw the item itself or you draw a Spark of Genius. So him not getting that turn 0, Matt W definitely very happy to see that.
Now, this is a very interesting play off a 4-card hand off the first turn that Matt has. He's going to go ahead and break that Mask of the Pouncing Lynx and find himself an attack with 2 or less base power. This is the first turn of the game. I've heard players tell that you want to blow up that Mask of the Pouncing Lynx for 7 or 8 damage. You know, that's kind of, sometimes the floor of what you're looking for. He's going to go ahead and grab that Lava Burst here. If you're Matt Rogers, what do you think this points to in terms of what you can expect moving forward from this game?
Well, you're definitely very happy to see that the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx is gone at this point, like this early on. And for like what you said, it looks like it's only going to be 5 damage from his Lava Burst, not the 6, 7, or 8 as we talk about. Although it's probably going to be buffed by the Shruko, so it might be coming in for 6.
Coming in for 6, most likely, yeah. So let's see how Matt W wants to play this.
Yeah, so he's definitely very happy with that, but I'm curious about his blocking decisions here. We talked about him starting with Induction Chamber, starting with the Galvanic Bender instead of Goliath Gauntlet, and how that maybe leads to him wanting to play a little more of a mid-range game where he does block a decent amount, but we see him choosing to just eat all this damage. So we have to wonder, it could be a strong high-octane turn coming from him.
Yeah, I mean, that's often the card that these Dash players will play towards when they want to eat a lot of damage. They can high-octane draw a card, present a bunch of boost effects, and then use all of those extra action points for just 2 at the end of that long chain. So we've got the 6 coming in off the Lava Burst. Matt Rogers is going to go to 24.
That was 16 damage from turn 1 on a Phi that didn't get to filter. This is just Matt showing us why Phi is considered one of the most consistent aggro decks right now.
Yeah, and critically, perhaps he valued an Arsenal card more than he valued his Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, or as much as he valued the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, because this allowed him to present an enormous amount of damage and keep an Arsenal card, while Matt Rogers is going to come back with exactly what we talked about, that high octane, allowing him to boost, present a fair amount of damage of his own, and then bank up those action points to hopefully even out this life if you're a Matt Rogers fan.
For sure, and if you're a Matt Rogers fan, you're probably also hoping to see a Pulse Wave Harpoon here to try and disrupt the Phi a little, because in this race, when the Phi got to go second, that is, you are already losing the race. Now, of course, now he just comes in with the Tomb of Fandal with the extra action point from the high octane.
Which is great. It's a great play. When you have the Toma Findall in your deck, you run the risk of boosting it off the top and then stopping your turn in its tracks. You have the Achilles Accelerator to potentially mitigate that disastrous effect, but when it lines up nice. You get that action point off the high octane. You draw 2 cards. In the case of Matt Rogers, that you gain like 4 life. Allows you to mitigate some of that extra damage from the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. It's really interesting counterplay between the both of them there. Matt was probably feeling pretty satisfied to see that Mask get popped, knowing he had that in his back pocket to gain some life and then continue to throw pressure of his own.
Definitely interesting conversation to be had about the value of taking damage to play a Toma Findall, because if you think about every card in your hand gaining you 1 life from the Toma Findall, whereas if you blocked with it, you gain 3 life. There's just an interesting dichotomy there about like the math of it all. Now, Matt Rogers obviously valuing that life more, and yeah, we'll see if that works out for him.
Mm-hmm. And I was looking at you excitedly talking about that. Was that 0 to 60? Did he play that following?
Yes.
So he has boosted again?
Yes.
Or is this the end of his turn?
No, he did boost again, and that was a blue 0 to 60, so it was definitely there just as to get an extra action point.
Yeah. And this Spark of Genius, once it resolves, is also going to draw him a card, as I think he's going to go ahead and do right now. So now not only has he established, or he resolved a Toma Findall and gained a bunch of life, he is now continuing his turn after resolving a Teklo Core. I mean, I think this is probably the best you can ask for following taking, all that damage on that first turn.
This is definitely a very strong clapback and totally explains why he took all that damage.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So let's see how Matt wants to respond to this red zipper hit coming in for 5. Looks like he's going to say, yep, you got it. Going down to 30.
Yep. I mean, as we can expect from a 5, 5 will not block unless you make him. So unless you send him a CNC or Pulse Wave Harpoon, which says you have to block this, we're unlikely to see Matt choose to put any cards in the combat chain defensively.
Another Spark of Genius after that boost is going to continue this turn. There's going to be a card drawn. This can come in for, at the very minimum, damage off that pistol with the card drawn and maintaining a card in your arsenal. But, I mean, I actually have never seen 2 Spark of Geniuses resolved in one turn and the turn continue. He's drawn 6 cards? No, 4 cards this turn.
2 from
the
Findall
tome and 2 from each, 1 from each Spark of Genius. And he's still going.
Yeah, that's an extra turn's worth of cards right there. And he also didn't pop the Achilles for this. This is just all of the extra action points from High Octane.
Natural, baby.
So this is actually a very scary board state from Matt Rogers, because with 2 Teklo cores, what this allows him to do is block with his blues on the Fi's turn. He doesn't need those resources anymore. He's going to start the turn with 4.
So this is going to be a throttle. He has that extra blue. He said, you know what, I don't need an arsenal. You know what I want? To throw damage at you. Boost it, give me go again. With that extra resource there is going to allow him to come in for 4 more damage at the end of this turn, utilizing both the Tecloplasma Pistol and the Induction Chamber. I think we're going to see that right here.
Yep, we talked about a 5 presenting, what was it, 16 damage on their turn 1 off of 4 cards, and Matt Rogers saying, I'm going to do you one better. Here's 20 and I healed.
Here's 20 off of not just 4 cards. What was it? 9 cards.
Yep. Oh, is it 22? He's using a Teklo Foundry Hut to get extra resources.
Oh, yes, of course. So he's going to banish both of those and continue ending the turn probably with counters on his stuff as well.
Yep.
Setting himself up quite nicely moving forward.
Yeah, not sure how many action points he has remaining after this. I assume it's 1. Oh, yes. Yeah.
I think this is, I think he's through his action points because of the Spark of Geniuses. So these are just, fair dash mechanics at play here.
Yeah, the go again from the Induction Chamber, allowing him to fire the pistol 1 more time. So, yep, that was a 22 damage turn with a 4 life heal. So 26 points of value for Matt Rogers on that turn.
That was honestly very cool to watch. I have not seen it line up that nicely on a high octane turn. I mean, normally the high octane turn is exciting because you get the multiple pistol shots at the end, but we really got to see how Dash can utilize these cards that don't have the natural go again off a high octane turn. We really saw them all kind of chain back to back to back.
Yeah, and we talked about 26 points of life swung, but there's also 2 Teklo cores that he managed to develop.
That's 4 resources if you...
the next 2 turns, yeah.
If you finish first grade math, that's 4. So we're going to get to see... And we're seeing a Ride the Tailwind come in. So that's going to allow if... Yeah, he's going to just go ahead and show it to Matt. If this attack hits, it's going to give another attack on the chain go again if it's 2 or less power?
I believe so. I believe that's the text. There's 2 or less power.
So let's see how Matt wants to respond here. This coming in for 3.
So this being on the second chain link, so critically, this was followed after a brand new Cynicla, which means this is a Draconic chain link. So that'll help with the discount on Fi's durability. But because it is a chain link 2, there's no risk of a lava burst coming after this, getting the go again from the Ride the Tailwind. So Matt is probably a little happy to see that. And yeah, we see just a Ronin Renegade. The text on Ride the Tailwind was effectively textless. It was just a 2-0 for 3 go
again. It's a head jab.
Yep.
So in these aggro matchups, what we've seen here, or what we often see, is it really comes down to who can make who block first. And we're going to see exactly how Matt W is able to put Matt to the point of having, or I guess I should say, Matt Rogers was able to threaten enough damage that he might be making Matt W block sooner than he was anticipating. By popping that mask on the first turn, he might have been expecting to push enough damage to be in the driver's seat. But that turn from Matt, I mean, I don't know if you could have, from Matt Rogers, I don't know if you could have anticipated that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I've seen that much value gain from a dash ever in like one single turn. It was, 26 points of life with 2 tactical cards. That's what another 8 resources worth is on the board.
Like that, yeah.
Kind of nuts. We see Matt W here using Fire's ability to get back the flame and then immediately pitches it so he can play this Flame Call Awakening.
Yep.
So that's a nice little play here. It keeps 1 Phoenix Flame in the deck and 1 Phoenix Flame in the graveyard.
Yep. You don't like to have too many in the deck, and you don't want to pitch them away entirely.
And you don't want to have too many in the graveyard either, because then your Flame Call Awakenings are just 1 for 3 go against. Definitely worse than a head jab.
Absolutely, for sure. Seemingly, I was noticing throughout the kind of season, moving up to Worlds, moving up to the Calling, it was a point of discussion and a point of decision between a lot of these 5 players about how many Flame Call Awakenings to run, or how many Phoenix Flames to run. A lot of players would be running 2, a lot of players would be running 3. Because you really don't want to draw them, but they're so effective when you can fetch them off the Flame Call, either use them for resources or on a huge Art of War turn, on a turn that you're trying to get as much value as possible out of your Salt the Wounds. But it does, I mean, Fi is a deck that can absolutely succumb to the variance, right? It can succumb to Brick Hands. If you draw 2 Phoenix Flames, if you have 3 in your deck, I mean, that can just spell the end of the game. You can just lose all of the tempo right there.
Yeah, it is a very tricky balance to find, because this Phoenix Flames, like you pointed out, it can even be banished to the Art of War. Like, not only is it really good, is Flame Call Awakening really good on an Art of War turn, because you effectively get +2 from the Art of War, it's also a very viable banish target for the Art of War itself.
Absolutely. So, first point of game action for Matt Rogers here is it's not quite an action, it's a trigger, but we're getting 4 resources off the rip. Those are just going to sit over there on the side, hanging out, and allowing Matt to kind of do whatever he wants, probably without pitching a single card.
Yeah, and he didn't block with anything here, so that tells us he wants to use all his cards offensively.
Yeah, he blocked with the Crown of Providence, but that is, again, not a card from your hand.
Yep, so he's saying, you know what, all these cards can be used in offense. I don't need to pitch any of these. I'm coming at you, Matt, with 4 resources just showing up. Belittle has been banned on your side. I've got my Techno cards.
Exactly, I got Pulse Wave Harpoon and BIOS Update. I don't know what you got out of Dynasty.
He's having a bit of a think here. Can we zoom in onto his hand? I'm not sure if that...
We don't want to break anything, Pankaj.
Yes, all
We
right.
don't want to break anything. We already only have Matt's hands.
All right.
Trust me that he's there.
I think I see a T-Bone. I think I see a Pulse Wave Harpoon as well. So you might see some Force Block come out of Matt here.
Yeah, now that Pulse Wave Harpoon, these Phis, in talking to the Phis that I've been able to check in with over the yesterday and this morning, there have been more blues being run at a baseline level with, you don't get to cheat anymore. You don't get to cheat with those Minnoisms. So these decks are running a bit more blues, potentially allowing a Pulse Wave Harpoon's effect to be less like devastating if they take the only blue in your hand. If you have 2, you might be able to mitigate that potential. And it looks as though Matt here is going to go ahead and set up that Pulse Wave Harpoon at least on the chain link 3, which means that it's going to be able to take any 3 block out of Matt W's hands here.
Yep, critically, that means Matt won't need to reveal his entire hand. Oh, no, it looks like he's going to follow with the T-Bone first. So it will be on chain link 4, which means Matt will have to show his entire hand and let Matt Rogers take his pick of like what he wants Matt W to block with. We see him even using the blue T-Bone to ensure that he gets to chain link 4 with the Pulse Wave Harpoon.
And you get all the information, right? You're not under any false assumptions. You don't need to worry about what's in the hand. You're going to see every single card.
Yep.
And have a resource left over to put into your pistol.
Yep.
Going to go ahead and count that. Make sure we're seeing all 4 cards here.
Yep. And we talked about this in the key card section. Now he gets to pick. Is he going to take the only starter that the Fi might have or the only finisher? And looks like Ride the Tailwind is the only potential starter here.
It is. And as we were just...
there's a blue mounting angle.
Yes,
but
and as we were just talking about, those are 2 blues. These 5 decks that are running more blues, this Pulse Wave here could have, I mean, depending on the different, if it was a different set of cards, if there was only 1 blue card, sometimes it's easy on that time, like snap take. I'm taking your blue, so you don't get to have a turn here.
Yep.
But it looks, even with those 2 blues, what does a Blaze Headlong need to be played? A red card.
Exactly.
So this gives Matt the option of maybe, activating Fi with the blue to get a Phoenix Flame for 0, but that doesn't feel good at all.
Definitely. And I think
Cards
Matt...
for 0 don't feel good at all.
I think Matt needs to rely on what's on his arsenal here. We did see him, opt to arsenal a card instead of going all out on the previous turn. So maybe he pocketed a red starter 2-player on the Pulse Wave Harpoon. That's definitely something some fights have started doing.
Yeah. And so, very true. The hand cam is unfortunately not available to us, but he's going to go ahead and activate that Teklo Foundry Heart. If you're Matt Rogers, if you're considered, one of the best players in the world, for a while you were considered the best player in the world, you're never missing that at the end of the chain.
Yep.
You're never missing the Teklo Foundry Heart to go ahead and get one more resource and make this pistol even more effective. And Matt might not be forced to block here, but we saw that whole hand. I mean, he's not threatening 17.
Yeah, definitely.
Matt Rogers firmly in the driver's seat in this aggressive matchup.
Yep, that's 2 blues, a Blaze Headlong, and 1 Unknown Arsenal. So given that he isn't blocking with those cards, we have to imagine that is a red starter that he has to be able to make use of that Blaze Headlong and to use all of the cards.
I'm interested in that Snapdragon Scaler's block. Was that just kind of like a fun, I'll block with Snapdragons?
We did see him block the T-Bone with the Snapdragons, and maybe he just was like, you know what, yeah, here you go, have it again. Aravorn Arsenal, also a very common card to pocket as a Phi.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing. By leaving those 2 blues, and Matt couldn't have known it was an Art of War, but by leaving those 2 blues, you just gave the Phi player the ability to pitch a blue card away that you're not that concerned about playing this turn, and still have the resources left over to continue your turn from here. So it looks like we drew a Salt the Wound and a Mounting Anger.
So it depends what color the Mounting Anger is. If the Mounting Anger is a red, Matt can still salvage this turn, but if that's another blue, then he's just playing like one more attack into a sword swing, probably.
Yeah, well, and if you want to get the Mounting Anger off, which is what he's going for...
It is a red.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to get the sword swing in here unless he is willing to pitch his Blaze for it.
I'll pitch the Salt the Wound, maybe.
It's true.
Yeah.
I feel like you want the Salt the Wound, either in your arsenal or...
Yeah, I'm just not sure if we're going wide enough at this point, especially with this Mounting Anger banish. You can banish a Blaze Headlong to give it +1.
I was just thinking about the card, but he's at 5. My man is at 5.
Yeah.
My man is looking at 5 life points for 17 with 2 Teklo cores about to give him 4 more resources. I mean, that spark, that high octane turn was out of this world.
That turn 2 from Matt was absolutely nuts. So Matt just doing a bit of quick calculations here. He knows at least Matt W is holding on to 1 Blaze Headlong. That is information he does know. What he does not know is the Salt the Wound. So he's trying to math out whether Matt W is even able to present 17 damage.
Yeah, what is that final card? That's the mystery card, because he got the first mystery card revealed with the Mounting Anger. These players all are very good at hand tracking.
For sure.
So let's see how he wants to respond. And the other thing about this Mounting Anger is it does represent another point of damage if it does hit. He has 3 block over there in his equipment still. He's got 1 on the Galvanic Bender and 2 on the Teklo Foundry Heart. So if he has Dash has no 2 blocks. So he can give the heart and he can give a card, but he's going to take 12. Or he's not take 12. He's going to take 5 and go to 12. Basically saying, I don't think you can do it, man.
Yep. So Matt W does go ahead and banish the Blaze Headlong like we talked about. Now this will come in for 6. It's buffed by Audible and the Mounting Anger like you talked about. So Matt Rogers just hoping... Well, I mean, this is only Chainlink 2, so it's not like there's going to be a big rupture thing coming up after this. So,
and with the 1 resource remaining, he is able to go ahead and activate Phi, grab the Phoenix Flame, which will buff up the Salt the Wound. And we'll see if Matt just decides to throw the Teklo Foundry in front of this to stop a potential Salt the Wound being as devastating, because this Salt's now going to come in for quite a bit.
Yeah, it's 3 things have hit, so it's coming in for 5 at base, +1 from Shuko, +1 from Aura. It's coming in for 7. So Matt does need to give a card here, because just the 3 block on equipment is not going to be enough.
So it turns out, you wanted the Salt. Turns out,
you're right.
You wanted the Salt.
Yep.
So this is gonna take a card now.
Yep.
It's a blue throttle. We know the resources aren't going to be relevant.
Yep.
But with Matt at 5, this is going to be technically Matt Rogers is quote unquote blocking first. Kind of blinking first, but blocking with 1 card in equipment while your opponent's at 5. You have 4 resources coming and a Teklo Plasma Pistol with an induction chamber. It's feeling like Matt's going to have to block with more cards and Matt W at that is going to have to block with enough cards to put him in a place of having to block consistently and not be able to close the game out.
Yeah, Matt Rogers definitely didn't need that extra blue over there when he's getting effectively 2 free energy potions for 2 turns. Now, Matt W might have an out here if he's able to survive this turn and go into a turn where Matt Rogers no longer has those Teklo cards in play. He might be able to find an opening. The trouble is, Phi is hilariously bad at blocking. They have so many 2 blocks.
2 blocks. I mean, they had to have something, man. They couldn't.
Oh, yeah, of
if
course,
that deck was full of 3 blocks, bro.
Have you heard of Viscerai?
Bro. Not recently.
Oh, yeah, I know. It's so sad.
I thought it was maybe Dark Horse, but I haven't seen one yet.
Yeah.
All right.
It is nice that we managed to get another 2 heroes on, which we haven't seen today. This
Yeah,
is round 4.
So far, a fair amount of diversity, and we're not able to pick the heroes before, we had to assume Matt Rogers was on Dash, but we're not able to pick the heroes before we, are looking at the standings and trying to find. But this was table 2, I believe.
Yep, so Matt Rogers going and doing a Pulse Wave Harpoon on Chainlink 2 here, so Matt W just needs to show 2 cards. If he shows 2 3 blocks, Matt Rogers won't be able to pick what he wants Matt W to block with, but Matt W will have to block because this is lethal.
Well, Impulse Wave Harpoon is going to take a card. Oh, I see what you're saying. With the 2 block, yeah.
Unless he shows 2 3 blocks if he has them, which looks like...
Ride the Tailwind?
Yeah, just ride the Tailwind, so... Yep, Matt W getting to tell Matt Rogers what he wants to block with, so...
But again, like you just said, this still represents... This will put him to 2, or to 1, excuse me.
Yeah, and then those pistols become deadly. And remember, he still hasn't used his Achilles Accelerator, and now that's a very easy way to get in, just sneak in an extra pistol shot, which, Matt W may not be expecting.
And we boosted, so we can Teklo Foundry and get enough resources to really, maybe throw 3 pistols here and take every single card out of his hand.
Definitely.
We're out of equipment to block with. I mean, you can block with your Snapdragons. He's shown a propensity to do so, but unfortunately, it's not that effective as a blocking card. I don't think that's what it's designed to do.
And yeah, there are 2 resources on Matt Rogers' side, so that could be, one on the pistol, one on the chamber, and then we might be seeing the pistol being fired 3 times.
Yeah, as Anderson Paak said, 1 in the hand, 1 in the bag, bubbling. I think is the quote.
I don't know who that is. I'm unfamiliar with that reference.
You know who Anderson Paak is?
No, I do not.
Paak? God, look at me. I'm like, do you know who Anderson Paak is?
I guess I'm just not as cultured.
I apologize. Well, I mean, me neither. Anderson Paak. Anderson Paak.
Right, so we do see the Teklo Foundry Heart being used here, and going and loading those items, and I believe this guarantees that Matt can fire the pistol 3 times this turn. There's 1 resource left to load the pistol again, and then even if the last card is a red, you can load the pistol again after using the boots to fire the pistol for the 3rd time.
Yeah.
So it looks like he's got Matt W in a bit of a checkmate situation here.
Yeah. A lot of pistol shots coming in. Matt's at 1. He's going to have to block every single one. And as you said, that Achilles Accelerator is going to probably represent another way too. If that card in his hand's a blue, it's going to be enough to do it.
Yeah, I believe it could even be a red, because Matt is floating 1. There we go.
Oh, right.
Yep,
I missed that one over there.
Looks like Matt had an extra card blocking somewhere. Okay, we must have missed it. Not sure how he blocked that first pistol shot, but it looked like he already had a blocking card and didn't need to give the last card. Now, Snatch, probably the best 1-card hand in the game. But of course, Matt Rogers saying, I have all these 3 blocks. I still kept the 1 block on my equipment.
On the Galvanic, and he even has the 1 block on his Foundry Heart left over. So 1 card out of the way. No Teklo cores here, but a card in Arsenal.
Yep.
Matt Rogers being patient, not needing to throw his whole weight against this Fi yet. I mean, every single card now demands a block, and here's a breakpoint. Here's 4. So this says I need 2.
Yep. And Fi unlikely to be running defense reactions in this matchup, because as we talked about, this is a race. So
yeah. That's going to take 2 of them.
Another Toma final. And so we'll see the Achilles Accelerator being used here for sure to continue.
I mean, Matt might just decide, you know what, I'm actually good.
Heal.
this turn feels good here.
Yeah.
So we are going to see the accelerators put on the chain, breaking them, but giving an action point. No Arcane Barrier.
Oh.
That might become relevant.
Critical. Matt W might use the Storm Striders.
We can't see what it is. We know it's with that glare, it could be anything.
Oh no, they put on the chain though. They use the snaps to block. Remember we talked about it. Damn.
All right, well we got a 0 to 60 coming in, and
and Matt W just
that's gonna be over. So
that was an Art of War in hand as well, a non-blocking card. Yeah. So.
Well, great game. The Battle of the Mats, Matt won.
Oh yeah, of course, I called it.
You did.
Yeah, I knew Matt would win.
You did. I said oh man, Pankaj is really pretty prescient with this. So yes, really well played by both parties there. I got to say that high octane turn. I know we talked about it when. Excuse me. I know we talked about it when it happened, but what an insane little turn there.
That was brilliant. Honestly, Matt Rogers showing us how he can outrace a Fi even without starting with Pounder.
Yeah. I mean, and he went down to 2 there before the Toma Findall, and without that crazy turn, perhaps the Fi was going to be able to present enough damage. I mean, you have to expect that Matt was taking a fair amount of damage, knowing the driver's seat that he had put himself in. But without that crazy turn, perhaps it could have been a different story because those heroes were very close.
That is how these races usually come to. So it looks like Matt Rogers found his one power turn, but Matt W didn't quite find a strong enough out of war turn to combat what Matt Rogers managed to
he
pull
at
off.
least saw
That
the
was-
one. You know,
Yeah, he saw the one, but I think it was on a hand which got Pulse Wave Harpooned as well, so it wasn't a 5-card hand.
Yeah.
Unlike Matt Rogers got his high octane off a full 5-card hand, which is one of the drawbacks of playing 5. We talk about him being a very consistent aggro deck, but most of his damage is vanilla damage. It's overrate, but it's vanilla. It doesn't force cards out of the Dash's hand, whereas Dash has Pulse Wave Harpoon, forces Matt to give a card up.
Yeah, definitely. So that's the thing with Fies. You know, I enjoyed playing the deck. I played it for the Calling in San Jose, but when in Flesh and Blood, you want to say, you know, here's a problem, like deal with it. And the problem with Fi is damage. Fi puts out so much damage, but not very many cards other than Snatch that really say, here's something that if you don't respect, I get true value out of this. You have Mounting Anger. You often will see players block out the Mounting Angers.
Yeah.
You'll see them block out the Snatches, but a fair amount of their cards are just so overrate on their damage, their go again, that it's tough that they don't have the other ways to take cards from their opponent. Other than if they're just going to die.
Yeah, exactly. Damage is lethal is the best on hit, I've heard.
Lethal is a crazy on hit. Goated. I mean, that is a little, almost like too powerful of an on hit. Full
Yeah,
lethal
they should
damage.
definitely know of that.
And I think we're going to get the man himself in here for an interview, Mr. Matt Rogers. Cheers, man. How we doing?
Yeah, good.
Sam.
Definitely. Hey.
Good to meet you, man.
Yeah, nice to meet you, mate.
So, I mean, we can talk about a lot of things in this game. But
Yeah.
there's one turn in particular that I just do feel like we need to kind of get into. Because I have
no
never
idea
seen...
what turn you're talking about. What could that
So
be?
it was the end of the game. It was when, you know, he came in with that snatch. So I really want to get into your No. I don't want to talk about the high octane. I want to talk about Toma Findall. I want to talk about two Sparker Geniuses. I've never seen a lineup like that. My first question, have you ever seen it line up like that?
I have, but I've been playing Dash for many, many years, and it does
true.
not line up like that very often. Like, that is the utter nuts turn.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh my God.
You basically can't draw it up any better than that. That's a 30-point turn off 5 cards.
Oh, yeah.
So it's attack for 22, gain 4 life, and end with 2 Teklo cores in play, which are basically worth 4 points anyway.
Yeah.
So it's like 30 points off 5 cards. It's as ridiculous as it gets.
Yeah, well, I mean, 9 cards at the end. You got to draw 2, and you got to draw another 2.
Yeah,
so
but
you can say 5 cards all you want, but
Well,
I know
it started
you
as
saw
5.
9 cards there, brother. Yeah, no, it was pretty. When those were coming down, we were just like, sheesh, man. Let me get some sheeshes in the chat. Oh, I should pull the chat up and see if there's any questions.
Dash could do some crazy things, I tell you.
So talk to me a little bit. I want to ask you just. I know you got things to do, but that was a quick enough game.
Yeah.
Talk to me a little bit about why you love Dash. And then
I don't know if we've got enough time for that.
Oh, we have got all the time in the world
That's a
for
full-hour
Matt
conversation.
Rogers. Well, just a little bit. Give some bullet points.
Yeah, I mean, I really like that Dash can change its game plan so well. It can play a very different game into each deck, but it can also play a very different game into each game, right? So, like, the one thing I really like about Dash is, like, if there's decks like Fi and Briar where you can't really block them, like, you lose value if you block them, you can just turn into this hyper-aggressive deck that's just, like, burning through your deck and trying to set up crazy turns, right? To overwhelm them that way. But then in other matchups, you can, like, trade up really well because your blues can attack for 4 with Induction Chamber effectively, so, like, you can always get good points on things. So it's a deck that allows you to not just play differently into different matchups, but also pivot into, like, being the I guess the control role throughout the game, and then pivot back to the aggro role and pivot again, and whatever you need to do. So it's just has a lot of options.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just love it.
So you said something really interesting there, where you said your blues can turn into 4 damage.
Yeah.
Is that what you like about Induction Chamber versus Teklo Pounder? Because I wouldn't say necessarily that conventional wisdom in that race in particular is Teklo Pounder.
Yeah.
I've certainly seen it more often than not. And when we saw the Induction Chamber, it was an immediate, oh, okay. Let's see. So could you talk to me a little bit about that line of thinking?
Yeah, so basically it comes down to points. It's purely mathematical, right? Sure. So what Induction Chamber allows you to do throughout the game, because like people look at that matchup and they're like, oh, whatever, it's like a 4-turn game. It really isn't. Like, a lot of the time, the game actually slows down a little bit later on when people are kind of forced to block. And at that point, like, you end up getting the 6 points that Pounder would give you anyway. So if I start with Pounder, if I'm playing the Teklo pistol, I'm kind of losing resources throughout the game as well. Like there'll be spots where I can't utilize my blues. My blues just suck, right? Whereas if I'm playing with Chamber, my blues can, attack for 4, right? So like 1 blue a turn can attack for 4, so I can kind of utilize them a little bit better. So yeah, I mean, I spent literally a week convincing my team to play Induction Chamber over Pounder in the Fire matchup for Pro Tour Lille, and right up until like maybe a day or two before the event, they all just kept calling me crazy, and I was the only person that was doing it. And eventually they all came around, and I've kind of managed to draw out like all of the math about it and stuff, and I'm very confident that that's the best way for the deck to play.
Heck yeah! Well, my cousin Aiden, we run just started a YouTube channel. He's been playing Dash since he got into this game. I'd feel remiss if I didn't tell you about him a little bit. Do you have any tips? I mean, Aiden got top 8 at our recent Arcane Games and Events Open in January.
Oh, cool.
So he's no small shakes on the hero. He's no Matt Rogers. No small, but like any final thoughts on Dash or the hero, or some tips for people looking to get into this game or this deck?
Yeah, I think generally with Dash in general, like what you need to do is just be very aware of your role at every specific point of the game. That's the most important part. Be very aware of the amount of damage that you can deal and what you're trading, to know when you need to block, and then be very aware of their chain enders and on hits and such like that. But yeah, I think the most important thing is to just be aware of, at this point right now in the game, am I the aggressor or am I the defender? Because as the defender, you can block and still get good points out of your cards because your blues attack for 4. So like there's a lot of points in the games where it's better to be the defender, and you always want to be forcing them to block first. So like there's one way that I always talk to people about with playing Dash is like, if you're very aware of the life totals and you're very aware of how much you can deal, you ideally want to go down, you kind of want to block and maneuver your way down to about that like 3 or 4 life mark when you can force them to start blocking, right? So you just have to be very aware of like how the life totals go, and at the first point that you get them to block, like you're just getting plus so much value out of them.
How do you feel about an event like this in this type of a meta that is before a major set release, post a ban? Is this an event that you enjoy to play in? Does it feel a little less satisfying because you don't get to kind of explore it for as long, or is this an exciting opportunity to just see what like these literal 2 months are like in this game?
Yeah, I love formats just after a ban. Just after a ban or just after a new set is a lot of fun. So this is utopia for me. I really enjoy looking at how a metagame might change and develop due to some bans, and like trying to figure out my favorite way to attack it and then just going for it.
Awesome.
So yeah, this is where I want to be.
Heck yeah, well we're so glad to get you on for a little interview. Thanks again for coming. Great game.
Great.
Such a cool thing to see.
Yeah.
And I wish you best luck in the rest of the rounds.
Awesome. Thanks, Matt.
Yeah, we'll be back very shortly, guys. Alrighty, everyone, welcome back to the Calling Indianapolis. We're getting ready to get round 5 underway here with a great matchup. On the right side of your screen, you're going to see Briar, Warden of Thorns, piloted by Nathan Crawford of the Card Guys. Big fan of their channel. On the left side of your screen, you're going to see Hike Boskerchian playing Oldhim, just the grandfather. He's just all of our,
Big old grandpa. He's on a rocking chair,
You
just knitting.
can't tell me that beard doesn't look nice to just gently lay your head across while a roaring fire is in the fireplace on Christmas Eve. You just can't tell me that doesn't look nice.
Now that you've pointed it out, it looks a bit like Dumbledore. Like, if you just look at the face and the beard. I mean, Dumbledore from this, but of course, Oldhim, a guardian instead of a wizard.
Yeah, except this, we're not having any, there's no other IPs crawling into this set.
Yes.
I mean, we work in our own world here. But go ahead and let's walk me through, Pankaj. Walk me through the key cards we have in this matchup.
So once again, we have another unique matchup. We have not seen either of these heroes all the way until round 5 of this event, really showing the diversity of the heroes that we have.
Absolutely.
So key cards over here. On the Oldhim side, we have Stalagmite along with the Ice React. Now, with the combination of these two, the Oldhim can stop the Briar from swinging that pesky Rosetta Thorn, which is what the Oldhim is trying to do. With the Stalagmite often stopping the Rosetta Thorn, we might see the Stalagmite block up to 11 damage, 2 Thorn Swings plus the 3 damage that it itself blocks.
Absolutely.
Alongside that, we have Spinal Crush. As we all know, Briar does like to go wide, and this Spinal Crush can force cards out of the Briar's hand. And particularly if the Oldhim is able to land that on a key turn, say if there's a Channelmount Heroic that's been resolved, we could see the Briar slow down a lot because of that. On the Briar side, we have Final Spring Tunic. Because of how grindy this matchup can be, we can see the Tunic get up to 5-6 resources over the course of the game, which is obviously a lot of value for a chess piece to get. And finally, of course, we have Briar's Marquee card. Now, this is what makes Briar very difficult to just block out.
Brandish.
On the Oldhim side. Yeah, Channelmount Heroic. Now, Oldhim can't just block out the Briar because the Briar can set out these massive Channelmount Heroic turns, typically followed by like an Exude Confidence to really stop even those defense reactions, and then just take away the game from there.
Absolutely. And we did see earlier this week, or either this week or last week, on the Goliath Gauntlet, we saw Nathan Crawford pilot a very interesting version of Briar. I believe he fatigued Mr. Crisciali on Lexi, but it does look like, from what we can tell, there's going to be a bit more of a standard list here. We see the Crown of Providence, we see the Grasp of the Arknight, and so we're going to go ahead and dive into this game. That Tunic counter is going to go up to 1. Nathan Crawford going to elect to just Arsenal and pass. Not even making a rune chant here.
So once again, the key cards being slightly off here because it looks like this Oldhim is a fatigue Oldhim, Sam. I see a Rampart, I see a Sigil of Solace in hand, I see an Oasis Respite in hand. This looks like it might be that life gain fatigue Oldhim deck that has been gaining some popularity towards the end of the ProQuest season.
Well, it is going to be interesting to see how Nathan Crawford elects to deal with what he's going to have coming at him here. This is going to be, oh yeah. If we weren't sure before, I think we're sure now.
I think we are. So, very interesting call by Hike there to not use a Sigil of Solace on turn 0. He could have just used it for free on Nathan's turn, but perhaps because Nathan just went to pass, Hike did not want to leave himself open or 1 card less to block with.
Absolutely. So, you said that, and I'm just going to be honest, I heard a bit of pain in your voice, Pankaj. I heard some reticence. Talk to me a little bit about this archetype that we can't ignore it. It's here. Talk to me about what we're seeing and what we might expect as this game, inches forward, shall we say.
Inches forward is definitely a very good way to put it. So the reason I side there is because just as an Icelander player, you see the Imperial Warhorn and you're like, oh no, my hard-earned Frost Axe and Insidious Shield both gone because of this one toot of the horn. And we see Nathan showing up with Smashing Good Type. Now, maybe he scouted this a little and he was expecting this sort of play from Hike because Smashing Good Time, typically a tech card against Dash, not really against Oldhim, especially not even Amulet of Ice is gone. It's not like they were even running many of it before, but still, see that here. Pretty wild.
It's a non-attack action, right?
Yep.
It's a buff. If you go non-attack into attack, it turns on your Rosetta Thorn. If you're newer to Briar, that is what they really like to do. That Rosetta Thorn is, now that Winter's Wail gone, might take the title for most intense, shall we say, weapon in the game. But so now that attack is going to be blocked out by the Staunch Response. Now, Smashing Good Time, it's going to affect the whole chain,
yes,
is it not?
It is, except weapons.
Except weapons.
It does specify attack action card.
Now, where it's going to be interesting to see is Nathan Crawford just electing to end his turn here. He's making a rune chant.
Yep. And very critically, Nathan got a bit lucky there. That was a yellow Ravenous Rival, but he revealed a Gorg Tome off the top, which does not have a pitch value.
I didn't even realize he hadn't played that yet.
Yep, so that was, just a full 4 base damage on the yellow Rabble, plus 3 from the Smashing Good Time, of course.
I remember watching Tim Bunn hit that of Team Covenant. Or Zach Bunn, excuse me. I think that Tim's his brother. Zach Bunn hit the Gorg Tome off the Rabble. I think playing into Marco on Kano. I might be misremembering, but he slammed that down with the passion of 1,000 Suns. It was one of the most excited I've ever seen someone in a game of Flesh and Blood.
Right, so we see Nathan make the Rune Chant because obviously when that Rabble didn't hit, he didn't get the embodiment, so he had to make the Rune Chant to give this Gloomveil go again. Now, Hike is holding on to 1 Sigil of Solace in his hand, which is a non-block, so if Nathan can threaten 1 more attack, Hike might be forced to give up the Crater Fist as a block value to keep his Warhorn around. Now, Warhorn, of course, in this matchup does threaten the CMH if it ever comes down, but if Nathan is able to trigger an Embodiment of Earth or an Embodiment of Lightning, then he can choose to sacrifice that instead of the Channel Montoric, because remember, Warhorn does specify that the player gets to choose which one of those permanents they want to sacrifice.
Yeah, that's a really good point, allowing... And the Warhorn is legendary.
Yes.
So the question also is how many Smashing Good Times did Nathan Crawford bring into this matchup? Is it a 1-up or is it a 3-up? Perhaps because it's a non-attack action, it's something that he's happy to just play out. And he's happy to see, even if the Oldhim wasn't running this Warhorn. So it's going to be interesting to see how many of those we see over the course of this game, because it seemed to be like a relatively prescient play there from Nathan.
Yeah, and as well as how many Smashing Good Times Nathan's running, it's going to be critical to know how many Remembrances Hike is running, because these Fatigue Golden lists...
This is true.
...who run Remembrances, so...
They do. And why would they run
Why
would they run a Remembrance? What does that do in the matchup?
Well, you brought it up. It's a legendary horn, so that's the only way they can get more copies of it. And we see Nathan starting with a Tomb of Harvest. Very, very strong start. They've gone up to a 5-card hand and have satisfied the condition of having their first non-attack this turn. So the Rosetta Thorn is online, and if they play 1 more, they get the Briar Embodiment of Lightning.
Indeed. So let's see. And I was going to say, we haven't seen the Gorg Tome yet. I was literally just about to say it, but I didn't want to... Honestly, I didn't want to be wrong, but I didn't think we had seen the Gorg Tome yet.
Yes.
So we see that now drawing an additional card and creating that Embodiment of Lightning token.
Yep.
Now, what would be fascinating here is what if, is it going to become kind of like a staring match? So there's a second...
This round's on me.
Yeah, it looks like smashing. But I was about to say, if we see a channel here, this turn might just get passed because of that situation you brought up. I was literally just about to say, if we see this Embodiment of Lightning and then the Channel Mat Heroic, does he want to keep that embodiment around, or does he think he can get an Embodiment of Earth?
Yeah, I think he's banking an Embodiment of Earth, and actually, if he feels like he can't, he can just make a Rune Chant.
He can just make a Rune Chant. Yeah, you're
There's an
absolutely
aura.
right.
So
that's interesting.
Nathan, very experienced, right? Definitely knows his outs against this. Now, so it'll be curious to see how much value this Warren Hike is able to get.
And how, if there are 2 auras staring him down, does Hike choose to go for the Warhorn, or is he just going to say, all right, I'll get your next one? But if he lets the channel stick around, how much damage is this Oldhim going to have to take? Because this Oldhim, as we've kind of alluded to, is attempting to get to a point in the game where Nathan Crawford just simply doesn't have the threats left, and there's just kind of a game state of inevitability. It's almost as though Briar is too fatigued to continue to fight. So it's going to be interesting to see if this channel can stick around. Will this be enough of a push to potentially put Nathan in a place to win in the long game? He's checking out that Warhorn.
Just making sure the text, yeah. So, and you brought a very good point about the choice to use the Warhorn or not. If Hike sees that Nathan just has another aura, like a Rune Chant or an Embodiment of Earth, he's just not going to pop it. But he's constantly putting Nathan in that position for the rest of the game to take note that every time he puts a Channel Mount Heroic, he needs to either get the Embodiment of Earth or a Rune Chant, forcing 100%. Nathan into these inefficient plays.
Because if you make a Rune Chant at the end of your chain, you're not swinging with your Rosetta Thorn, and sometimes that can represent 4 or more damage.
Exactly.
And that's part of why these Channel Mount Heroic turns are so effective, is because you do all this crazy stuff, and then you end with 2 and 2. And if you have to make an inefficient Rune Chant, and then you can't even use the 1 floating if you pitch your blue, say, it's just it's a position that I don't think Nathan wants to be in. Though it's honestly very impressive to see him bring the Smashing Good Time in as that tech piece.
Yep. And we see a very clean block from Hike here. That's Staunch Response in a deck with access to Crown of Seeds. Is just gives you amazing value. You paid 2 for Staunch and then paid 1 into the Crown of Seeds, along with the Creative Fist and Sink Below, gets to block out the Gloomveil completely. preventing embodiment. And here we see exactly what we talked about just now. He's going to make a rune chant and just
Pass
pass.
the turn. Yeah, absolutely. So that channel is going to be around. It's going. He unfortunately is not going to have the 5-card hand to work off of. He's already played his Gorg Tome, so he's not drawing any cards.
Yep.
Yeah, he has no card in his arsenal for a Tome of Harvests. So this is going to be an honest 4-card hand from Briar here.
As honest as can be while there's a channel on the field.
We can see him choosing his pitch stack.
Yeah. So while this Warhorn, like that Warhorn effectively has saved Hike 5 life. Like despite it not even being triggered yet.
Yeah.
It just saved Hike 5 life because Nathan
5,
couldn't swing the Thorn.
Yeah. And I was going to say, even if he had to block out, he has that Tunic counter up to pay into the Warhorn.
For sure.
So it looks as though this is just going to be an arsenal and a pass.
Sigil of Solace as well to go up to 41.
I missed that one.
And we see Heart of Findal in the Oldhim's end. This Oldhim is going to gain a lot of life. Although they're already ahead right now, so.
That Heart of Findal, though,
Yeah,
doesn't
when
block.
it comes back around.
And it also doesn't block on this turn. So we have the Channel Mount Heroic up. We've seen, what is it? We've seen 6 points of value off the channel because we saw the Lightning, not Surge, Entwine Lightning.
And the Gloomveil.
And the Gloomveil, right?
Yes.
So I've heard that you want to get at least 3, so it's not just 2 Nimblisms.
Yeah.
Right? So we looks like we're going to get something here. He, I think, went for the Earthlore Surge and then pulled it back.
Yes. Definitely. The Warhorn is definitely in his mind. I'm wondering whether he's thinking maybe it's better to just put 2 Earth cards in the pitch zone this turn. And the Rune Chant is still there to give insulation against the Warhorn. And then you come back next time with a 5-card hand. Because when the Oldhim's trying to block you out this hard, you do need to go over the top. You can't just be presenting 12 damage every turn.
Yeah.
That just won't get you there.
And so we're going to see exactly how much damage is coming in here. It's going to be 10 with the buff and the 13 with the buff.
So the color of the Earthlaw Surge eludes me a little bit. I guess we can do the math.
So he's getting 3 from the channel.
Yes.
I'm assuming you should pick +2, so that's +5. So it's +3. So the blue?
Yeah, likely the blue. And critically, like he is using the Rune Chant over here, so, no insurance. But I mean, the Channel Mount Heroic is going to go away because there aren't 2 Earth cards in the pitch zone.
Indeed.
So, I mean, that Warhorn is really putting in work here. It's actually very impressive.
Yeah, even though he didn't get, as you said, he didn't use it to blow up the Channel Mount Heroic, but it on a turn that all he had was 1 card left that he wanted to arsenal and turn on his Crown of Seeds, or, allowed to get additional value out of his Crown of Seeds. Instead, it just sat there and forced Nathan to make that inefficient play.
Yep. So how much block is Hike putting up here? There's 1 on the Rampart, 9 from cards, and 1 from the Crown of Seeds. So, Nathan surely... Oh, he actually chose gold again on the E-Strike. So actually, I think that was a red Earthlaw Surge.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yep. So Nathan is able to leak some damage in. But that is the first Channel Mount Heroic gone. So now recursion pieces on Nathan's side. We've talked about Remembrance on Hike's side, but Briar also has their own recursion pieces in the form of So Tomorrow and Pulse of Candlehold.
Yeah, 2 huge turns from Briar to take the Oldhim down to 36. Just 2 massive Channel Mount Heroic turns to make it a 4-life deficit from their starting life total. So,
as
you said, there's 44 minutes left on this round timer.
Yep.
We might be here for a chunk of it.
I think so too. So we might also see the So Tomorrow and the Pulse of Candlehold actually be relevant in this matchup.
No, absolutely. Got the... Oh, look at that.
Yep.
Double Nimblism.
Double Nimblism.
Make
not as good as the Channel Mount Heroic, but yep. New for Scar. Oh, that damage that Nathan managed to pull off on Hike. Backfiring a little, drawing the Scar, but of course, Embodiment of Lightning still gives a go again, despite not getting it from Scar's own text.
Tunic's at 2 here, so this can't be followed up with the Rosetta Thorn. You were talking about that in the key cards as something that can be a potential way to mitigate, or not mitigate, but allow for these turns to extend using the Tunic counter to come in with the Rosetta Thorn at the end.
Yeah.
This is most likely just going to be an arsenal from Nathan here.
Could be, or, you need to give up the arsenal to send another 4 damage, which is value-wise about the same. Your arsenal's worth about 4 damage. If you're a Briar, you pitch it to Thorn, it's about the same.
You might be getting some leak here.
I believe it's an Oasis in hand, or Fate. Yeah, the last card in the Oldhim's hand is an Oasis. So,
what was I thinking?
So even if Nathan chooses to use the Thorn here, Hike has a very efficient answer in that Oasis Respite, which will also gain him a life.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, so you have to wonder, is Nathan Crawford attempting to set up the pitch stack to clap back as hard as he can? It's just, can he really get through all that life? He's not playing a deck like Fi that can do the Art of Wars and the Mask of the Pouncing Links to really just extend these chains into 30 to 40 damage turns. I mean, these Channel Mount Heroics can, if you could get a fused Force of Nature off or even a not fused, if those two cards can line together and perhaps we see him pitch them throughout the course of this game. I haven't seen any yet go like in the same pitch stack. But he's going to have to do something crazy, right? And just from the way it looks. He's going to have the Channel Mount Heroic plus draw effects to keep it all going, or else it looks like this Oldhim is just really in a position to stall the game out to the point where the Briar is choked out of resources, cards, damage, and will to live.
Definitely. And we see Nathan pitching a red here, so this could be some of that pitch deck that you were talking about. It's still keeping some threats in the deck while presenting some damage here to not just get bonked back.
Absolutely.
Although with the Fatigue Oldhim list, we are unsure how much they can actually bonk back, but Nathan's still not allowing the Oldhim just to have a full 5-card hand.
Yeah. I like bonk back.
Bonk back. So this Earthblood Surge, I believe, was the blue, because they did reveal red off the top. And yeah, coming in for 7. Now, Nathan Crawford really loves his Rabbles. We saw him also running the yellows, and it's exactly because of plays like this. You get to go buff into Rabble, into a Thorn afterwards, and you don't need to worry about the go again. A lot of other cards like, say, Snatch or Entwined Lightning, you need to somehow give it going. Entwined Lightning, you need to have the Lightning Fusion, or Snatch, you need to have the Embodiment of Lightning set up beforehand. But Rabble is just clean, here's your go again.
Yeah. So... And this was before, and looks, two reds going to the bottom. The Entwined Lightning and the Scar for Scar. Those are cards that he's gonna, want to see at the end of the game when hopefully these defense reactions have been used. Hopefully these Oasis Respites have been used, and Hike is more forced to just block with cards from hand, and he can set himself up for later. But once again, he's gonna use that Oasis, gain a life, stop all 4 of that damage, and then Nathan's just forced to put a card in his arsenal.
Yep.
An effect now of the Band of Winter's Wail. Now, what I was getting at before is we were already seeing Warhorn come up in response to a lot of different matchups from the Oldhims. But with the banning of Winter's Wail, it does seem to have pushed more people into this more turtley defensive fatigue game plan.
Definitely, because the mid-range game has been affected quite a bit by the loss of Winter's Wail. Oldhim's are either going full-out aggression or full-out turtle up. And what we see here is a Blessing of Patience, yet another life gain card from this Oldhim.
My God.
Basically a healing bomb that blocks 3. It does cost 1, but we just saw Hike just use the Tunic to pay for that and still get an arsenal, which means still threatening the Crown of Seeds.
This is about to be the saddest sheesh of my life. Sheesh.
Okay, so Nathan's time Rebel Spawn and resolving the next Channel Mount Heroic. Now,
probably gonna...
again, remember the Warhorn is still on the field. He needs to care about that. He can't just end this turn with Channel Mount Heroic being the only aura.
Yeah, he's got 2 cards in hand, so if he wants that lightning, embodiment of lightning to be his aura, he's gonna be forced to just not even use a card.
Which may not be that bad, given how defensive this Oldhim is. It's not like they'll be coming back at you with his Final Crush or CNC. I don't think we've seen any of these cards even blocked or pitched with. So that could be the correct call, but it looks like he's opting to do the Snatch. Now, with the arcane damage from Bramble Spark, this could be a bit of an awkward block for Hike. He would need to block the arcane. Oh, but no, that's Crown of Seeds and Rampart. What am I talking about now? Just one blue covers it all completely.
What am I talking about?
Yeah. Which means Nathan unlikely to get the Embodiment of Earth from this attack, meaning that we might just see him make a Rune Chant again and pass.
And again, then he makes a Rune Chant. He doesn't come in with his Rosetta Thorn. He doesn't have a card in his arsenal.
Means that Warhorn just gained Hike another 5 life, effectively. At that point, you have to wonder, do you just allow Hike to have the Warhorn value?
And not have to stare it down
Yeah.
and try to play towards your 3rd channel, yeah.
Oh, it looks like he did get the Embodiment of Earth. Hike chose not to block this completely. And the Snatch did have go again as well. I mean, Nathan already went to... Oh, wait. Hike took the arcane damage from Bramble Spark, getting the Embodiment of Earth. Now Nathan is insured. He does not need to worry about the Warhorn blowing up his CMH. Let's see if he uses the opening to swing the Thorn or try and set up the 5-card hand.
Yeah, absolutely. No, this is an important moment here for Nathan.
For sure. Although remember, Hike does have a Blessing that's going to pop at the start of his turn, so he's actually at 37.
Yep.
As we look at the life totals here, this is the 2nd Channel Mount Heroic that we've seen.
Looks like it's just going to be an ending of the chain, that Embodiment of Earth, keeping that, safeguarding the Channel Mount Heroic and allowing Nathan to next turn work off of a 5-card hand.
Definitely. With the snap still up. So let's see what they can cobble together something real big.
And this is honestly, we're seeing the effect of the Winter's Whale ban right here. Because if Oldhim is able to pitch, blue Winter's Bite and come at you for 4 and a Frostbite on this turn that you've put so much effort in trying to sculpt because of the war and all that, like Nathan's in such a different position. When he's maybe, he's got 2 cards here. Guardian attacks can come in for 7 off of 2 cards, but it's certainly not going to threaten a Frostbite like it would have, right?
Yep, so no more easy disruption available to Oldhim. And anyway, we just see them go ahead and arsenal even really at 2 cards.
Attack?
Yeah.
Interact with the game? No.
Yeah, so they did trigger their blessing, but I believe they didn't update their life counter. So they should be at 37 for those keeping track.
There he goes.
There we. Just as I said it, very, very, very nice of him.
Thank you, Hike.
All right, so I think we see a Force of Nature in Nathan's hand. Let's see whether he can, make something real big happen
Could be
here.
that turn.
It could be. There is still just only 1 block left on the Crater Fist. The boots that Hike chose to bring in are those Null Rune boots. So no block on the boots, just 1 on the Crater Fist, 1 on Tunic if he really needs it.
Yeah. I feel like maybe I didn't curse Nathan, but I brought up his fatigue match in the Goliath Gauntlet, and then he's sitting there staring down fatigue. Like, the guy's very nice. I met him yesterday.
Yeah, it is all your
I
fault.
wouldn't wish this upon him.
Yeah.
But I hope he'll forgive me. He did it. I mean, if it is cosmic from his fatigue, on his on-camera fatigue of Chris Iali, then, can't do anything about that.
Okay, so we see Force of Nature. I believe that was not fused. I didn't see Nathan reveal anything. So this Exude's coming in for 7. Now, this Guardian deck, without all those big attacks, like Spinals and stuff, I don't know if Hike is able to stop this Exude's ability. You do need to block with an attack that's higher than the power of Exude, and Exude's currently sitting at 7.
Now, do we think that he activated his crown in response?
Yes.
We must have, because as soon as that Exude exits the layer step, we're not able to activate that Crown of Providence.
Yes.
Or, excuse me, Crown of Seeds.
Yes.
So you have to, assume. I'm assuming these players aren't announcing layer step.
Yeah.
Layer step resolve.
Yeah.
Fast priority.
Yeah, it's pretty clear that when the Oldhim uses the Chrono Seeds, that it is on the layer step. And Nathan does have the snaps up, so if Hike doesn't manage to stop this Exude Confidence's ability, Nathan might just say, okay, I've got free Radiant. I'm going to pop the snaps with this Force of Nature on the field and a CMH.
Start
I'm
drawing
just going to
cards.
start going off.
Yep.
Ooh, I do see a Macho Grande in Hike's hand, though, so he can turn this off. Meaning Nathan would need to pitch into the Exude Confidence's ability if he wants to take advantage of the ability, but at that point you're losing cards out of your hand and you can't threaten much more.
Getting a draw off of it, you have to imagine Nathan might highly consider it. He has a card in his arsenal. You know he wants to get value out of this turn. You know he wants to start threatening Oldhim. You can't fatigue him back.
Yeah.
It's just not going to work.
Yeah, their weapon's better than yours, so you can't do that. Looks like we're seeing 9 block, including the Crown of Seeds. And critically, they have blocked with an attack that's bigger than Exude Confidence's attack, so they are able to activate abilities like instance and defense reactions, but they only have 1 card left, so Nathan's still saying this is still my opening.
I'm trying to see, because if it's a defense reaction, perhaps he's expecting to be able to get some block here, but we're going to get an E-Strike. I'm assuming it's going to be with Go Again.
Yeah, Go Again with the draw effect still being threatened from the Force of Nature.
And unfortunately for Nathan, he was not able to set this turn up with his Tunic counter at 3.
Yes.
So if that Rosetta Thorn is going to come in at the end of this chain, it is going to have to be with the card pitched. If the Rosetta Thorn was online and that card in his arsenal is a 0 cost, he draws a 0 cost, then we're starting to cook with gas.
Yep.
But hey, with this Force of Nature, if he starts, he's taking all the cards out of his hand. This could be the turn that he starts doing something real.
Yeah, he does have a lot of rebels in his list. We saw, he's running 3 yellows and 3 reds. So
this is a heart of the cards moment for Nathan Crawford. That attack hit put him down to, for the first time, we're seeing a significant life change about halfway through this game.
Yep.
Still trying to get a sense of what's in Hike's hand. He's hiding it from us.
Yeah. Although with just 1 card in hand, it's unlikely that we'll be able to block more, more stop the Force of Nature on hits. So let's think about what Nathan could have. A Swarming Gloomveil, Ravenous Rabble. These are all cards with natural Go Again that he's got in his list. Oh, he plays another Force of Nature. This will create the embodiment of lightning. This will be the second non-attack. And that Arsenal card, which he chose not to use to swing the Thorn in the previous turn.
And that's going to make it an embodiment?
Yep.
He's going to have to pass the turn.
Oh, no, he's got the Arsenal. Let's
I thought he would. Oh, because it broke the chain.
Yep.
Oh, excuse me. I was like, hold on, this is way less exciting than you're making it.
Double force of nature here. Now, this Gloomveil already would have had go again, obviously, because the embodiment of Earth was made. But Nathan's still choosing to sort of waste the embodiment of lightning because he wants that extra card draw from the second force of nature.
He's about to draw 2 cards.
He's about to draw 2 cards. There's no way I can block what this is currently at 7. There have been 2 auras that have been made. So this one
It is
Gloomveil
the
is at 7.
react, but it's only going to block 4.
Yep.
He's going to go ahead and opt that to the bottom. So Nathan's about to draw 2 cards here. This might be the moment.
This could be it. He's looking for Rabbles. He's looking for Gloomveils. There's no other way he can give go again. He used the snap. So this is not the kind of turn where you want to see stuff like a snatch.
Yep, and I think I see a Rabble in his hand. And there it is, the yellow Rabble revealing
a red
Bramble Spark.
Okay, so this is coming in for 6, threatening another 2 draws.
And he's going to go ahead and draw 2.
Whew. And this is why we talked about this earlier. It is
Need something big.
It's difficult to fatigue a Briar.
Yeah.
Because of Channel Mount Dromai. We talked about Phi with his Art of War and Lynx.
Yeah.
That is nothing compared to what Nathan's pulling off here right now.
Yeah, so let's see. I mean, he's got to keep this chain alive, right? Because
I do see a Bramble Spark, so not quite what he wants. This would be pretty anticlimactic if he just ends with a Thorn at this point.
I know. He's got 3 cards. You got to, even if he needs to pitch for it, you got to hope he can do it. Let's see what he's going for. Don't say Rosetta.
Oh,
Rosetta
it is a Thorn,
Thorn.
so that is going to be... Ooh, 3 cards without an attack. That's slightly rough on his side, and the Chalmont Heroic will go away, but as far as CMH turns go against the Fatigue Oldhim, that was impressive.
Yeah. And that took every card. He's not going to have an arsenal here. Mike saying, get that out of here. You did it. Congratulations.
And so that's 2 Force of Natures down and 2 Chalmont Heroics down.
Yeah.
However, Hike does not have the arsenal, like you pointed out. And the critical thing about not having an arsenal is that it means a Crown of Seeds. It means your Rampart is effectively turned off as well, because you don't want to just pitch a whole card to block 1 with your Rampart.
Absolutely. So we'll see if that was enough to get this gap closed. We talked about it at the rip, right? We said there needs to be something crazy here. There needs to be something crazy for Nathan to break through, and he did something crazy.
Yep. Okay, starts with a smashing good time into Bramble, revealing another Chalmont Heroic. Hike
Okay,
so like, what is going on right now?
We've seen now this is going to be his 3rd channel. If he pitches it for later, that will be interesting. But it looks as though he's going to go ahead and...
I think he might put it in Arsenal.
Mm-hmm. He's got the embodiment ready.
Yep, and I think I did see a Snatch in his hand.
Yeah,
Snatch coming in for 10 out of these 2 buffs.
That's going to require 3 cards in the Crater Fist.
Yep.
It's going to require 4 cards if you want to stop that draw. It's also going to trigger the... Yeah, he's going to go for it.
Yep, and the arcane damage...
And why wouldn't you?
Yeah, and the arcane damage likely to leak through you again because Hike doesn't have the arsenal, which means Nathan, again, insulated from the Warhorn because of the aura.
Well, he's not... Yeah, but he's not going to play the channel on the... Oh, he has 2 cards in his hand.
Yes, 2 cards there.
Would you look at that?
Yeah. Turns out when you don't pressure a Briar at all, they get to do things like this.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, one of these came from Arsenal. That's where it is.
Yes, the
That's
smashing
yeah,
good time
'cause he
came
was
from
there.
Arsenal.
Yeah.
Got the buff. Okay, looks like Hike doesn't want Nathan to get that embodiment. He is going into a Tunic turn, so as long as he can stop the embodiment from Nathan, that Tunic itself is already just going to remove the Chalmont Heroic, which actually Nathan hasn't resolved yet, so we're probably getting a bit too ahead of ourselves here.
Yeah, absolutely. He might now, he's looking down at that Warhorn. He might say to himself, yeah, I'm going to wait on this. I'm going to wait on a turn that I can establish a second aura.
Yeah.
That Warhorn is too threatening for me to just drop it here.
Yep.
It's just not worth it. He just,
Yeah. Also, it looks like he didn't have the blue anyway. We've seen all reds, and we know the last card's a Chalmont Heroic. So, yep, Nathan leaking another 4 damage there.
Yeah, 13 to 40.
Yes, but now Hike will have the arsenal, which means the Crown of Seeds is back online.
That means that Rampart's back online.
Yep. Along with the Tunic, he could stop Nathan from getting embodiment and then go ahead into, popping the Warhorn with just a Tunic counter.
But, at 13, one other big channel turn, and he's going for it.
Yep.
He's got 3 cards to work with. Let's see how he shakes this up. It's going to be a Rabble.
Red Rabble.
It's
showing a red
coming
Nimblism.
in.
So 7 go again here.
7
Now
off the rip.
we see Hike's hand full of D-reacts. I see a Fate Force. Oh, I see a Spinal in there too.
That's odd. Why would there be D-reacts in this list? Draw another card, another
and
staunch.
that's a staunch, yeah. So full of D-reacts, 2 D-reacts right there. And again, we talked about this earlier. Staunch response with the Crown of Seeds, so efficient.
Yeah. Pretty nuts.
Yep. Oh, we see Spinal being used here instead of the Staunch. Staunch could have cleanly blocked this out as well, assuming that is a red. Could, of course, be the blue. So we talked about this. Hike is just trying to deny the embodiment from Nathan to so that he can just use the tunic counter to do the Warhorn. Nathan, of course, knew that the top card was a red, so he was feeling free to just go use this second Rabble.
Now, it's been tough to see if that last card's blue. If that last card's blue, he's able to make that
rune chant.
That rune chant and keep that channel around for a third turn. But this is the last channel.
Yes.
There are no remembrances, most likely, in this man's list.
But there is Pulse of Candlehold, likely, and so tomorrow's, potentially. So Nathan,
put him back on the bottom.
Yep, so Nathan does potentially have access to some recursion. And that looks like it's a blue staunch response. So yeah, so Hike saying, nope, no embodiment for you, Nathan. Now, Nathan still has Tunic, so even if that's a red, he could use Tunic and pitch a red to make a rune chant. And Hike lost his Tunic here to pitch into the Ramparts. So if Nathan wants to, if Hike wants to pop the Warhorn, he needs to hold his last card. But Nathan's saying, here's another 7. I'm getting my embodiment.
We're just threatening the embodiment. I mean, this worked out perfectly for Nathan here. He's able to take all the cards out of his hand. You have to pitch into that staunch response. You use the crown to get another card here, but this is threatening it no matter what.
Yep.
He's going to be only working off 4 cards next turn, but
but
that's also 3 damage leaked, and we're coming in for another full Channel Mount Heroic turn without an Arsenal online, without a Tunic counter. This could be the moment we've been waiting for.
With no more Crater Fist as well. There's no more armor blocks on Hike's side.
Nathan's looking at those 4 cards.
We know one of them's an Embolism. We saw that revealed by the Rabble. So he's just hoping he doesn't get Runeblade bricked here.
Yeah. So we're going to see.
Don't tell me it's a Force of Nature. Is that a Force of Nature? Don't tell me. No way.
We see if it's Force of Nature and we saw an Embolism, we got to see an attack.
Yeah.
And it's got to connect. He's taking a moment.
Okay. Remembering the embodiment popping.
Going away. Oh, man. This ended up being so exciting.
Yeah.
I'm leaning in. All right, Nimbulism's going to buff the next attack with cost 1 or less this turn. Going to give it +3, using the Tunic counter, floating the 1.
Looks like another Earthloss Surge. There we go. Ooh, okay.
Scar. All right, so he's
yeah. Maybe a bit of a brick there. Drawing mostly reds.
But this is it.
Yep, this is a strong snatch. Depending on the color of Earthloss Surge, assuming that's a blue, this is a 13 damage snatch. With go again, too.
Let's see here.
Yeah,
13, so...
Didn't have a big enough die to represent this, this big bonk of a snatch.
113 on these attacks. So, if you're Oldhim here, how are you cleaning it? How are you going to clean this up?
I think you need another staunch response. I'm not sure how you can block 13 off of 4 cards with no equipment. Oh, you could put Tunic in front of this. Now, almost all the cards in his Oldhim deck do block for 3, so you can put all 4 of it and your Tunic to block it. If you have no D-reacts.
Critically, it's so important that Crown of Seeds is not available.
And there we go. Yep, staunch response paid 4 extra into it to get that additional block. But it looks like it still leaked some damage through. Hike still leaked 2. Hike's now at 7 with nothing. Nathan could make a Rune Chant Swing Thorn and put Hike down to 2, which looks like it's exactly what he's doing. Obviously, Tome of Harvest, not a card you want to Arsenal. It's just going to get stuck there.
And this turn and this Tunic counter, that's what I'm trying to say. This Tunic counter is only at 2, so he is not able to threaten, or I guess the channel's going away here.
Yep.
All right. We're drawing back up. We're down to 2. We only have AB1 and we have no Arsenal.
Yep, so if Nathan can swing the Thorn, there'll be 1, well, I want to say guaranteed, but we have seen Oasis Respites from Hike's list.
Yeah, and that also represents some life gain. When we also have seen...
We've seen 2 used, I believe.
The Oasis?
Yes, oh no, I think we've seen 1 used and 1 pitched.
1 pitched at the first turn,
Yes, so there's probably 1 more, and obviously Sigils of Solace as well.
I was about to say, we know there's life gain.
No, never mind.
This 2 is not a safe 2.
No, exactly. It looks like Nathan isn't managing to start his turn with a non-attack, so... No Thorn threatened here, so likely he just shows the buff on the E-Strike mode here, choosing to Arsenal, saying, all right, next time we'll come back at you in my 5-card hand.
Yeah. There's going to deal with the AB.
Yep.
You can now use the remaining floating on the Rampart.
Yep. And this gives Hike some space to set up his own Arsenal to put the Crown of Seeds back online.
Oh, and look at that. It's a Brother in Arms.
Oh.
Just cleanly using every single resource out of that pitch.
Yep. And Pummel. I'm surprised to see that, given how this Oldhim deck isn't really attacking, and to have a block 2 in there.
Yeah, where's that coming from?
Yeah. We did see a Spinal, and we also saw Pulverize being used to block, so...
There's a no block in that hand. That's a Remembrance.
That is a Remembrance.
That's a no block. So we'll see. I mean, he might pitch it.
He might just pitch it to Crown of Seeds and Rampart,
But it's not a blue.
Not a blue. Yep. So probably using a Tunic counter if Nathan does threaten the Thorn. We see Weave Earth being used. Ooh, so when you see Weave Earths being used from the Briar side, you have to wonder, are they getting close to that fatigue state when you use cards like Weave Earth?
Yeah, but we did see those 2 red attacks get pitched earlier. You know, we didn't pay as much attention.
For sure. Oh yeah, and look at it as a full blue, full Earth blue hand coming up from Nathan here, and that is a Sotomar. That's another CMH back in the deck. We'll see, and well, likely if he gets a pitch tag, which looks like this game is tending towards, we will see that 4th CMH.
Yeah, it is. If you're Nathan, you're looking at an opponent on 2, but you've seen the Blessing of Serenity, you've seen the Sigils and the Oasis. You know that's not a safe life total to be. It feels so close.
Nathan, he picked up an Earthlock Surge from that Sotomaro.
Interesting.
Instead of a CMH. Now, honestly, this is one of the reasons why he's one of the best Briar players in the world. He has recognized what he needs here, and he does not need a 4th CMH when he's got so few attacks left in his deck. He's saying, I just need one more burst to get through this final bit of 2 damage.
And if that's that red Entwined Lightning, I mean, I'm not sure what... It says turn 13. So I'm not sure if we've gotten all the way back to pitch deck, but he has drawn a number of cards, so perhaps we are. He's drawn so many cards, because that could be that red Entwined Lightning that he pitched earlier. You know, no, if that was the case, then there's a red Scar for a Scar coming. Probably not going to go again.
Yeah, probably not.
At least from the text of the card.
Yeah. Nathan definitely not lower than high grade.
Something insane happens. I don't think Nathan's going to be at less life.
Okay, so Nathan swinging the Thornia. Now Hike can cleanly block this with Crown of Seeds, Null Rune Boots, and Rampart. Or even potentially just an Earth React on the physical damage from the Thorn.
He blocked with his 2 attack actions.
That Remembrance, like you pointed out, I think causing Hike some problems. I don't think he's really happy to see it. I think we're probably going to see it being put in Arsenal here and then just crowned away on the following turn. Oh, he draws into that Oasis. Clean block on the Rosetta Thorn.
And gaining that 1 life, going up to 3. So as we're talking about that, that's not a safe 2.
Yep.
Or I guess not a, going to be a consistent 2.
Yep. So is Nathan at pitch? Oh, we see a Rites of Replenishment in his hand. Now,
this rounds.
Yes, and this is the tech that he's brought into his matchup. If he's against a Fatigue Oldhim, he says, all right, I'm going to bring 2 Rites of Replenishment in, and these can just cycle each other repeatedly back into the deck, and I'm not going to get fatigued.
Yep.
And that's maybe also why he chose for the Earthflow Surge. He's saying, you know what, I have my fatigue insurance in these rights. You're going to need to keep losing cards. Like, you might have the better weapon, but I have a permanent recurring attack.
Yeah, and these, the Earth effects of these cards. I remember Tarek Patel on Twitter this week saying these Fatigue Oldhim lists are having a hard time into Briar. The card he mentioned, I believe, was Evergreen.
Yep.
Playing it from Arsenal, putting it on the bottom of your deck, but this Rites of Replenishment. I mean, these Briar players, these people know what's coming. They know what's in the pipeline. Their heads are, they're sniffing around. They're figuring out what these Oldhims are going to be playing. You know they're going to have a fatigue plan baked into their deck.
Especially people of Nathan Crawford's caliber here. Yeah, you know he's planned, and he's planned for this. And this Rise of Replenishment actually getting a +2 buff from Weave Earth because it was fused. So Weave Earth honestly not looking too bad here. Blue, that buff too, that's like a yellow Nimblism.
Sure.
But it's on a blue Earth card, so.
Sure.
Yeah.
I like that. Blue Weave Earth is yellow Nimblism. A couple of this rounds on me pitched. I don't think that text is going to matter later, but drawing a card.
Yeah, I mean, that feels like it might almost help the Oldhim a little more to give them an extra card 100%. To block with. Yeah. So we know Nathan's holding on to a Weave Earth and 1 unknown card, so probably going to see him just go ahead and make a Rune Chant and swing the Thorn over here. Hike going down to 1. What cards? Okay. Oh, he has 2 Sigils and an Oasis in his hand.
Wow. And 1 floating.
Yep. So, yeah, he's definitely not dying this turn. Maybe making Nathan feel like he is, but yeah.
Probably see one of the sigils used, the other one arsenaled?
Yeah.
For the crown?
Yeah, so interestingly, Nathan didn't choose to make a Rune Chant. We do know he had a spare blue in his hand in the Weave Earth, so...
He must be valuing that for a different reason.
Yep.
Yep, and there's the 1 sigil.
Yep.
Going back up to 5. Oh, 5 is way worse than 1 if you're Nathan.
Yes. So you do see a Force of Nature in Nathan's hand. I believe he's down to all his blues. Like that's, I saw an Autumn's Touch. We know the Weave Earth he was holding on to, and Force of Nature.
Yeah. We're definitely back at our stacks. We're seeing the Heart of Find All once again in Hike's hand, which is going to represent another point of life game.
Yep. Huh, I'm surprised we're already back at stack, to be honest. I didn't realize this game has gone on for that long, and it hasn't felt that long. I think with those very exciting Charmant heroic.
Yeah, that turn was crazy, man.
Yeah. Okay, so once again, this Force of Nature being used here, and the draw effect being threatened on this Lightning Surge. Now, how big is this surge right now? Oh, thank you, Nathan, for giving us that. 10, so that is red Earthflaw Surge.
So we're at least seeing the Rosetta Thorn if this attack is blocked out, which you have to imagine it's going to be.
Yes.
But there's another card in hand. We're going to have to wait and see what that one is.
Yes. So how to find all not blocking card, of course, but, you know, when you always have something to pitch to as Oldhim, you know, that card basically just is, again, an extra life.
So we're seeing 4 block, 5 block, 6, 7, 8. 1 off the...
Yeah, 1 off of the crown, so that felt like that was just a 9 block. Unless we missed something.
Oh. Moving quite fast.
Yeah.
Must be using the Earth React to clean up the rest of the Arcane. So 1 damage leaked.
Yep. And we've only seen 1 sword tomorrow from Nathan. There's likely going to be 2 more.
I think there's 1 more in the hand right now.
Yep, likely going to be 2 more, and potentially even a Pulse of Candlehold. So Nathan, I think at this point, still feeling somewhat comfortable. Now, it is obviously a bit of a grind, but most of the life gain sources from Hike's list are now gone. We've seen all 3 sigils, and we've seen, at this point, I think we've seen all 3 oases. Oh, have we only seen 2?
No. I think that third one might be the one that was pitched.
Yeah.
Because it was the sigil. Because I think, didn't he pitch a sigil and an oasis on like the first turn?
Yeah.
So we probably that's why they came together.
That's when it came back. Yes. Okay. So. Yeah. All right. And Nathan's showing us again. Yeah. So that writes fused with Earth card, which means he just gets to put the earlier rights back into the deck.
And look at him once again. He's pitching 2 reds there. He's keeping some reds on the bottom of his deck. He's prepared. I mean, at this point, you also have to look at the timer of the game here. They're going to get an extra 5 minutes because of being on the stream if it does go down to time.
Yep.
So they're at effectively 20 minutes of game time here. But by putting those 2 reds on the bottom, Nathan once again he's saying I can do this all day.
Yeah.
You know.
Yes, and yeah, Nathan exactly just knowing what he needs to do. And we see a Spinal come out. Now, Hike is giving up his arsenal here. Now, I think Hike is seeing the writing on the wall here. I think Hike is realizing he cannot beat Rise of Replenishment Recursion because that is a 6 damage weapon effectively, while Hike is just presenting a 3, maybe 4 damage weapon. So Hike's saying, all right, fine, I'll give him my arsenal. Please give me some cards. Stop this.
Yeah, at least 1 card.
Yeah.
But Briar can block with the couple armor pieces.
Exactly, and that's the thing. When you don't pressure Briar the whole game, they've just had this armor, and Nathan finally managed to get value out of his armor, and I'm sure he's actually happy to finally be able to do that.
Yeah, oh yeah. Nathan here is saying, oh yeah, I guess I do have life. Oh, yeah. What is this life pad over here on the right?
Yep.
All right, let's see if Nathan can close this game out, or if Hike is going to be able to keep himself alive long enough. Bramble Spark fused, coming in with that Weave Earth.
And Rise of Replenishment. Oh, no. CNC. Whoops.
We're just looking at damage.
Yep.
We're just looking at a bunch of damage plus a Rosetta Thorn.
And defense reactions can't be used here. Does Hike have any in his hand? No, I see a Brothers in Arms, a Pummel, and 1 unknown card. But yeah, like we talked about, Hike, no arsenal here. That means that Thorn is going to leak at least 1.
And in a game like this, it's a game of inches.
Yeah.
It was like 1 huge hit, and then it's been little chunks after that. So 1 could be big.
Pulverizing. Ooh, the beautiful signed Pulverize over there.
Gorgeous. So let's see how Ike wants to handle this damage now.
Yeah, looks like the 2 Arcane is going to leak through because did he already use all 3 of his floating, all 3 resources from the blue? Yes, he did.
All 4.
He takes all 4. Goes to 1.
Down to 1.
Oh
boy!
Yeah, he's getting there. He's got those rights as well.
Again, we know that life gain is in that deck.
Yep.
We maybe there's another Blessing of Serenity. We haven't. I mean, I guess we there might be one in his hand right now. I can't tell.
I think I see all attacks actually. More rebels. Nathan with his 6 rebel list. Although I think that revealed a blue. So Yep, he's using dice. Ooh, no, it didn't.
Well, plus the Earth Lore.
Yeah. Yeah. I think revealed red, actually, because, yeah, getting plus 3 from unless the Earth Laws are red. Yeah.
Demanding he use the crown, demanding he pay for the arcane here.
Yep.
Hike is at 1. Wow, this is so cool.
This is amazing. I love the Rites of Replenishment tag that Nathan has. You know he came to this event
The smashing good
prepared.
time, the Rites of Replenishment.
Right?
He was ready for this. He was ready for this. I mean, that double Force of Nature turn, man.
Oh, yeah.
We have seen some crazy turns these last 2 games.
Yeah. Although it did get shut off pretty quickly. I mean, when he drew, he had 3 cards in hand, and he had to just swing the Thorns.
Yeah,
so
it's true.
The game could have ended right there if he drew into this rabble that he's drawing right now.
So we got and all credit to Hike as well. This is, you see those signed pulverizes. This man clearly knows and loves his Guardian. He's been very effectively using his arsenal, using his Rampart, as you said, like the Crown of Seas plus the Staunch responses. He clearly knows how to navigate this. He's not just like, jam a deck because I think it's good. He's very clearly like, all right, I know what I'm doing. I'm gonna pilot this very well because, as you can see, there's very little room for error when you have a deck like Briar that's capable of such insane things on this turn.
Yep, he has blocked very efficiently this game, to his credit. But when the Briar goes double Force of Nature Channel Turek, it doesn't matter how efficiently you block, you're just going to run out of cards.
Yeah. So no Arsenal here.
And 2 non-blocks in his hand, Heart of Final and the Remembrance.
Yeah, so we're at 3 life gained off this Heart of Final. I want to keep a little tracker on that. We're already at 3 life gained.
I think it's 2.
Really?
The first time he pitched it, he was high alive.
Oh. I might be thinking of an old game.
Yep.
So 2 is the counter for the Heart
Which
of
is
Final.
still pretty nuts for a blue. That's, yeah. So Hike needs to be careful. Oh, so because of the life gain from Heart of Final, he doesn't need to save the Crown of Seeds for the Rosetta Thorn hit here. Although it does look like he is anyway, trying not to leak too much.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I just want to point out, we talked about the Warhorn early game, saving Hike all that life. Look at it. It is just sitting there all sad now. It's not been used at all.
I mean, but it's sad, but if it gained him 15 life, that's, I don't even know how much that card costs. Like 2 resources? 2 resources, 15 life? Sure, we'll take that every time.
Yep. And
once again, there's the third sigil
coming in. Yep. To keep Hike out of lethal range from this Thorn. But he's still going to leak a bunch of damage here. Because that last card in his hand is the Remembrance, I believe.
Which is going to probably, once again, just get crowned away.
Crowned away. Both the decks looking quite thin here.
Very thin. Nathan's deck is 1 or 2 hands left.
Yeah, but he's got the rights. He's got an infinite recursion in the rights.
True.
Whereas Oldhim doesn't. We talked about it. You can't fatigue an Oldhim.
Yeah.
I think we're seeing that here, actually. I think Nathan is fatiguing
we said,
his
like,
Oldhim.
unless Briar wants to fatigue.
Yeah.
But hey, we saw it. We saw it in the Goliath Gauntlet in a very different game plan there. And just like you're saying, he's going right for that graveyard. He's ready.
He's going to get the other rights, and he's like, all right, here you go, Oldhim. What are you going to do about this? You don't have infinite life gain, but I have infinite rights of replenishment.
Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool.
But Nathan really just giving us a master
And look at
class
that.
on this hero here.
We've seen, this is now the second time we've seen this rounds on maybe pitch back to back. It's very cool to see pitch stacking really in effect here. It's a somewhat nebulous topic for new players, and you pitch cards at the bottom in a very specific order, but we're really just seeing, because this game is going so long, you're just seeing it, how it works, seeing it in effect, seeing how effective it can be under these pro players.
So you see how going into Remembrance. Now remember, you can't get Sigils of Solace or Oasis Respice from this. Remembrance does specify action cards. So he could get the Blessings if he really wants to go for more life gain, but I think he's just going for 3 blocks. He's saying, I'm not going to get the space to play something like a Blessing. I'm just going for 3 blocks and hope I get there, but 3 cards is not infinity, which is what Nathan has with Rites of Replenishment.
Yeah. I mean, when you go for it.
How does Nathan still have Earthlaw Surges in the deck? How many of this have we seen?
Yeah, I mean, maybe Rainbow. Once again, that Entwined Lightning. And there it is with the Scar for Scar, like we were talking about earlier as little friends. But we just see that Entwined Lightning consistently being pitched.
Yep.
And also, as we described, the Scar for Scar. Not going to have Gogan.
Yep. I guess, we did see one Earthlaw Surge being put back with the So tomorrow.
Oh, it's true. So, there it is. There you go.
This could be that one.
There you go.
Yeah. But this feels like a lot of deja vu. I feel like I've experienced deja vu like 4 times this game, because the number of times Nathan has gone Earthlaw Surge into an attack.
Yep, for sure. Oh, man, it's so different when it's Titan's Fist.
Yep. For sure. And the great
Imagine
thing,
Nathan just blocks. He's like, sure, yeah, I'll block.
yeah, all right. I've got like a 37-point life
Yeah,
lead,
yeah.
but no.
Yeah, I just gotta be
I gotta
careful.
keep that. I gotta keep that.
Yeah.
The great thing about Rise of Replenishment is that the Oldhim needs to give a card to block, because Crown of Seeds and Rampart and Earth React only block 4. So to block it out completely, Oldhim always needs to lose a card, and that's how they can get fatigued out. Now, that's how the final is back.
Oh, we're gonna get to 3. I'm not just gonna be wrong. We're gonna get to 3, baby. Man, I will say the intense kind of chess match that we got to watch earlier in this game between the Warhorn and the Aura interplay, that was fascinating. And it's a testament to the fact, a testament to that is that Warhorn is still sitting there.
Yep. He
He never used it because Nathan so kind of efficiently, not efficiently, but expertly kept his channel insured by those extra auras.
Definitely amazing play from, honestly, both our players here. But Nathan to like navigate around it. And then we do see that this round's on me being used here. I think maybe Nathan's just trying to get to 4, just a certain amount of cards in deck that he can always make sure he can seize the rights in each hand.
Because we're seeing, I think there's 2 cards left in this man's deck.
Yep. But when there are Rise of Replenishments that you can always fuse an Earth card, that's way more than 2.
Yeah. Once again, we're going to go ahead and gain a life. We hit it. We hit 3.
3 times. How to final basically an extra Sigil of Solace in this game. Someone call a judge. Hike just played a 4th Sigil of Solace. Oh my god.
Wow.
Nathan just... That was pitch stack.
I was about to say, talk about a pitch stack. So walk me through what just happened, Pankaj.
All right, so Nathan, with his pitch stack, went go again on the Rise of Replenishment with the Embodiment of Lightning, and then presented another attack, this red Entwined Lightning that we've seen be pitched so many times this game. And then with the Lightning Surge in Arsenal, he's saying, look, yeah, I'm down to like 4 cards left in deck, but I've still got my red threads. I'm still going wide on these turns.
So we'll see. He still has to do the job. He still has to effectively make it happen here. You're describing it as somewhat of an inevitability, but as we've seen in Flesh and Blood, a mispitch.
Oh yeah.
Something in the wrong order. Sequencing is so important in this game.
For sure.
Give benefit of the doubt to Mr. Crawford, one of the nicest men you'll ever meet, and truly a master of this hero. But let's see, because every card played, that's not Rites of Replenishment, or those cards that he can get back, those are gone. So he's going to go ahead and block the 4 out. Still at 2.
Yep. So Nathan needs to make sure he always has an Earth card to fuse when he plays his rights.
Yep. But even if he doesn't, he just doesn't play it on that turn, right? He's at 34.
Yep.
What are you going to do from 34?
He can take Titan's Fist all day. It's fine.
Yeah. Down to 5 minutes, 26 seconds left in the round. This is going to be very interesting to see. How many cards are left? It doesn't look like many cards are left for Hike.
Yeah. We've seen that Heart of Final come back again very, very quickly. So, if we see... Oh, yeah.
So we're at 4. 4.
Calling players, time is up. Active player finished the current turn, and the other player takes 1 additional turn.
So
that's 4. That's
the
1
last
card left.
That's the Heart of Final. That's the last card in Hike's deck. So
we're gonna see
an Oldhim get fatigued by
We're
Briar.
gonna see fatigue Oldhim get fatigued. We're gonna see fatigue Oldhim get fatigued here,
How
folks.
the turntables.
How the turntables have turned. This was insane.
This was such a good match.
Oh my gosh.
Honestly, a big contrast to remember how we started this match. Being like,
oh no, here we
There's
go.
the
Now I'm
fatigue
flashing my sheet. We're holding each other for support.
Yeah, this has definitely been way more exciting than what we first envisioned.
And we gave it credit for.
Yeah. Nathan showing us how to do it. Now the
Nathan
Oldhim
Hike,
has 3
we're
cards.
sorry.
Nathan showing, Hike's at 3 cards. 3 cards in hand. He just drew up, and all he has is 3 cards.
And look at them. They're moving quick. Hopefully they know they have extra time.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
The Crown of Seeds interaction there. Hike crowned away the card in Arsenal and just drew it right back up. Just beautiful over here.
Wow. Nathan said, yeah, okay, I'll take your 4.
Yep.
Actually, not even. I think it's 3.
It's 4.
It's 3 or more, yeah, 3 or more.
Terrasanda, yeah.
Here's a rune chant. Here's rites of replenishment. This is an Autumn's touch. I think you've seen it before.
Yep. So mechanical at this point. He's just going, all right, boop, back on top. Oh, and with the Heart of Final, since Rise comes in for 6, we talked about this. Oldhim is still always leaking 1 unless he gives a card. Earth React, Crown, Rampart, and Heart of Final. You're only blocking 5 without losing a card.
Draws his 4 cards back up.
Yep. And now Hikes at 2 cards remaining. One of them doesn't block.
Wow. Wow, what a cool game. Make a rune chant. Here's a rites of replenishment. Here's the Autumn's touch.
Here's my life gain. Here's the block, and yeah, it's probably going to need to give that last card away. And then all he has is a Heart of Final left.
I lost track of my Heart of Final counter. We're at 5 or 6, folks.
We're at a lot.
We're at a lot. It's the most I've ever seen from that one.
Yep.
Go ahead and pitch it.
He does Earth React, so he does leak 1 here, but keeps the card in deck. But I don't think it's going to be enough. Oh, I think it might be enough for him to live 1 more turn.
I was going to say, it might be enough for another turn, but I don't think it's going to be enough in this game.
Wait. Did Nathan forget the trigger? Okay, cool. Okay, he didn't put the rights back in the deck, and I was scared for a moment there.
I think they're just using the same rights because, wow. And that is the game. Nathan Crawford fatigued the fatigue Oldhim. My goodness, what a game.
Amazing masterclass out of a true expert in Briar. I think a lot of Briars, I think a lot of Briars might have just gotten flustered when they sit across like that, but Nathan is showing us...
cool as cucumber.
Cool as cucumber, the whole time. It felt like he was in control.
Yeah, I mean, once we started to realize, oh, he's doing something here. Oh, he's doing it very particularly, and he's doing it in a very specific order. Oh, he might have a shot that we didn't give him at the start of this game. That was honestly just so cool.
That was amazing.
I'm just stoked. Oh, I did it again. Nobody saw anything.
Playing around the Warhorn was just brilliant. We talked about how it was inefficient, but it ended up paying off because of the double Force of Nature turn, which really just steamrolled his way into the endgame state. Now, had that not happened, we still might have had the same endgame state. It just would have taken a lot longer for him to get there.
Mm-hmm. Fascinating, you guys. I hope you all enjoyed that. That was so cool, man.
And that was long, so we wanted to get the winner in for an interview, but it does look like we don't have enough time because we will need to go into the next round very soon.
We're going to go ahead and check out some player profiles of one of the players that just participated, and then we'll be back very shortly. Thank you guys for sticking around.
Hey everyone. The casters are gone. They needed a break. I need a break before my hair turns even more frizzy and gray. But there's a lot going on in the chat, and I just wanted to jump up here away from the desk and say, Flesh and Blood is just an amazing, amazing group of people. To be here in person and interact with everyone is one thing, but to try to do what we're doing and bring it to even you wherever you are in the world at home, I really hope lands well. This has been a monumental effort for just one person. The casters, Sam and Pankaj, have been amazing, but they're saving me on the day of. All the prep I've gone into this probably still wasn't enough. Things have been failing, and for that, I really apologize. I probably just bit off more than I could chew. For this stream, I had redundancies. I just didn't have enough of them. So it's always a learning experience, right? Next time, we're going to get better. We're going to get better. But I thank you so much for tuning in. I thank you so much for the tips. I mean, LSS already jumped in and made this, honestly, more incredible than I ever could have thought. I mean, they are fully funding the stream. So any tips that come through are just to share the love between everyone else who's helping me out. Because it's been a lot. It's been a lot. I might cry, dude. So thank you, man.
You've done a great
thank
job,
you,
man.
everybody. We're gonna get through two more rounds today, and then I'm gonna run to Best Buy and try to fix the 6 different things that have freaked out. But hey, thank you for being here. We'll wrap this up. I think we're jumping into round 6 right now.
Yep.
Players who are exit 2 will advance to day 2. Again, all players who are exit 2 will advance to day 2.
All right, Chad, we'll be right back after we set up the next round. It should be really quick since that round 5 went on for quite a while. So we'll be right back with that.
Outcome of your match. You're also not permitted to roll a die.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Calling Indianapolis. We're moving into round 6. We've only got 2 more rounds left on our day today.
Yeah, it's been quite it's gone pretty fast.
Yeah,
I'd say, except the last round.
Last round did not go fast. The last round, dude, I was literally gripping the edge of my seat. I was
it was still a nail biter.
Yeah.
But it did go quite long. And for this next match, we have someone really exciting on the feature match.
Yes. And here's the thing. Michael Hamilton is on this feature match, but that's not even who we were talking about. And Michael Hamilton's the world championship, but we were talking about the incredibly skilled player Mason Taylor. Taylor, last name?
Yeah.
Phew, Mason Taylor on Lexi Livewire. So we're getting a Lexi at 5-0 here to go up against the world champ at 5-0. So we couldn't be more stoked to have this game getting ready for you guys. Ice Lexi, I mean, maybe not Ice Lexi without Amulet of Ice. They might, talk to me, do you think they're running Heart of Ice? Think we're going to see Heart of Ice flipped?
Ooh, that could definitely be a bit of a tech piece. I think Tunic is still slightly stronger since Icelanders aren't really running like the Sigil of Permafrost anymore, which is kind of when Heart of Ice I think was at its strongest in Lexi. It was those dark days where all the Icelanders won Sigils of Permafrost. Right now I think Tunic will be the cause, but will be the case here. But we've got two Ice heroes. Neither of them are named Oldhim. So we have a bit more of a dynamic tempo-based gameplay here. And Ice actually has quite a bit of game into Icelander. Now, we've talked about this before. Icelander, despite taxing opponents so much, hates being taxed herself.
Hates being taxed. CLF is like the worst card for Icelander.
For sure. And even as simple as the Frostbite that Lexi creates, that can totally shut off the efficiency game that Icelander is trying to do. That Wounded Bull that's supposed to be 2 cards for 8 is now 3 cards for 8. Now that is terrible value.
Absolutely.
So let's go into key cards here. Yes, so we see Lexi. That is supposed to be Lexi. It's not Oldhim again. No one panic. One of the key cards that we just talked about is the Tunic. Now, Tunic, again, this matchup can be grindy, so that can give a lot of resources and critically also help pay for Coronet Peak. Just a counter of the Tunic helps pay for the Coronet Peak. Next, we have a key card that is a key card for both heroes over here, and that is the Channel Lake Frigid. Now, Channel Lake Frigid obviously a little more potent in the Icelander's hands because Icelander gets to instant speed it out to the on the Lexi's turn, so they effectively get an extra turn of it. But in any case, it is still a key card for both sides because both these heroes hate being under that effect. And for the Lexi side, we also have the Lexi hero ability that we talked about. That hero ability, giving the 1 Frostbite, can mess up Icelander's math completely.
Yeah.
On the Icelander's side, we have Cold Snap. Now, Lexi, we've talked about his ranges. They care about their arsenal. They want to be able to use it. Cold Snap usually is going to be taxing the full 2 because Lexi will want to keep the arsenal. Or if not, that's taxing 1 from the Frostbite from Icelander and taking a full card away from the Lexi.
Yeah.
And again, Channeling Frigid, we already talked about this.
Yeah. Channeling Friendship.
Yep. Oh yeah, Channeling Friendship, yes. Both Ice heroes, they love it.
Yeah, and no disrespect to the world champion, Michael Hamilton. I was being a little glib talking about Lexi Livewire, but we get to see the world champ at 5-0 through the bans on the hero that he won the world championship with.
And US Nats.
And US Nats. I mean, we talked about this. He's responsible for like nearly all of Icelander's living legend points. Like the vast majority of Icelander's living legend points is because of this man, Michael Hamilton. Let's look at her total living legend points. 486.
Oh my God.
He's responsible for at least, 300 of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's insane.
Yeah, you probably won a few PQs on that too, so, add a bit more to that, 300.
Maybe. My guy really just shows up for the big ones.
All right, that's true. I mean, he has PDIs. He has PDIs just, flowing out of him, so maybe he didn't need that PQ.
Like Tom Brady with all the rings on his hands. Like, he just got PTIs, just like Daddy Pro Tour over here.
So one key thing to note, especially from those bans, is that Hypothermia was actually a very effective piece that Icelander had against Lexi. Now, Lexi does want to fire multiple arrows, chaining those disruptive effects. The first arrow was a fused Chilling Ice Vein. Now, every subsequent arrow that turn has that on-hit effect. Hypothermia used to be able to shut that down, but that is no longer available. So that is one tool that Icelander has lost in this matchup that used to be quite critical.
Yeah. Now, a really interesting decision immediately from Michael Hamilton. You see him in like a soft-colored hoodie. And, I don't know if you know, but that's not very typical for him. Normally, he's a pretty eccentric dresser. This soft color hoodie really, kind of moving away from what we've seen from his style in the past. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, he's matching Icelander's color palette.
Yeah.
And we see Iron Rod come out instead of the Ironhide there. It's a very interesting choice. Now, Michael Hamilton, one of those deck builders that really prides his equipment pieces. You will often see him have a lot more equipment pieces than other people. Iron Rod Gauntlet, which a lot of Icelanders will cut and just say, you know what, Ironhide is good enough for most of my matchups. But he will say, now, I want that just a little bit more equity on my board state. He goes for Iron Gauntlet against Phi, and we see here against Lexi as well.
I think, from what they've said in the podcast in the past when he's talked about the deck list, he really values in certain matchups not having to pay the resources for that block. A clean 3+1 on a 4 breakpoint attack with an on-hit effect. For Phi, I think he was talking about like the Mounting Angers, the Soaring Drakes, mostly the Mounting Angers. But here, Lexi's, all her cards are breakpoints.
Yep.
The Bolton shots, they're all going to be coming in for 4 or 5.
Yep, and we see Lexi going first here. Now, we might just see them opt to set up a 6-card hand and not let Michael filter at all. which is one of the strengths of Lexi, and that is one of the things that makes this matchup slightly tricky for Icelander, is that you might be able to tax the Lexi out a bunch, but Lexi has that extra arsenal zone, so it is difficult to get, the extra cards worth of value from a disruption, because they'll just say, I'm just going to pocket this for now. Next turn, I have a 6-card hand. Do you still have disruption? Oh, you don't? Fine, I'm going to come back to a 6-card hand again. Eventually, you're going to need to deal with this.
Yeah. And Lexi, historically, really doesn't like to block. Lexi uses all of her cards very effectively. She sequences them all in such an, effective and interesting way to bring those taxing effects forward. So all of these red attacks that are in this Bullender list, it's going to be hard for Lexi. She's going to always have to consider how much to respect the just damage on them. They're not going to have the on-hit effects, but they are going to take cards out of the hand, and Lexi doesn't want to give you any cards. She's got no armor to block with. She's certainly not going to block with the New Horizon.
Yep. On the bright side, a lot of those red attacks are vanilla damage, stuff like the Fighting Spirit and the Wounded Bull. So, if Lexi has a life lead, we might see them choose to just eat the damage, like we saw them eat the Scar for a Scar. Now, Michael Hamilton, we saw Roger Bodie on CNCs. We're not sure that Michael Hamilton has adopted that same thing. I do know on his podcast he mentioned that he isn't too impressed with it unless he's against the Rangers specifically. So let's see whether he did manage to put them into the list, because if he did, that is one on-hit that Lexi will have to care about.
Absolutely. And the thing about only having AB1, I know from playing a fair amount of Icelander and from watching, all of those blue Aether Ice Veins are much more real cards. They're just so much more effective at what they want to be doing, which is not just the arcane damage, it also just immediately strips the card. When they're at AB1 or 2, you get that effect every time. You don't just have to play towards your yellows, which people are kind of, iffy and oscillating on. You don't have to just play for the yellows and then the reds that you're always going to play. Those blue Aether Ice Veins, like we just saw there, that took a Chilling Ice Vein out of the hand.
Definitely. And now this Lexi is starting off with a very strong turn, flipping up Lightning Surge, giving that face-up Chilling Ice Vein go again. We're going to see this followed up with another Lightning Surge. That's 2 attacks that Lexi has presented without activating the bow even once. This is a very strong shot, and Lexi knows that Hamilton has a Frosting in Arsenal, because that was what was revealed to the blue Ice Vein fuse.
I love that Michael Hamilton has played on coverage so much that he's like, hey, damage dice.
Yeah.
He ain't no, newbie.
What was the term? What, comrade of the people?
Comrade of the people, yes. Yes. So, go for it.
So this Ice Vein, was it fused? I want to say
with the Arctic Incarceration.
Incarceration, nice.
I believe.
Oh, no, Winter's Bite, I think.
It is?
I can't tell.
All right.
It's one of those.
Winter's Bite.
Yep. So, we talked about this earlier. Icelander hates breakpoints. She's actually has a very hard time dealing with breakpoints. Now, this is just the first arrow of the turn. And remember, Chilling Ice Vein does say every attack.
Yep.
So this Lightning Surge is going to come in with that same on-hit.
Yeah, and we can see a Channel Lake Frigid in Michael Hamilton's hand, so...
And one being blocked with right now.
Wow, and that doesn't feel good. If you're blocking with the Channel Lake Frigid against a deck like Lexi, that's going to be activating multiple effects on the chain, or on the turn. Those bow activations would cost 2. All the 0-cost arrows cost 1. You don't want to be blocking with that early.
Flipping up Lexi costs 1. It's a lot.
So
and seeing one blocked with and the other one in hand already, I'm not sure Michaelton's happy about this.
So with the Bolton shot pitched there by Mason on Lexi, he's able to pay through any potential Frostbite effects. So Michael Hamilton wasn't able to utilize the Frostbite to try to stop the turn because he was face up with the amount of pitch that he had available to him.
Yeah, and Mason obviously also knew that Frosting was there. Like we did talk about that, since that was what was fused with the blue Ice Vein. Now, I believe Mason responded to the Frostbite from Frosting by using the one floating to activate Voltaire. So I think Mason's saying, all right, fine, your Frostbite stops my turn, but I'm still going to set up a 6-card hand. He's saying, all right, I'm going to put this thing face up, have the extra Arsenal zone. Oh, Arsenal is Winter Spite afterwards, come into a 6-card hand next turn.
If he throws that card, that's a pretty effective follow-up with that Heatseeker. If he does elect to pitch.
Yeah, or you can pitch it, yes. But I think given that he didn't block any Arcane here, well, he's ending with 2 floating. Unless that's a red Winter's Bite, he's just ending with 2 floating. He could have probably blocked 1 point of damage.
Well, it must be red because he's not representing any floating.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Also, the Lightning Surge
No, it can't be red because it costs 1. So through the Frostbite, it would have to cost 2.
So, yeah, I think you should have 1 floating. Probably could have blocked 1 damage, but whatever happened to the Lightning Surge?
It was taken, and then he used the 1 floating off of his for Waning Moon to pay for the cost. But now this Heatseeker, it still is going to require a pitch.
Yes.
So that Channel Lake Frigid in hand is going to have to be pitched if this attack hits.
Yep, and this Heatseeker was given +1 from the Voltaire.
So this is not the situation that Michael wants to be in. He's just going to elect to block with the channel because I mean, looking at the way this game has already started, maybe he doesn't think he's going to get back to it. He doesn't want to just take 6 here, but you're going to pass the turn back over if you're Icelander here. He's going to get the Heat Seeker trigger. It's going to put a 3 of a kind in the arsenal.
Oh.
Which there are better hits to put in your arsenal off a Heat Seeker, but 3 of a kind is still just such a powerful card, and he's going to be able to set it up with his Tunic counter on his next turn.
For sure. Although 3 of a kind, typically a card you want to play when you already have an arrow in arsenal, because if you 3 of a kind, you want to try and fire 3 arrows in a turn, but you only have 2 Volterra activations. So we might see the 3 of a kind chill out for a bit in the arsenal here until Mason gets to set up a 3 arrow turn.
Chill out, Pankaj, you dog. 2 ice heroes coming in with a chill out. You think I'm just gonna let it slide? Not like this.
I had to say it. I had to make that point. So it looks like he's got Lightning Surge and Lightning Press in hand.
Go ahead and put that Endless Arrow. Now we can see the Lightning Press,
Yes.
but those 2 cards together can just be so effective.
Yep.
Allowing you to threaten an enormous amount of damage, recur the same arrow. I mean, I know when I see a Endless Arrow, my thoughts are, I gotta block this. I can't let him get too much value out of this. But with the Lightning Surge, it goes up to 7.
Yep.
So you block with 2 3 blocks. At Lightning Press is still gonna make that 1 come over. You're gonna get it right back to your hand. Use one of those floating over there to put it right on back into your arsenal.
Yep, and I believe he gave it go again. That makes which is why Michael Hamilton tried to just clean block it with a sink below. But yes, we knew Lightning Press was there. And Michael Hamilton holding on to only 2 blocks. That is one of the drawbacks of those big red attacks that Icelanders are starting to run. Against a deck like Lexi that presents all these breakpoints, those 2 blocks, even though Fighting Spirit gains you a life, it will still not stop that hit trigger because it's not actually blocking 3.
Yep. And Michael Hamilton, through all the reps on this deck, is definitely going to be comfortable going down into a deficit and attempting to climb back up. But one of the things that we've just been talking about, one of the best ways to do that is Channel Lake Frigid.
Yep, and that's 2 of it out of his deck already.
Immediately in the first, blocking turn of the game.
Yep.
So we're going to have to see how much he wants to, I mean, a very likely scenario, you're looking at a big red attack, you're looking at a card to pay for it, and then an ice card in your arsenal. Like, if you allow this attack to hit, you allow him to maybe not set it up in his arsenal, but he gets it back in his hand. You're taking another 4. You're going to gain a life off your Findel's Fighting Spirit, but it's looking like at this point Michael Hamilton is content to just take some damage, allow him to get the value out of this Endless Arrow, and then try to claw back from there.
So the critical thing is that Mason has used both activations of Volterra already, so Michael Hamilton knows this Endless Arrow is going to come back again at least this turn, and I believe it was given +1 as well. Yes, we saw Hamilton take 5, so he knew the turn was over there, and we might see that. Okay, so we see the Lightning Surge being put in Arsenal here over the Endless Arrow, meaning that, Mason can't do a triple arrow turn next turn off that 3 of a kind. So maybe he's just happy to just do a double arrow turn along with a Lightning Surge.
Well, the Lightning Surge being in Arsenal is going to allow him to flip it up with Lexi and give an attack go again. And perhaps if he's going to use his 3 of a kind here on this next turn, he values the modality of being able to give something go again rather than just... Because arrows that start the turn in your arsenal are sometimes more challenging to give go again because you cannot give them the go again with the Volterra.
Yeah, so you typically end with that. It'll be like you load 2 arrows, give them going in Volterra, and you finally end off with that arrow in your arsenal, which is not a route that'll be open to Mason right now because he arsenal a Lightning Surge over the Endless Arrow. And is this the red Winter's Bite that they've been talking about? Yeah, because if this was blue, we probably would have seen Lexi just use the Tunic to pay for it.
And look at that, he's actually not valuing his arsenal on this turn. He's just trying to keep... I mean, because here's the thing. We saw it even in the World Championships when Chris Iali had a big old turn on Briar. I remember some of the people, we were standing right in the front, people looking around like, wow, that was a big turn. All Icelander wants to do is be close to life with you. Like, that's all she wants to do. She wants to be at the same-ish life total as you all the way down until you're both around 10, and then she wins. Right? So, like, it's felt like, oh, no, he's blocked with 2 channels. Oh, no, this and that. But here's that Endless Arrow getting blocked with.
Yep, and there's another Endless Arrow in hand, I believe.
This is going to... Michael's only down 2 here. He took 2 cards out of his hand, or sorry, 3 life here.
Yep.
He's not going to have an arsenal this turn, but he's clearly happy to just kind of keep this tempo game going. He's not looking for those persistent effects like a Channel Lake. I mean, it was forced his hand last turn when that happened, but honestly, perhaps he's not feeling too behind.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Michael Hamilton showing us, his value. We know he prides himself on just being the most efficient as he can from these numbers. That's why he pioneered this Wounded Bull Fighting Spirit kind of list. And we see that paying off here. As you talked about, he's just 3 life behind. And this game does feel like the start was going Lexi's way.
We see a bolt and shot, at least as one of the cards drawn. Now, the only way he's going to be able to play something like the Ice Quake that we can see in his hand, or I think another CLF, is he's going to have to reload it off of the bolt and shot trigger.
Yep.
So his next attack is going to go again, but he's going to need an empty arsenal in order to get the reload effect, which means that he's going to have to get that lightning surge out of there at some point. It's going to have go again regardless, because it's coming from his arsenal. So you're going to probably see him want to sequence this in a way to start with a separate attack like this Frostlock.
Yep, and Frostlock normally might have an effect that's relevant against Icelander, but since Icelander didn't have that arsenal, that extra, things costing 1 doesn't quite matter unless the Icelander has a defense reaction, which we can see from Michael's hand he does not. Even the on-hit here, despite it being fused, doesn't actually matter because Michael Hamilton is not holding onto any 0 costs. Frostlock does specify that you can't play or pitch 0 costs, but Hamilton doesn't care about that right now.
He has and our questions have been answered.
Yep,
There's a Command and Conquer, yep.
Yep.
Which I think makes a lot of sense. We're seeing a lot of Dromai at the top tables. Lexi has absolutely had a surge in popularity given what Briar is doing, what Fi is doing, even Dash. So CNC seems like a great way to slot in when you have suddenly 6 new slots in your deck. There's a reason it's kind of a pretty penny. It's very good into certain metas, into certain decks.
Definitely, and especially since Icelander has lost some of the disruptive pieces. She's lost the Hypothermia, she's lost the Amulets of Ice. Trying to lean into more disruptive pieces in the form of the CNC can sometimes just be critical.
So Michael Hamilton going down to 13. All of a sudden, that life lead is not what it was. And so here we go. This is an attack for 4 that is going to be cleanly blocked by the Gauntlet and a 3 block. And this is why he plays it in these lists, because he wants to be able to not have to pitch any cards. You can see he's got the CNC. You can see he's got the Findall's Fighting Spirit. He clearly wants to use them. He's happy to take some damage here to do so, but he doesn't want that reload. He knows the ability of the reload, especially given that Voltaire is upside down. That Endless Arrow isn't coming in. If that reload hits, he's either playing, putting a Channel Lake Frigid in his arsenal, or most likely just throwing another 4 damage at him. So he got the value that he wanted out of that Iron Rot, and we're going to see now what he moves forward with.
Yep, so Lexi ended that turn 1 card stranded in hand. So yeah, exactly what you talked about. He really wanted that reload to hit, but Michael Hamilton recognizing the potential threat of that, saying, nope, I'm going to stop that right here. And Lexi also had an action point at the end there, which she just couldn't use because she was out of Voltaire activations.
Here comes an attack for 7, and we're looking at Lexi's hand. We're seeing a Rain Razors. We're seeing a Bolt and Shot. We're seeing a Ice card in the Channel Lake Frigid, which means that the Endless Arrow is sitting in the arsenal, and we're seeing what looks to be a Chillin' Ice Vein. So Rain Razors, that's damage out of nowhere sometimes. You'd like to pair it with your 3 of a kind when you can, but Michael Hamilton's getting to the point that you 2 3 or 4 arrow turn at him with the Rain Razors. Like, that could just be all she wrote.
Yep, and critically, we see Michael Hamilton choosing to arsenal that CNC. Now, that is not a blue ice card. Obviously, Mason Taylor doesn't know this, but after a while, if they perform a couple of actions and notice no tags coming out from Michael Hamilton, they can assume that is a red.
There's no ice card coming, there's no disruption, but this allows him to perhaps keep either that, I think, second CNC and use the Tunic to just do a 2-card hand CNC, 2-card, hand in quotes. That CNC is going to be an option for him at the end of this turn, but he's got to survive now, and he's got to survive to the point that it doesn't put him at such a deficit that he can't take any damage to set up his own kill turns.
Definitely. And we saw an interesting moment there about priority windows. Now, Lexi's ability does need to flip up the card in Arsenal as part of the cost. So Michael Hamilton does get to see what that Arsenal card is before he decides whether he wants to respond.
Oh, interesting.
So he did ask Mason Taylor to show that card first before he decides to respond. Now, we know he doesn't have anything to respond with except for Striders, but still, it's an important point of priority windows.
That is a good note. My game against Lexi last week might have been different if I knew that.
Huh?
My man certainly did not show me the card.
Oh, man.
Actually, he might have.
Sometimes reading the card explains the card. Only sometimes.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Shout out, Big Brian.
All right, so his Bolt and Shot is coming in for 5 right now. It's almost certainly given +1 from the Voltaire because it gets go again as long as it's higher.
And potentially that 5 can become 7 very quickly.
Yeah, we do see the Rain Razors. Now, the reload isn't going to happen. Michael Hamilton knows this because already Endless Arrow in Arsenal, but the Rain Razors this turn could be something massive here, especially if Michael Hamilton commits blocks on this first arrow. So it looks like Mason Taylor not opting to use that Rain Razors. I wonder if he just wants to hold it for the Endless Arrow to keep it as a bluff.
Mm-hmm. Or just to keep it for a further turn.
Yep, could also be that.
So Michael Hamilton most likely at 12 here after taking that damage. And then here comes a Chilling Ice Vein, and it will...
is not fused because that's the Rain Razors in hand, and it has been given go again. Very interesting.
This allows him to come in with the Endless Arrow after this.
Yeah, so I'm curious. I would really want to know why Mason Taylor chose not to use the Rain Razors in that case, if he's already planning to fire 3 arrows. Unless he's just trying to threaten it and just make Michael Hamilton worried about it. Because this represents, like, Michael Hamilton has to be thinking, oh, this arrow is given go again, so I'm going to save my blocks for this Endless Arrow.
Mm-hmm.
But Mason Taylor will just say, all right, you took my 5. I'm just going to pass now.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting because, and sometimes as Lexi, 100% you bluff with your go again. You say go again because you want them to think I'm coming at you with this Endless Arrow. I have another arrow maybe that I'm going to, I don't know how you would use, bullseye bracers in. But sometimes you just need to bluff it. Mason Taylor seems to be hedging to the point that he thinks he's going to be able to use this Rain Razors more effectively on a future turn to just close the game. Because that's what that card does. It just closes the game sometimes. You have too much damage coming in. It's a Teklo pounder on the whole turn,
Yeah, but it does leave him open to that CNC, which Michael Hamilton has.
It absolutely does. And Michael Hamilton, this deck is happy to live at 7, live at 5, live at 1, chip, and then close the game with those Storm Striders. So we're going to see if it works out for him. He is going to go ahead and throw the Endless Arrow. And this might...
Yeah.
Because if this Rain Razors is used here to use this Endless Arrow, to preserve this Endless Arrow, that would be... Then you definitely want to do it at the start of the turn. So we have to imagine that this Endless Arrow is not going to...
Oh,
wow,
we
fascinating.
Using on the final attacks. Mason Taylor just holding that as a bluff. Now I wonder whether he's going to... Well...
I mean, that would have been too much
this,
damage.
This Endless Arrow did not have go again because he did not pop the Snapdragon, so he isn't threatening the bullseye braces.
Yeah, he would have had to, and maybe he's considering still doing it.
I think it already hit. He took it back off the chain, which means it already hit, which means the past reactions.
Oh, absolutely, because I think at that point you throw it every time, right? Snapdragon's coming for another 6.
That's lethal, yeah.
Yeah, so that requires
7 because of the bullseye buff as well.
Bullseye buff, absolutely. So that would have been a 7 damage attack. Michael Hamilton already took some damage. He took 2 there, so he's at 5, which he'll probably remember shortly.
Yeah, so honestly, a bit of a curious decision from Mason Taylor, only getting +2 on the Rain Razors when it seemed like he was planning to fire 3 arrows that turn regardless. So
yeah,
he could have made that a +6.
It is very interesting.
Yeah, potentially +8 if he did the snaps bullseye line as well.
Yeah.
So.
Now what I'm curious about is this CNC is coming in for 6. It has to be respected.
Yep, and Mason has drawn what we call a Ranger hand with 4 non-arrows.
One of them is a 3 of a kind though, so that's a way to get a bunch of arrows.
Yes.
He had now Michael Hamilton, and I'm not going to question this.
Yep.
Because I know the status of the man of which I speak.
Yeah.
Michael Hamilton had the option to pitch his second CNC in his hand, use the Tunic counter, and come in with the CNC, keeping an ice card in his hand, or arsenal, that Cold Snap. And then that's a card he can play on the next turn. It draws him a card. It actually targets the arsenal. But he elected to just, and maybe he's going to, he can't even Waning Moon because this is a net attack action. So
yeah,
he's valuing that CNC on the next turn. He wants to have a CNC again instead of an ice card here to potentially mess with Mason's turn. So there goes the Endless Arrow.
Yep. He did tweet. Michael Hamilton did tweet that he was enjoying playing Lexi until he got hit by a CNC. Until a CNC gets played against him. And he's like,
I saw that too.
Hell no.
Yeah.
So you can see why he's valuing the CNC so much. And we saw that. That was a 10-point value CNC, effectively. It took the Endless Arrow away and dealt 6.
And now Mason Taylor has to know he is in, if he has no floating and Michael Hamilton keeps enough cards, you can die from 12 here.
You could, yeah.
You go 4, 9, 3. 4 plus, if you have a red Aether, you have the Emeritus in your arsenal, and you have 3 from your Waning Moon. That's 12.
Yes.
So that's, without any other shenanigans, 12 is you can die from 12 if you're playing against an Icelander. So he's got to be thinking about that. And you see Michael Hamilton perhaps bluffing with the, it takes a moment, and then it passes the priority on the 3 of a kind resolution there. But Mason Taylor has to have that in the back of his mind from here on out. He's got
a Chilling Ice Vein, but that is the only arrow he has.
This could be exactly how Michael Hamilton climbs back in quotes. He's done exactly what Icelander kind of wants to do.
Yep.
He's kept their life total low enough and even enough, and mitigated the bad turns, throwing the big attacks that again Lexi is kind of forced to take. She doesn't like to block, like we talked about earlier at the beginning of this game. So Michael Hamilton, it felt like he's blocking with the channel like Frigid. Oh, Lexi's coming in for big turns, but I think a huge thing we might come back to is the way that Rain Razor's turn shook out, because that could have been lethal, threatened multiple different ways.
Definitely that, and this turn, honestly, drawing 4 non-arrows into a 3 of a kind where you only draw 1. And depending on whether this was given plus, now this is a bit of fork for Lexi. Like, if you say go again on this Chilling Ice and you're threatening a potential another arrow, but you don't actually have one, so do you just take the +1 damage just to be like, all right, I'm letting you know I don't have another arrow, but here's one more damage on a breakpoint that you have to care about.
He's gonna sink here. Now once again, and maybe Michael Hamilton is really just looking for that ice blue to arsenal, or not even ice blue, but just blue damage spell. I remember him saying, you know, he doesn't really arsenal his Emeritus unless it's the kill turn.
Yep.
That red Aether Ice Vein is part of, you know, the biggest kill turn he can have.
Yep. He also critically has his Tuning Cup to potentially arsenal Emeritus Scolding. Like, he is primed to go for the kill turn on Mason Taylor.
But now we know what the CNC is in arsenal. He's got the 7 attack in hand. I would not be surprised if he just throws it down here and is, you know, once again keep that CNC in his arsenal.
Yeah.
The other thing is, like, if it gets low enough, if Mason Taylor gets low enough, you just Storm Strider's a kill spell from your hand in Waning Moon. You know, if it's a big enough damage and Mason Taylor extends too far, maybe you don't even need the arsenal, which sounds insane to say, but at this point he's gaining another life.
Yep.
Which it looks like, you know, he adjusted the life totals to, now he's back at 7.
Yep, and presenting another 7 on the field, and Mason Taylor must be shaking. Like, so Michael Hamilton did not present anything from Arsenal. That Arsenal's been stuck there for 1 turn. Now, Mason Taylor, it's hard to get the read, right? Mason Taylor might read, oh, that's a red, or might read that Michael Hamilton's saving for the Emeritus for the kill turn.
So yeah, exactly.
Michael Hamilton really putting Mason Taylor on a bit of a bind here.
Oh, this is so cool.
Yep.
So cool to call this game. All right, Mason Taylor in the tank here, checking out this hand. So let's see. We got an Ice Quake or Polar Blast.
Yeah, and we see a CLF as well, I think.
Blocking with 2 arrows.
Blocking 2 arrows, and that's...
Gonna still leak 1 damage.
Yep. I think Mason Taylor wants to try and resolve a channel like Frigid before they try and have another big turn.
Yep.
But
we know what happens there is CNC just gets thrown.
Exactly, just for 1 blue.
With a blue, yeah.
Hamilton's kind of prepared. He's saying, you know what? I'm going to keep the CNC for the turn. You give me the Frostbite or you tax me somehow. I can still CNC efficiently.
Yeah. that's awesome.
That is wild. Like,
so cool.
A lot of people will be like, hey, I'm against the Ranger. I need to practice the CNC over the fighting spread. But Michael Hamilton says no.
Even I talked. I was like, well, you had the CNC. It was right there. But like,
he's showing us why. He's showing us why he's the world champion. He knows. He's like, oh, this deck can tax me. Let me keep this. Let me keep the CNC for when I'm taxed.
Now, if he clears the arsenal, it'll be interesting to see if Mason Taylor is able to somehow find a way to get 2 ice cards into the pitch, utilizing some Voltaire shenanigans somehow, and keep the Channel Lake Frigid around for a subsequent turn. But that's all. We have to kind of just wait and see how this plays out first.
Yep. Could even potentially be the third 3 of a kind that helps Mason Taylor get that second ice card.
Yeah. Now what's... Lexi's going to go ahead and flip up the Winter's Bite.
Giving a Frostbite.
That's another Frostbite. So now we're up to 4.
Yep.
We're up to a 4 opportunity cost on the CNC.
Yes, but, you know, with no other tax, I guess this Winter's Bite is going to tax a card out of Michael.
No, unless it's blue, because he's got a Tunic counter.
No, because the channel's on the field, so you can't actually
right. And a Frostbite.
Yes, that too.
Right.
So 1 card will be taken from Hamilton over here. And that still leaves him the chance to CNC an Arsenal last card, but Mason Taylor doesn't have an Arsenal anymore.
It's true, but it's also just 6 damage.
Yep. At this point, 6 damage matters, yes.
6 damage. Figuring out what he wants to pitch here, because that is any damaging card you want to prioritize for an Arsenal, just in general here.
For sure.
Right. You have to wonder if maybe that Tunic counter is being saved for something like a Winter's Bite. Now, here it didn't end up being the case because of the Channel Lake Frigid and the Frostbite, but he has been content to sit on it. I mean, and classically, as we know from Bulllander, with the brothers in arms, right? Like, Icelander has a Tunic counter, and sometimes she doesn't know what to use it for, right? Like, that's the narrative. That's the thing about this deck. But perhaps, knowing that there could be a Winter's Bite coming across the table, that Tunic counter could be 100% like, that's what this is here for. I'm going to save this, kind of like when Fies hold it for the Coronet Peak,
Definitely, and Mason Taylor has drawn into another Ranger hand with a Lightning Press, a Rain Razors, and 2 blue ice cards.
And 2 of them don't block.
Yes.
Lightning Press and Rain Rangers don't block. So this went from this is potentially shifting from WoW. I mean, it remains Michael Hamilton is navigating this game very well and utilizing his hand in ways that we didn't expect and prioritizing cards in a way that show why he's so dang good at this thing. And it's also becoming, oh no,
Yes, it's
Lexi's having a hard time drawing threats.
it's amplified by the fact that Mason Taylor has had a hard time drawing arrows at this stage of the game. They did have a very strong start. We do need to admit that they had a very fortunate start on that front, but now it's like it seems like the luck is running out a little. And the key thing Mason Taylor did the previous turn of using the arsenal is that it freezes up the New Horizon to be blocked with. So we see that come out here.
Now the question is, do you use the tunic counter? Oh no, you have to put an arrow in. So only one of these cards is going in the arsenal here.
Yes. And yep, choosing to get rid of the lightning press. And arsenaling the other rain razors. And this is tempo going all the way to Michael Hamilton's side. That CLF is going away.
CLF is still there right now.
Yeah.
So any potential attempt of ending the game here would have to go through a channel. Like there's no energy potion on the field to help with that. But looks as though Michael Hamilton is saying, once again, I love when the opposing player just does a gentle tap on the CLF, like, please get this out of here. Please remove this from the battlefield. I don't want to see this anymore. But none of that is said. It's just like, right here, man. Go for it.
That childlike friendship, I'm sorry to tell you, we are no longer friends.
Yeah, we are no longer friends. Shout out once again, Yuki on Twitter.
Right, Wounded Bull coming in for 8, and that's hard to find
all is what that is.
With that proxy.
Hard to find all is what that is. I love it, the heart on the bobble. You can see him, he's smiling. He likes it too. You know, it's going to gain him a life, and it's going to throw an 8 damage attack at this Lexi. We see a Sink Below in his hand, which is not what you want on a potential kill turn. He elected not to overpitch and pitch the Sink Below away looking. Not yet. He doesn't want to get greedy here.
Yep.
You know, I don't think that's a damaging card in his arsenal from the turn that he had forward and he was choosing. I was looking with the turn that he, I think, pitched or blocked with his Frost Hex. But I can't be entirely certain what's in the arsenal there. Shout out to, look at those Manor Cast sleeves, though.
Oh, yeah.
I actually think they're so clean.
Yeah, unfortunately, that other hand cam did have some issues, so we couldn't exactly see Michael Hamilton's hand very clearly, but yes. With his Wounded Bull, Mason Taylor looks to be in quite a bind right here. They only have AB1, so the math becomes very easy on the Icelander side to know whether they have lethal or not.
Because here's the thing about this Bullander list. This is 8. This is just fully 8 damage. You know, there's all this interesting talk of priority windows and frostbites, and then suddenly it's just 8 damage, and you're just like, what? This isn't fair. What do you mean?
We have a technical term for that, Sam. It's called a big bonk.
Big bonk. I forgot about our technical term. They talked about it in the last cast of, you know, Icelander needs to play to a way that makes Wounded Bull a good card. There's a reason it wasn't played for quite a long time. You know, it's like, yes, it does very good things for the cost, for the amount of cards pitched and played. If you can get 8 cards, you know, that's brute things. That's brute things you want to be doing. But you still have to be, the rest of your deck has to be built. It's kind of in a funny way. It's like build your deck around making Wounded Bull work. You know, and Final Spying Spear work. Like, if those cards were just so good, they'd be played in all these other decks. But they're not. E-Strike is played. You know, CNC is played. But these cards aren't played in, you know, a Dash. Right? Unless you're playing my cousin Aiden's Dash, which, you know, he's got some tech for Wounded Bull.
All right.
Plasma mainline, but we'll talk about that later.
All right, so it looks like Mason Taylor put out a block for 3, taking 5, going down to 6. Now that is well within the kill zone.
Yeah, 6 it's not hard to do from 6.
Yeah.
12, you have to have Blue Emeritus, Red Aether Ice Vein, and the pitch to play for it. 6, you don't need as much.
So just want to point out that Michael Hamilton did end that turn with 2 cards left stranded in his hand, and that is something he's talked about as an issue with the deck, that he's found with the deck, that it is hard for Icelander to play off of big hands.
Yeah.
And that is why he values those Winter's Bites, because what that lets you do is go Winter's Bite into a big attack. Now, we didn't see him have the Winter's Bite there, so he's left with 2 cards stranded, but you know he hates it.
Yeah.
He hates it when he has cards stranded in his hand.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And we see the Blue Emeritus in his hand.
Oh.
Which is going to... Oh, and there's that... That's... AB is going to...
Yeah.
Once that AB is gone, I think that's going to do it.
Yeah, I mean, the moment the Bullseye braces are activated, destroying it is part of the cost.
Yeah.
So the Mason's currently sitting at 0 AB and at 6 life, and there's an Emeritus in Michael's hands.
And sometimes I see, you know, that happens quite a bit against the Icelanders. You say, I need to make you have it right here, because if you don't have it, then I win.
He's playing to his out.
Yeah.
Which is totally fair, and is exactly what he needs to do. He's just...
Yeah, and Michael Hamlin's double checking, like, I think this is gone now.
Yep.
Once this is gone, I go Emeritus for 4, Waning Moon for 3.
I go Zap Zap.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think he's just checking that it was part of the cost.
He's going to float his Tunic.
Yeah, it looks like they'll be used to activate the Striders and then go ahead and Emeritus. Oh, he's just waiting. Yeah, he's saying, you know what? I'm a wizard. I don't need to do anything until you actually present lethal. It's just not necessary. It's very disciplined play by him. Like, you never know. The opponent might just suddenly have the one-off Oasis Respite in the deck or something, and then suddenly you flop your Storm Striders for nothing.
Yeah, and he's making Mason take the cards out of his hand, right? And he's just floating that one resource. But we know Blue Emeritus, 4. Yep. You AB the 1 if there's one floating there. And then...
There's no AB. There's straight up no AB from Mason.
Put the Storm Striders on the chain. There's the one floating. This Emeritus is going to come in for 4. The Waning Moon's going to come in for 3. The hands are going to be extended, and that is going to be the game.
That is game. Wow, what a turn of events. Lexi started that very, very strong. It looked like she was firmly in the driver's seat there.
100%.
But a couple of... that was that Rain Razor's turn, which seemed like maybe it could have gotten more value. And then there was obviously two straight hands of non-arrows. Yeah. Just very, very unfortunate.
Yeah, and it's hard when you're presented with that choice of, oh, I could get the value now and get my Endless Arrow back into my hand, but if you're going to do that, if that's going to be the play, you just missed out on 4 damage on the earlier parts of the turn, and it would have allowed you to, again, maybe he didn't want to break his Bullseye Bracers because he loses the AB right then and there.
Yep.
But it is, I actually had to kind of stop myself when we were like, wow, Lexi's here it comes, because this is what Icelander kind of wants. I was like, wait, this isn't that far. This isn't that far off of a life deficit. Like, this is kind of what Icelander wants to do. It's very easy sometimes to get caught up and like, wow, look at this hero coming in and pressuring. Oh wait, you know what? This is kind of what Icelander's actually pretty comfortable here.
Yeah. Well, it was
no heart of ice. Yeah, no heart of ice. You were right about that. Yep. Yeah. No heart of ice. I feel like makes Icelander kind of do their things when it's activated. They don't get to just kind of cheekily do it. But
true. Although, funnily enough, I mean, we saw Michael Hamilton really prioritize just keeping res in his arsenal. I think. Yeah. Actually, when did he even play a blue from his arsenal that game? I think that was that frosting. That was that one frosting. Even at the end, the Emeritus came from hand because of the Storm Striders.
That's messed up. That's messed up.
Yeah. Just classic Michael Hamilton things. He has spoken about how he does prioritize arsenaling the reds.
Yeah, well,
even when he's on ice.
Yeah, I mean,
that's more efficient. I don't want to play a blue. I want to play a red.
Yeah. When I first started playing, I was honestly playing playing Icelander. I remember playing kind of inefficiently, trying to make sure I always had the blue ice in the arsenal, make sure I get the Frostbite, do the Waning Moon. But after watching some more experienced players playing the deck more, you start to realize, like, I just need to play my turns as effectively and efficiently as possible. And that means sometimes I'm not going to have an arsenal. Sometimes the CNC is going to sit here for 3 turns. Because your hero power is so effective. It's so threatening when you don't know what the card is. The opponent's always having to think about the Frostbite. And you just, the Storm Striders, man, it's really...
Yep. And especially when you are playing the mind game with the opponent and saying, oh, you just activated this? All right, hang on. Let me think if I'm going to do something here, even though you just have a red in your arsenal.
Yeah, absolutely. We did get to see the Winner's Bite, if I'm not mistaken, come out. Wonderful. We're going to be having an interview with Mr. Michael Hamilton. You want to go ahead and interview the champ?
Sure. All right. Cool. Wow. What an honor.
There you go. So we're going to have Michael Hamilton coming in for you shortly.
How's my hair?
Yeah, you want to impress him? You're looking good. You're looking good. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
If there's one thing, I don't think Michael Hamilton is going to be in any way judgmental about you or your appearance at all, Pankaj. You're gorgeous. He knows it.
Oh, stop it.
No, yeah. He's gonna be chill. That dude just seems like nothing phases him.
Yeah. Even when he needs to block with 2 CLFs, he's like, nah, I got this.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Oh, I mean, I could get the chat. Let's get the chat up and see if there's any questions.
Oh, yeah, chat. Yeah, go ahead and put some questions for Michael Hamilton in the chat. I'll see if I can get to them.
Get on the hotspot real quick. Man, yeah, that was cool. It was the Rain Razor's turn.
Ah, yes.
Yeah,
and drawing.
And I think, honestly, two tough hands back to back because Michael Hamilton never really had the life pressured at the end there. He was able to just sit at 7 and then 5 and go back up with his other life gain effects. There we go. Oh, we got some sheeshes in the chat. Sheesh! Look at that. Oh, I can't believe I missed all the sheeshes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, Roar Driscoll, champ doing champ things. You are not wrong. Shout out to all the boys in Brooklyn. No questions, only sheesh. All right.
All right, this will be 5 minutes of me and Hamilton going.
You got 5 minutes of sheesh to work through. I would pay some money just to see 5 minutes of Michael Hamilton sheesh.
I would sheesh for the world champion, for sure.
You would, yeah. I think anyone would.
Yeah. All right, it
And
looks
if
like
you won't, you'd be lying. All right, I'm going to get out of here. Let's get Michael in.
Hello, Michael. I'm Pankaj, by the way. And firstly, congratulations on that win.
Thank you.
So, first thing I want to ask you is CNC. Now, I do listen to your podcast, and I know you've had some reservations around the card. So, what brought you around to playing CNC today?
So there's two reasons. One, since Amulet and Hypothermia got banned, we just don't have very many good options left. And two, Dromai is a really hard matchup with 6 poppers and no Hypothermia. I think it's really bad. So I wanted one more card that's good against Dromai, and it was basically between CNC and Yellow Fyandals. And there's been some talk about Lexi, and CNC is... It can be really hard for Lexi to block out a CNC with 2 cards and have a functional turn. And I think the Lexi is also a pretty tough matchup for Icelander. So it was just like a card that is there for Lexi and Dromai, and it's good enough, I guess. Better than better than the other options, I think.
That's right. And we did see your tweet about you playing Lexi and then getting really depressed every time you get hit by a CNC. So.
Yes.
All right. So next thing I want to talk to you about is Red Winter's Bite. So what's that about?
So I was playing with Red Sigil of Solace. Basically, like, Icelander has this problem that she can't use 4 and 5 card hands very well a lot of the time. And Amulet of Ice was great for that. It was the perfect card. You just played your Amulet. It was a blue ice card. It was everything you wanted, and it fixed everything. And then Amulet was gone, and I was like, I don't know what to replace it with. I tried Blue Winter's Bite. I think Blue Winter's Bite is really awkward. There's a lot of points where it's bad. But so then I cut Blue Winter's Bite, and I tried Sigil of Solace, which was fine. It was good. It just trades for 3 life. That's what you want your card to do. It's not above rate, but it lets you use 4 card hands. And I showed Roger my list, and he's like, play Red Winter's Bite instead. And I'm like, okay. And that's how we're playing Red Winter's Bite.
Yeah, and especially in that matchup, we did see the Lexi have their Tunic up for quite a while, so the Blue Winter's Bite would have just make them use their Tunic.
Yeah.
Right. So, next question. Man, I had a question prepared. Wait. Yes, okay. We have some questions from chat. One question. What is your favorite sub at Subway?
My favorite sub at Subway.
Hang on, are you a Subway person? Are you a Chipotle person? I feel
I'm
like
a
I've heard talk
Chipotle
about you
person.
Chipotle person. All right, what's your Chipotle bowl?
So I get a double wrap burrito, and I get half steak and half carnitas and extra beans, extra rice, and just load it up. It's great.
Nice. You heard it here, Chad. If you want to be a world champ, that's the order you need. So, coming back to that game specifically, now, early on, at least from our perspective, it looked like the Lexi had a bit of a foothold in the game, especially when you had to block with both your Channel Lake Frigids. How did you feel about that in being in that position?
Yeah, the turn, I thought I had it lined up that I would get to keep 1 Channel Lake Frigid to Arsenal, and things would be great, because Channel Lake Frigid is really good against Voltaire. When I lost the second channel, I thought things were not looking good for me, and basically the turn that the game kind of turned around was he played a 3 of a kind, and I went to like 4 or 5 cards in hand. After, I think it was like Yellow Icequake into 3 of a kind, and then fired 1 arrow with +1 from Voltaire and passed. And that's the thing that happens to Lexi, but that was like I was behind the game until that happened, and then that was kind of like when your 4-card hand results in 7 damage. That's bad. That's rough.
With barely an on-hit as well. Like 1 Frostbite, yeah, that's okay, like from the Icequake. I think the Chilling Icequake was fused as well, so maybe 2, but you had the Sink below to cover the breakpoint completely. There was also the turn before that where they elected to use the Rain Razors on just the final Endless Arrow instead of doing it at the start of the turn when they fired 2 arrows previously. What were your thoughts during that time?
So I was pretty sure the last card was Lightning Press based on what happened, and I was really surprised to see Rain Razors there at the end, because I think like playing it at the start of the turn and getting the extra 4 damage on the first 2 arrows is like, that's a lot of value to give up. So when he played the Rain Razors, I kind of waited, and then I wrote, like, he's like, so take 1, and I'm like, okay, and I write down the 1, and he's like, and this arrow comes back to my hand, and he's like, wait, I wanted to Snapdragon, is that?
Oh, yes, we did see him point to that. I was wondering whether he just missed that, because we talked about it, we're like, oh, it looked like it already hit.
Yeah.
And then he's looking to use the snaps there, so very unfortunate, and then followed up by, I think he had 2 back-to-back turns of not drawing arrows. One of them was the 3 of a kind, where you found 1 arrow, but yeah. All right, so I'm just going to take one more question from chat before I let you go. Okay, one second. I've been told to scroll up.
Flesh and Blood is hard.
Okay, question from DM Ramada over here. Do you think all your success is because you play with your deck on the left-hand side?
No, I can't say all of my success. You know, like maybe it's like half the credit. I really prefer to draw with my left hand, and then I write with my right hand. And before, when I played with my deck on the right, I just bumped my deck every time I went to write my life totals. Not every time, but like enough that it was really annoying. And then just an easy solution was put the deck on the other side.
That's so efficient, actually, and you're all about the efficiency.
Yeah.
You're in here, chat. Get the Chipotle order. Put your deck on the left-hand side. Oh yes, we do need to do a sheesh for chat. You know the meme. The sheesh. We can do it together. All right. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Sheesh. All right. Thank you so much, Michael. Thank you for joining me in the interview, and congratulations and good luck moving forward.
Thank you.
Okay, hello again, everybody. While the casters get all giddy that they get to talk to Michael Hamilton, I get it. He's a homie. We have some standings. It's not everything up to date from this round, obviously. Oh my god, my voice sounds awful through this. These are supposed to be some high quality mics. This is what I always sound like? I'm terrified. I'm glad I'm not casting today. Jesus. Okay, regardless. So we've got standings from round 6 start that I can share with you all. Beyond that, we'll have to wait a bit. We still don't have the meta breakdown even. Meta breakdown is being entered manually by, well, I don't know who's doing it. I hope someone's doing it, but it's taken like all day. So maybe no one's even on it. But they told me they were like halfway done about a round ago. Or like 2 rounds ago. So by end of day, maybe we'll take a peek at what this metagame is. But if it's anything like what we've seen on stream, it is incredibly diverse. I believe there's only been one repeat performance so far, and it was seeing 2 Icelanders or something. Otherwise, it's been great. But anyway, so going into this round 6, and obviously we know Michael just won that, so we can update that there. We had Matt Coles at 5 wins. Isaac Kroot, the man himself, the quiet beast, the silent killer, right there at 5 wins as well. Vladimir Del Valle. I've never heard of him. Great name, though. Mason Taylor, who we saw on stream, lose to Michael Hamilton right there. Charles Dunn, I don't know if he's on Oldhim, but he has been the one who's gone to time like 2 or 3 times. So I love you, Charles. This man is responsible for like getting Diablo, the next Diablo game coming to us soon, hopefully this year. I mean, he's so cool. He works for Blizzard. But he also takes a really long time, as the Diablo Reese has also taken. I mean, the man just, yeah, anyway. We've got James Adams. Wow, James Adams. How have we not had him on stream? That's awesome. Also undefeated. Nathan Crawford, who we saw win his game, undefeated. Dave Lynn, Timothy Long, Lee Kimball, Yangji. Wow, Yangji coming back. I love Yangji. I don't see him as at as many events as Yuanji or Michael. He's like the one of the trio that travels the least, but I love seeing him. I can't believe I haven't said hello. To be fair, I've been busy. Shane Ginter, Aaron Grace, Tarek Patel pulling in the rear at the 5-0s. So, of course, half of those people did lose their round. We'll probably not get standings for this round. We'll get it by end of day. We'll go ahead also do meta breakdown. If they don't have it by end of stream, I'll just, I guess, upload it to Twitter or something. Because it would be really cool. I had all the graphics ready to go. But anyway, that's the mid-round update of standings as we were going into this round. I see some people in the chat. Wow, chat is really popping off. My brain is like really trying hard here. The hamster is kicking, but let's see. Double cringe. That must not be about me. It could be. It could be. My hair is in no place to be looking good for stream here. I believe it was about the sheesh. You know what's cool? You know what we can do while I buy some time here? I had a soundboard all set to go, but because of some tech issues in the early days of the stream, I haven't been in like the let's have fun mindset for a while. But check out some of these.
We don't talk about Starvo.
Had that ready for any time anyone mentions Starvo, and of course, if anyone mentions our Lord and Savior Leviah.
My personal favorite hero from Monarch, Leviah.
See, that is the official pronunciation by LSS staff right there, how to say Leviah.
Team!
Well, that's Tall Timmy, obviously.
Flesh and Blood is hard.
As you heard last round.
Just ship it.
Just ship it. Anyway, it was going to be fun. We'll probably get to that tomorrow. I need to just like make sure everything's in order. All the ducks are in a row. So that tomorrow can go super smooth because we had about, maybe like the first 3 rounds were pretty rough. But, you know, by the end of this, if top 8 is perfect, then Swiss was the sacrifice. Oh well. But thanks for being here, everybody. You people just made me Google search. Oh, this is still old news. Let's catch up. Nice one, says people. Team! I'm glad I didn't work a Thunder one in where we'd all be crying. Thunder is no longer a podcast. I don't know if you all heard that. I had a long conversation with Carolina last night. We were crying. It was awful. Literally, I hope there were pictures. We were both on the floor of the steakhouse in tears. Thunder was only part of that conversation, but that was the impetus of it. Now there's an official Flesh and Blood soundboard. The 90s again or early 2000s. I don't know. This is supposed to be new tech. I'm working with all kinds of new stuff here. We're working out the kinks. It's a lot of fun. I wish I was in more of a position to just have fun today, but the stress is unbelievably real. You know what helps alleviate stress is when you have friends like the Chris Bewley in the chat wishing you the best. That feels good. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris, for being here. And there we go. You know what? I'm going to go ahead, bring us back to break. I think we have like another 10 minutes or so. And I'll get things ready for the last round here of the day. And cool. It's been fun to talk, and hope you've been enjoying the stream so far.
Hey, everybody.
Hi.
So
Hello,
yeah,
stream.
the previous caster's been doing a great job, but they're off on a break, and so now we've got Pheno Black and Annie Modell. And we've got an exciting game coming up. 7th round of the Calling. It's been a very long day. This is the last one today.
Yeah, last round. Well, a lot more Icelander than a lot of people were expecting. I know a lot of the people I was talking to was just expecting like Briar and Dash. I didn't really see much of that around me. I only ended up seeing a single Briar over the entire day, though I know a lot of other people saw a ton.
Yeah, walking around the room, I definitely saw a ton of Briar. Dash, notably, absent. I haven't seen very many Dash and CC at all, and that was the hero that won all of the battle hardens up to this. People really thought Dash was going to be the menace.
Yeah, I thought that she was like really well positioned. Like, you have this like good aggro plan into the other aggro decks, and you can still play into ice. I don't know, it just seemed really well positioned. I thought that and Dromai were like secretly really good, but I don't know, everyone I think just heard Briar, so they went Briar or Icelander to beat Briar.
Yeah, definitely players who also had a lot of experience on those ice heroes before the bans, choosing rather than build up the reps with a new hero to just try and modify the lists to fit with what's legal.
I mean, yeah, you only have a week, kind of hard to... That's one of the nice things about this game, like, there's so much depth, but sometimes it can be a negative when you don't have a lot of time. It's like...
All right, well, speaking of Briars, our next game coming up is going to be Briar versus Phi. Over here we have Evan H. against Peter B.
Who do you think is advantaged in this matchup?
You know, both of these heroes, they play very aggressive. I think it really just ends up who gets their good draws first. Phi, of course, looking for those Art of Wars early on. Briar trying to set up those Channel Mount Heroics. Those power cards are really what end up taking these heroes over the top.
I feel like the play draw is probably going to be a big part of it, too. Of whoever makes the first one start blocking first or getting real damage in them.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting also to see which mask the ninja player ends up presenting. I'm assuming it's going to be Pouncing Lynx, because that's usually the go-to nowadays.
Yeah, it's definitely been interesting watching the masks gain and lose popularity. And I have word from our producers that this match is actually going to be a win and in for both players. So that's going to be very exciting here. Both of these guys have whether or not they make it till tomorrow on the line.
Oh, Peter, he was hanging around with me all week. I didn't register the name when you guys told me who it was. Like he's really nice. I don't know who Evan is. No face cam.
Yeah. Yeah, fortunately, we can see the game's god, and it looks like we do have Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, as you predicted.
And I'm assuming it's going to be Peter going first based on the dice. I feel like Briar's very happy about that.
Yeah, I think, in general, both heroes kind of okay. Obviously, there's the tempo play, but going first is Phi. You can really go a bit wide, get some damage over the top. As Briar, you can sometimes set up getting some auras, depending on what you draw. Also making sure you can get, if you can get embodiments out to make your blocks super effective.
Yeah, Briar can at least like carry forward resources into the next round, either the tokens as you're mentioning, or maybe you high roll and you get the channel mount turn 0 and you're like, oh, this is free, I guess.
Yeah, looks like a Judge just over there doing some last minute talk, and hopefully the players about to get started.
Good sportsmanship, love to see it.
All right, just looking at what I saw in the hand, that looked like a Channel Mount Heroic and a Nimblism on the Briar side already.
Is that a snatch?
Maybe an E-Strike.
From Peter?
Yeah, Peter, I see a Rise from an Ashes, Snatch. So
you can end the chain on that and juice them. That's so big turn 1.
Yeah, the opponents, they see it coming because they know what they're doing, but they never really see it coming.
Well, it can be rough. It's like you're not playing 4 blocks, so if it comes in at the end of the chain when you already committed some blocks earlier, it's like, are you going to commit armor to that on turn 0?
All right, well, over here we've got the E-Strike blocking, a Phoenix Flame for 3, the Emberblade coming in, getting a double block.
This is exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah.
This is probably going to hit or get a lot of armor.
Lava Vein Loyalty.
Unfortunately, we're not getting a pickup from the Phoenix Flame from the Phi itself because we use the Rise, but like you can't complain when this is happening. Oh, and you get armor turn 1. That's
Yeah, armor and that early Channel Mount Heroic. You got to know Evan didn't want to let that go unless he absolutely had to.
Though it's not a complete loss. Like your opponent giving up an arsenal for 1 point of your armor, that's not the end of the world. I think you're pretty happy about that. Now it's like you went first with extra steps, almost, as I like to say. But now your opponent doesn't immediately drop.
Yeah, so over here we have a Runechan token. That's a nice little custom job over there.
That's really cool.
Yeah, and that gives the Swarming Goomveil go again. Token created this turn. Looks like it's only coming in for 3.
So far, no non-attack. And it doesn't look like he drew one, so it doesn't seem like the Rosetta is going to be turned on. But he's still getting another 4 damage at the end. But not the most exciting of turn 1s. It's only like 8 damage on the first turn with an Arsenal. I'm pretty unhappy with that redraw if I'm the Briar player.
Yeah, we do have Coax of Commotion. If you're the Briar player and you hit a 5 with Coax of Commotion, what are the options that you think you would choose this early in the game?
I might give them a Quicken. Like, that... Maybe. Like, a lot of their stuff naturally has Go Again, but then if they happen to draw a Snatch or an E-Strike or something, you're like, ah. But there's a world where I choose that. I think part of it, too, depends on if my opponent blocked. Like, maybe it might be harder for them to utilize the Quicken on a smaller hand.
Yeah,
we kind of see how they...
Yeah, we did see Peter using his Flame Skull Furnace there on the block, and coming in now with a Ronin Renegade, natural starter, so that Quicken probably would have been decent if it showed up.
I'm honestly surprised that we see the armor that early on that with him still having a card in hand.
Yeah, but at this point, I guess he wants to just keep as many cards as he can for providing that counterplay.
And just seeing a classic 5 round here, we're just going head jab, 3, probably something else good at the end, a Phoenix Flame in the middle. Maybe he's just getting an Arsenal. And one nice thing here is you're not really giving that much info to your opponent of what that last thing is. So if they want to block, like they have an extra card in hand that they can't block with, they're like, oh, do I give it on the sword? Or do I save it, and then if they just Arsenal pass, I don't get to use it?
Yeah, Peter coming over here now with that Phoenix Flame. And the last card is, going to be Assault the Wound for 6. Benefit from the Tiger Stripe Shuko and all 3 of those previous attacks hitting.
Love to see a 0 for 6. That's some pretty good value, I'd say.
Yeah, that's the sort of value the 5 gets, though. 0 for 6 once or twice during the game between those and the Lava Bursts. All right, well, that's the end of Peter's turn. Has Evan down to 31, and Evan is just coming back with an Enlightened Strike. Mode +2 coming in for 7.
I see your 0 for 6, and I raise you a 2-card 7. Not quite as good. Still pretty good, though. Put some life pressure on. Get that embodiment back, probably, so maybe we can block a little bit more cleanly on this following round.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see. A lot of these heroes like Fies, they like to go wide. They like to really get damage in overboard. But some of these efficient cards like E-Strike, you can just play 2 cards, 1 pitch, 1 up, and you're getting similar amounts of damage.
If I'm Peter, though, I think, again, I'm really happy seeing this. It's like, all right, so all you did was present 8 last round, and now all you're doing is presenting 7. I'm not really dealing with that many scary on hits, and that's really what I'm worried about. If I get to just chain 4 or 5 card hands unimpeded into you, I feel like I'm pretty happy as the 5 player. But maybe he has some cards that he can't efficiently utilize in his hand, so we might see a block anyways.
Yeah, I'm trying to take a look. Does Peter have a blue card in his hand to pitch?
Yeah, it might be just play some reds and maybe our Arsenal pass set up for the next round.
Yeah, I see a Lava Burst in there for sure, so if that doesn't come in this turn, that'll be great in the Arsenal. Rise from the Ashes, bringing in that Phoenix Flame, starting out for 3 again, like we saw on turn 0. So
I guess we can go... I think he has a Lava Burst and another Flame Call or something? I can't tell. If it is another Flame Call, he gets to pick up a Phoenix Flame from deck. Nope, it's just a Phoenix Flame, a regular one.
Yeah, so the Lava Burst the Lava Burst still in hand, likely to Arsenal. We have Phoenix Flame coming in for 2, following the first one. And it looks like Evan is blocking with his crown there, choosing to sink and filter some of those cards in his hand.
I'm a little scared about that if I'm Peter. Like, either he has a really bad hand and he's fixing it, or he's going, oh, that was a weak round from you. I'm going to try to go for the nuts round.
Yeah, now here we have Sonata Arcanix.
No whiff one time?
And it looks like I see 3 attacks, an Enlightened Strike. I saw a Scar for a Scar, and I think a Snatch was the middle one. It all happened so fast. It was so sad.
That ain't it. Move to sad face.
Yeah, so we got that. At least, even though it didn't deal any arcane, even though it didn't do anything else, it still represents a non-attack action for Rosetta Thorn, half of an embodiment. And it looks like here we do have that embodiment of lightning coming in from the Weave. Is that Weave Earth?
Yeah, that's interesting. I guess he's just playing it for the embodiment itself and just don't care about the text. It does float, though. So, like, if you were to play something after this, it will see that text.
Yeah. Giving the Snatch go again. We don't know what's left in his hand. We don't know if there is an Earth or Elemental card that's going to come next. But if nothing else, the Snatch has go again. Rosetta Thorn threatens 2 and 2. But still, there's a card in hand and a card in Arsenal.
I think the last card in hand is Revel. So he could go Revel, crack Chest if he really wanted to.
That is a way to get damage through for sure.
Maybe just play the Arsenal. I think the Arsenal's still that Coax from earlier. So he could just like end on the Coax if he really wanted to, or just play both out. That's still a 2-card 8 right there. Can't be unhappy with that.
Yeah, meanwhile, Peter looking at his hand. I see a Lava Burst in hand. If he has a Lava Burst in hand and an Arsenal, we might end up seeing an attempt at a double Lava Burst turn, though looks like he's trying to block out the Snatch, choosing to give up his Flame Scale Furnace in exchange for stopping that draw.
Yeah, you have to respect the Snatches. You can't just let those happen.
Yeah, we did see that Revel in Runeblood, as you predicted.
With that beautiful altar.
Yeah. People in chat I see looking at that rune chant. I think it's a very nice one. And oh, there was a Coax for Commotion for 0, so didn't have to pop his Iron Weave. Still able to come in 4 rune chants and the 4 damage, threatening even more on hits.
2-card 8, love to see it.
Yeah, and that's really what these Briar decks do.
Where's
they
the
have.
Quicken?
Oh, is that a Quicken token?
You got this fancy rune chant. Where's your Quicken?
Haha. Yeah, I guess the judges didn't have any hand here. There isn't one swinging over there. We'll see if one shows up, but that's a fun little Quicken token for both players. And it looks like it's starting out as a Lava Burst as a starter.
We're seeing some weird rounds go back and forth here. It feels like both of them just aren't drawing heat, which is really weird for this matchup. Usually it's very determined by like who draws the heat first, and we're just seeing both of them kind of waffle back and forth with nothing crazy. Yeah,
though it is a way to give the Ember Blade go again without really losing any power. You're not coming in with a Phoenix Flame for 0. You're coming in with a Lava Burst for 3. We have another 3. I think I see Assault the Wound in Peter's hand, so certainly an effective, as he is extending that chain, use of the Quicken token.
I was going to say before that block, this could be a spot where we see the Mask crack, but maybe not after a block to grab another lava. I mean, if you grab another Lava Burst, it's probably fine.
Yeah, and we are seeing the Mask crack. There you go. So we already have 3 hits for Peter this turn. That's going to be coming in the Assault the Wound.
Well, if there's Assault in hand, he might not have another one in deck.
No, but there's a 3rd Lava Burst showing up right there, coming in for 5. If this hits, that Assault the Wound, I think, will be coming in for 7, if I'm doing my math right.
1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's correct. What's the base on it?
Base is 2.
So that'd be 6.
So Shuko helps. Or I guess Shuko was already used. So yeah. Coming in, here we go. That double 0 for 6 turn, though. Like we were talking about earlier, this is really how Fi takes that tempo. Evan right now at 14 before that hit. Should bring him down to 8. Peter B still at 23. Evan, though, chose to keep some cards in hand. Looking over there, I think I see a Channel Mount Heroic. I see a Sonata, and I saw a Sotomaro to pitch for that Channel Mount Heroic.
Yeah, if he wants to stay in this game, he's going to have to really come in with some heat here. If it's another weak round and his opponent just says, no blocks, I sleep, and they just come... you only got 8 to play with, you're running out of armor. Kind of hard to stay in this game when you're that low, but if your opponent's saying no blocks, you got to assume it's something good.
Yeah, and we are starting out with a Channel Mount Heroic and a Lightning Surge. Was that... with the Quicken token over there. I almost missed it.
Yeah, that's how the Lava Burst earlier was able to be a starter.
Yeah, just that excellent art on that Quicken token. A very nice custom job over there. So yeah, we got coming in for 7 over here. Peter's just going to let that through.
I thought he was going to set that. I was like, maybe he learned his lesson, and after the last one, he just sets it. Nope, we're going.
So we got the Sonata, which does hit a Command and Conquer, and it does bring an Embodiment of Lightning. Peter out of resource, or Evan out of resources right now. He could crack Iron Weave to play this. That would be a large chunk of damage with a Channel Mount Heroic around.
With
he
no
also
Arsenal, though, like, maybe you don't want to play it. It's rough. Like, you play it or keep it. You're probably not getting any cards here. And with you at 8, your opponent smells blood in the water. They're coming.
Yeah, but it looks like he's going on the aggressive side. Wants to get that through, maybe try and force a block. And it looks like this should crack that Embodiment of Lightning. But I don't think he has any resources to follow up with the Rosetta Thorn right now.
If my hand's at all reasonable as Peter, I'm probably just saying, yep, that happens.
Yeah, but Command and Conquer for 9. Peter's at 15. Evan's at 8. We're really getting close to that endgame stage here of this aggressive matchup.
Now, what's interesting is once we get to this point, sometimes it can turn from just like no blocks aggro to these weird grindy spots where both of them are just trying to get those last few points of chip in. Just like, oh, like Phoenix Flames are starting to turn into lethal. Rosetta's starting to turn into lethal. So the game can weirdly pivot at that point. But we might not see that because we just see, nope, 4-card kill you.
Yeah, Evan has that Channel Mount Heroic out. Everything he doesn't block with is potentially something that gets +3. Peter, on the other hand, 4-card hand, starting out with a Soaring Strike. for 4, which thanks to the embodiment of Earth, Evan can just block with this rounds on me.
But Evan only has 1 attack action in hand.
Oh.
I guess he's at low, so he's probably playing a small hand anyways. But
yeah, he has Enlightened Strike. He has Snapdragon Scalers, so if he can keep 2 cards, he can draw a 3rd.
That might be hard to do here, though. I guess your opponent's not coming with too much more damage, assuming that the last card is, we're probably out of Rupture cards at this point, so it can only be so much.
Yeah, so here we have the Emberblade, we have Ronin Renegade or Rebellious, whatever. So we got 3, 3, 1, and then a Snatch. So a very effective way to counter that Channelmount Heroic turn, leaving Evan with just the 2 cards in hand, it looks like.
I think the only thing that kept him in this game was drawing 4 block cards there. Like, if either of those were a 3, I think this game might have just ended.
Yeah, that's the power of the embodiment of Earth token, though. Being able to block 4 with 1 normal non-attack action card. And that's why they include that this rounds on me and all those. If they only blocked 2 natively, it would not be as popular. All right, Enlightened Strike coming in for 8. Looks like the chosen mode was draw a card. Peter deciding how to block this. It is threatening lethal, even if he is going to use his Tiger Stripe Shuko. So he's got to take a card from hand.
The big brain play, he's holding the snaps. He hasn't actually said anything yet.
Yeah.
Does the opponent respect that and block? My last card was bad, and he just arsenals it.
Yeah, it looks like Peter does have an Art of War in hand. So a card that... Oh, 2 Art of Wars. Oh, wow. That's 2 cards. They're not going to block.
No.
Looks like he's activating the first one. +1/+1, and Banish Draw 2.
What is this game?
Oh, this is not what Peter wanted to see when he saw his Art of Wars. You really want to have those early on, when you can play them safely, and you don't have to worry about blocking. Using an Art of War on your opponent's turn, every time I do that, every time I see that, it's a sure sign that I'm not happy.
F's in the chat, everyone. F's in the chat.
All right, so now Peter has more cards. His cards block for more. Enlightened Strike is still facing him for 8. And Evan is still threatening the Snapdragon Scalers.
He needs to block with 1 card here, because if he blocks with armor, it's still presenting lethal. But if he can get away with just blocking with 1 card, he could be fine. There's a world where that last card in hand isn't good. If it's just a non-attack or a blue, it's only presenting 2 damage, 3 damage. A blue would be 3 with the Rosetta, the grass. But if it's another attack, it's probably over right here, because you get the whole grip, and then you cycle your opponent.
All right, let's see. Peter looks like he's about made his decision. He is blocking with the equipment and with 2 cards over there. Evan just snapping down those Snapdragon Scalers. He did not want to miss that opportunity.
Oh, that's so good.
Now we have the Ravenous Rabble revealing a red card coming in for 4+3, 7 damage. Peter blocking with a flying kick.
Now he's the one blocking for 4 with his blues.
All right, so Peter, in his hand, did he have any cards left after that?
No, that was everything. And now his opponent just draws up, and you just pray they draw the Briar hand. That's always the hope when you lose the tempo. You're like, maybe their deck loses to themselves. Maybe.
Yeah. At this point with these aggro decks, it's really easy to go over the block threshold. 1 life, 2 life, 3 life. It's just so easy. Especially, Peter doesn't have any Arcane Barrier. If Evan's able to fire Rosetta Thorn after hitting the attack and non-attack, that's just the whole game.
Well, it doesn't look like we have it. We have the Briar hand.
Yeah.
Draws up. 5 damage.
Yeah, the arcane damage is going in for sure. Snatch, still somewhat threatening. The on-hit, not so much. But when you're at 2 life, the on-hit is still half your life, regardless of the effect.
Yeah, if we're able to block for 3 here... Oh, he has a Command and Conquer. So if he's able to block for 3 and at all have a reasonable hand, he might now just reverse Uno win the game because he's now the one with the tempo. This is such a back-and-forth game. It's crazy.
Yeah, and Phi, if they do get that, they have access to their Phoenix Flames, their Ember Blade. They can go a lot wider, make it harder to block out this late in the game than Briar can. That's what I see as the big difference between these 2 decks. I see for sure a Command and Conquer in Peter's hand. I can't quite tell what the other ones are. Oh, there's a Rise from the Ashes, or
Flame Call?
Flame Call Awakening, I'm sorry.
Come on. Let us see. Just a peek. Is that a...
Yeah, it looks like a Ronin Renegade.
Yeah, the starter that reduces, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Is that Ronin?
Yeah, or whatever it is.
Flying kick?
Yeah, and that's a flying kick. Flying kicks, I think, are going to be blue in Peter's list, so he's going to keep that card to pitch for sure.
Because you can go the starter, sword, unless it's a blue starter. I can't tell the color.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, that's still a reasonable hand that's going to demand blocks. You might get 3 cards out of him.
Yeah.
I guess there's a consideration of keeping him off the embodiment.
Yeah, and Peter also does know a little bit about Evan's hand. We did see the reveal of that Entwine Lightning earlier from the Ravenous Rabble.
That's true.
So only one of those cards could potentially be a Lightning Press. Looks like neither of them are. So Peter's going to end this turn at 1 life, keeping 3 cards in hand. He blocked with that Command and Conquer, so we'll see how wide he can really go right now. Pitching the Flying Kick, starting with the Flame Call Awakening. Flame Call's coming in for 3 go again.
Lethal on the stack.
Yeah, thanks to the Embodiment of Earth, that's a full block there. We have another 3 coming in with Emberblade, and another 3 block from a Tome of Harvest.
And another one. And I mean, that's not a 3.
Yeah, no, but this is that blue Ronin Renegade coming in, extending it though so that Peter can grab a Phoenix Flame for free.
But now Evan gets to just block with 1 card here.
Evan doesn't even... Oh, yeah, Evan's down to 1. Blocking with Sonata Arcanix. Sonata, too risky. We already had 1 fail this game. Let's just block it out and use the cards we have left.
I guess all you need is a Rune Chant. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, there we go. The game didn't end, so that 1 arcane damage closed it out. This game going to Evan H, Peter B. Sadly, doing great with this Phi deck, but not enough to make day 2.
Oh, that's crazy how back and forth it just kept not having just what they needed and just fumbled the entire game until one of them finally found something.
Yeah. Yeah, so that was a very exciting, very quick game we saw this aggro match. The Briar, the Phi, both of these decks making a really solid showing here, and I'm glad we were able to close out today's footage with these 2 heroes against each other.
Yeah, it's crazy still seeing Phi put up this many results. I honestly thought we wouldn't see that much Phi after the Belittle ban because it just has so much less play into ice, but it's still out there, still doing good. It's just such a great linear aggro deck that just always is able to execute its plan. You're not always looking for weird pieces to be able to do what you're doing. No, just consistent, just 0 for 3, 0 for 3, 0 for 3, 0 for 3.
Yeah, Phi really has a lot going for it. It has the ability to go wide without too much of that, there's obviously room for player skill, but doing decent with Phi, it's like doing decent with Starvo. You can pick up the deck and really know what to do. Briar, on the other hand, has its ups and downs. We saw a Sonata miss earlier. Usually Sonata misses, kind of iffy when you see those. You're nervous. But still, Evan was able to take it through, present that arcane damage when there was no arcane barrier, block very efficiently with the Embodiment of Earth, and really just close it out, ending the game.
And then we saw kind of a little bit of that there, that weird jockeying of we're both kind of low. We're both kind of playing this weird grindy game, even though we're aggro decks, because, well, we both have ways to chip for those last couple points with Phoenix Flames or arcane damage, and it's just kind of these awkward little 1-1-1-1s. It's interesting how the aggro decks pivot into weird pingy decks right at the end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think that's a lot of the skill in those aggro games of understanding how to close out your games once you get to that point, because when you're just playing your 4 or 5 card hands in the early mid, it's pretty easy to do that, but it takes a lot of skill of understanding how to close out that game now that you're there.
Yeah, both of these players we saw here, very skillful. They did manage to close it out, and I'm told from our producers that's going to be all for this today, so thank all of you for watching. Great to have you on, and hopefully we'll be seeing you all again tomorrow as we get into day 2 of the Calling.
See you guys tomorrow.
Welcome back. Oh, man. Just like that. Welcome back, everyone, to wrapping up here at the Calling Indianapolis. That was a crazy game. Double Art of War on the defense. It's just never what you want to see is Fi.
Honestly, it was such a joy to cast, actually.
Yeah, it did. Was it for you?
You and I, yes, casting
yes.
that. It
Well,
was great.
because they didn't know, but we just sat over there facing the wall, and we're just like, and then it's Ronin Renegade, I think.
Yeah.
I'm feeling it in my head.
Yeah, we were just holding up a teleprompter, like telling them what to say.
Yeah,
actually.
no. They actually know. Huge shout outs. If you saw
that was
Andy
amazing.
Medell on the Fab Team Cup coverage, he was fantastic. I watched a bunch of his games, so it was actually cool. And I didn't know until I heard the voice. I was like, I know that pleasant voice from somewhere.
And Fino Black, I mean, he was in the finals of the Calling Indianapolis last year. Honestly,
yeah.
Strong player.
It's a full circle, man.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. He's been giving us a little bit of a somewhat snarky message in our ear that I won't repeat to the crowd. But thank you guys so much for tuning in today. Let's just, what a day of Flesh and Blood. Give us a little wrap up. Pankaj, what have we seen today?
Well, firstly, we had 7 rounds, so that's 14 heroes. 11 of them were unique.
Yeah.
Let's just talk about how diverse this meta is. A lot of us thought that, winter is over. We are now full aggro. It's going to be full of Briars, full of Fires. But I did a walk around the top table just now while, we had these amazing casters taking over. And it is pretty diverse up there. I saw a few Dashes. I saw a few Lexis, some Icelanders, some Oldhims, some Fires, and Briars, of course. So there is a lot to look forward to tomorrow. It's not just a Briar metagame, as a lot of people thought, not just a Briar and Fire metagame. The Ice Heroes are still here. They're still pulling their weight.
Absolutely. Just from what we saw today, because we couldn't look at who people were playing. We just looked for cool matchups or, just some new faces or some familiar faces. But when it just kept being a new matchup, completely new matchup. Oh my God, Lexi's in here at 5-0. It was really exciting and did point to where this meta ended up developing after the bans. And we haven't had enough time really for things to solidify, right? We've had a week on Talishar and some armories, right? So we haven't had a lot of time for people to really kind of come together around specific decks. You're seeing even discrepancies in the lists people are playing.
Of course, how many Briars are running Rise of Replenishment to counter Fatigue Oldhim?
Absolutely. That game, that was my MVP.
That was so good.
So sick. So we are going to be posting the hero breakdown on Twitter. We kept asking for it. The last time I checked, they still had 50 people to input. So we're going to get the hero breakdown for you on Twitter. We're going to post the top 8. It's not going to be ready for probably another 45 minutes or so. So we're going to post that on Twitter at ManSantFAB.
Day 2,
not top 8. Look at me. It's been a long day. Day 2 of this tournament. Top 8 tomorrow. Anything else we want to talk about?
Yeah, the tech stuff. So we will be getting this tech stuff fixed tonight. I think the past few rounds have gone very, very smoothly. Touch wood, let's not jinx it. But tomorrow, we're looking to start from immediately.
I don't think that's the saying.
Touch wood, it is the saying.
No.
Maybe it is in Asia. No, it's touch wood.
Just sounds slightly different.
It might be a thing in Asia. But in any case, tomorrow from the first round onwards, we are looking to have all these tech stuff sorted out and definitely going to bring you an amazing day 2 of this Calling Indianapolis.
But thank you so much for rocking with us through it. I just want to say that the only reason we're here is because we love this game so flippin' much, and all we want to do is grow it and bring it to as many people as possible so that every calling, every event has the highest quality coverage with the most incredible doos and bells and whistles and doodads and casters you know and love. Like, that's what we're doing here, right? We're just trying to grow the game that we all love so much. So thank you for bearing with us through those stuff this morning. We're going to touch wood and hope it all works out tomorrow.
I will Google it.
I'm sure it's us saying.
All right.
But unless there's anything else from you, Pankaj. Hey, Ethan, you want to just hop in here real quick so people can say goodbye to you? They're gonna miss you. They're gonna miss you. If you're still here in the chat, on Twitter, give this man some love. He has been working nonstop for 2 days. He barely ate today. He has just been crushing it.
Literally like an hour ago, I ate my breakfast.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, thank God.
All right, thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you all. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll fix everything as much as we can. Promise you, all we're trying to do is get you the best quality coverage we can. You got to remember though, this is truly out of a backpack setup, and we're still making it to this degree. I'm not going to call it perfect, God no, but we're making it as perfect as we can be with our means. So hey, we'll tune in and catch y'all tomorrow.
And if you like it in the next couple of days, you hit up the powers at BNLSS so that we can just keep elevating the content so that none of these mess ups happen and we can just have smooth sailing the rest of the way. But thank you guys so much. Honestly, we've had such a blast. And
Thanks
just
for tuning in.
Yeah.
This has been an amazing day.
Yeah, we can't wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow, you guys, we got day 2 of the calling. We got a cut to top 8. We're going to see 3 incredible games in top 8 and a kick butt final. So
it's going to be even better.
Yeah, we can. Yep. All right, guys, signing off. See you next.